Welcome to day 3 of the NFL draft. We got rounds 4 through 7 today for all you diehards out there and degenerates that are actually hanging out this late into the draft. Thank you guys. Hit that like button on the way in. We've got our co-pilots, Green Bean. Well, that's not Green Bean. That's Matt. And this is Green Bean. Green Bean, how you doing today? Well, Matt, how are you doing today?
Tired. I went out and got a gigantic Talkin, so it's gonna kick in eventually, and I'm ready to go for day 3.
Green Bean, how are you feeling this morning?
Sorry about that. I am. That just falls right in line with what I'm about to say. I'm destroyed. I am mentally shorter. I don't have the same bandwidth. I'm trying to get there. I have 3 coffees and a green drink. I'm trying to go green shake this morning. I don't know. We're going to get it done, though. We got 2 picks early. I'm still excited, man. I can't wait to see who we grab.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We had a whole day to digest what's going to happen for today. We got 2 picks really early on. Are we going with the defensive tackle? Are we going safety, linebacker, center, swing tackle? There's so many different directions that we could end up going. Let's do a little recap from the last few days. So the Jets started, obviously, day 1 with Sauce Gardner, number 4, Garrett Wilson, number 10, Jermaine Johnson in a trade-up at number 26. Then we got Breece Hall in a trade-up at 36, and we also learned that we were trying to trade back into the first for him as well. And then we wind up ending out yesterday with pick 101, hometown favorite, Jeremy Ruckert, the tight end out of OSU. So I ask you guys, how are you feeling so far about this draft? Green Bean, I'll kick it to you first.
I really like it, man. I think, I tend to be one of those guys who likes his late round picks more than some others, but I do have to appreciate that Joe Douglas he's been acquiring assets for some time. He decided to go quality over quantity. There were players that they wanted, and I respect that, man. We got the edge rusher that most of us thought was the priority. I'm very happy about that. We got a wide receiver, which a lot of people thought was a priority. Like we talked about, I was okay with pick 35. Matt had expressed he was a little bit more concerned. He wanted one at 10. We got one at 10. I'm happy either way. Then we added potentially the best player in the draft as like a bonus in my brain in the first round. I think that's fantastic. And then adding the best running back and a diehard Jets fan tight end that we all liked pre-draft. Like, let's just be real. We talked about Jeremy Ruckert constantly in the offseason. So, again, maybe I wouldn't have gone with Ruckert at the 3rd round, but I love the pick. I'm really happy and excited about the offseason as a work of art. You know what I mean? As one project. I think it's fantastic, and Zach Wilson's going to thrive, man.
Matt, how are you feeling about our draft so far?
Yeah, so kind of to echo what Green Bean is saying here a little bit. So for me, especially on day 2, and with Sauce too, but day 2 really stuck out to me. It's not the direction that I thought they were going to go or that I probably would have gone. But when you look at the haul so far, they have my corner 1, my wide receiver 1, my edge 4 that they were able to get at 26, who we thought was going to be a top half of the draft guy, my running back 1, and my tight end 2. So it would be so stupid for me to get up here and complain about that haul because I think all 5 of these guys could have an impact right away. And I know people are going to say, well, Jeremy Ruckert, they just signed 2 tight ends in free agency. How's he going to get on the field? But injuries happen all the time, number 1. And Mike LaFleur is one of the more creative offensive coordinators in the league. Before we got started today, I was saying that you could line him up as a big slot. I'm sure they're going to rotate these guys around. So maybe none of these tight ends hit like 800 receiving yards, but they're all floating around 400 or something like that. Like, I don't know. There's so many ways to get creative. And as we were saying last night, excuses out the window for Zach Wilson. They have a ton of weapons and a good offensive line now.
Mark Sanchez, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. One of these is not like the other. Zach Wilson's got some weapons around him. We got such a deep running back room, tight end room, wide receiver room. I absolutely love how this draft has gone. starting with Sauce Gardner. I was so happy. That was the the one guy I like just wanted. And I understand, going with the edge rusher early. I'm glad it all worked out because I'll admit I was so panicked when we took Garrett Wilson at number 10. I love the player, but I was like, oh man, we're gonna miss out on all the edges, and we're gonna be sitting here bitching and complaining the next, year and a half, 2 years, 3 years if we don't find ourselves in another position to get a good edge rusher. So to see that trade up, the excitement around it was just so awesome to see. Breece Hall trade up at the top of the second round. You get the number 1 running back on a lot of people's boards. And then Jeremy Ruckert rounding out last night. Jet fan coming in. Just the energy around this team. You could see all the young players getting together. You could see them and the energy that's really happening around the roster. And I think you're going to see some chemistry that we haven't seen in a long time, a really long time. Like I would even go back. I'm not even sure like the 2009 and 2010 teams had this kind of chemistry because there was a good mix of like veterans and like a few young guys, but that was a largely older team outside of Sanchez. So this is interesting. This is going to be really fun to see how this plays out. And if you had told me before the draft started that we'd wind up with this list of players, I would have signed up for it in a heartbeat, and I would have said, you're absolutely Looney Tunes. There's no way that's happening. Get off PFN, get off PFF. There's no way the draft's going to fall like that. So A+ draft so far for Joe Douglas and crew. And I just absolutely love this. So I want to ask you guys real quick before we jump into the Super Chats that are rolling in. Is there one pick that you would say was your favorite pick that we made? Matt, I'll throw this one to you first.
It's hard for me not to say Jeremy Ruckert because of just the emotional attachment. Because I don't know, I feel like I lived that. I grew up on Long Island and like played football in the front yard and was like, this is me winning the Super Bowl for the Jets. Like I just feel like I relate to that so much. But really hard. But I think trading up for Jermaine Johnson, because getting a good player like that, who people said that he was in play at pick number 4, and then you're able to get him at 26. That's the grand slam of the draft for me.
Yeah, Green Bean, what about you? What's your favorite pick?
I think, oddly enough, I think I like the Breece Hall pick the most. Not that he's the best player. Well, I think in years past, Breece Hall, when you look at his stats and his, like everything about him, dude, he's had 56 touchdowns in 3 years in college. Like when you look at this guy, just 10 years ago, this guy was a top half of the first round pick. You know what I mean? So I think I like that the most. It was the unexpected move. We did talk about it. We thought it could happen, but really, I don't think many of us believed that it would happen. And I can speak for myself. I knew it could, but I didn't think it was going to happen that way. I thought we were going to Kobe Dean there, maybe a couple other guys. But I have to say, like, that's the one that underneath everything Matt just said, which I agree with, I think I like that. I think it's like, yeah, dude, like the game of football has changed a little bit, but running backs are still important, man. Look at the Colts, what they were able to do last year with their running game. And I think the Jets want to do that. And Breece Hall is a friggin' stud, man. 6'1", 220. Again, 56 touchdowns, an average of 1,500 on the ground a year, 200, 300 in the air. Like he's no joke, man. And it's going to be fun. We haven't had a back like him in a long time.
Yeah, I was just going to go there, Green Bean. Breece Hall is my favorite pick after like sitting, digesting. I would say, like Matt said, the excitement of the Jermaine Johnson trade up was probably the most exciting draft pick for me. But looking back and seeing running back 1, a position that is still critically important to the NFL, it's just the value has been skewed away from the first round. So to get your top playmaker and the ability to run those big, heavy sets and run the ball, play ball control, don't let the defense get gassed out. Like run the ball, eat clock. Don't let the other team have the ball. Can't score points if you don't have the ball. So I like the way they're going with this. This guy, he had 1,700 yards, all-purpose yards the last 2 years, 23 touchdowns each of the last 2 years. It's incredible. Right. This guy is an absolute bell cow, and he's going to be able to have fresh legs because we have a stable of backs. It's not like he's going to be relied on to be the only guy. So I actually like that even more. Like you won't see necessarily the production that you got out of him in college, but on a per snap basis, you're going to see some great fresh legs throughout the entirety of the season. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how that goes. Zane drops in, says, thanks, guys, for awesome coverage. Green Bean, we getting Winfrey or what today? We got the Flash in the first 3 rounds. Let's get some big nasties. Yeah, I think, is that where you want to go, Green Bean, Winfrey right now?
I have to admit it's not. I would be happy with the pick, but I am hoping for an offensive line. Because I still think there are guys that could start in a year. Like there are guys that need about a year. Building some core strength, things like that. I think there are some real value picks at offensive line. I'd like to see a center guard kind of a guy. But I have to admit, I still want a linebacker or a safety. I'd be happy with offensive line and Perion Winfrey, but I'd be really happy with like a Brandon Smith and a Sterling Weatherford. That would make me happy. I think that's the way we should go, linebacker and safety. But yeah, I'd be happy with Perion Winfrey. I mean, the talent's undeniable. Just at the NFL level, we don't know what he's going to be yet,
Yeah, for sure. V-Man drops in and says, check your phones, check your Twitters. He sent us something. What did V-Man send us? Let's see what it was. The Jet season before. Let's see if it'll focus. Jet season before, Jet season after. No weapons.
There you go.
And then all weapons.
I'll take it.
I really like that.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's very
Fernando
appropriate.
says, had a feeling with Brees last night. Happy to have him. Let's hope for Beavers and maybe Lindstrom or Kennard. Yeah, I would like to see a center. I like the idea of getting, Beavers, a linebacker from Cincinnati, Winfrey. There's a few players we could go with that I'd be pretty happy with. Thomas says, draft of the century. Michael goes, smash that thumbs up. Thanks, Mike. Hit that like button on your way in. We got over 400 people in here and only 124 likes. Doug says, I think the 2 4s are the only picks we make today. I don't know. I could see the Jets, trading back and getting some more late round stabs as well. Because we have the Senior Bowl, I think there's an opportunity to get some late round gems that other teams aren't going to have the inside knowledge on. So I'm not necessarily sure these are going to be our only 2 picks, unless they're going for a quality over quantity kind of approach. Then just take whoever you deem, is worthy of the pick. Disregard Papa says, draft been so hyped. Jets won the draft. I've been watching y'all's live streams every draft day. I've been loving it.
Ooh.
The Jets just need to draft 𝐒𝐿_𝐶N𝐬. Sorry, Disregard
I have some
Papa.
bad news for you.
Yeah, going to be tough. Hey, did you hear that the Chiefs have said they intend to make him a situational edge rusher alongside on the opposite side of Karlaftis? Interesting.
That's like me and Green Bean's wet dream.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is.
That's a great duo, and without having to go crazy too. It's not like they're trading up all over the place. It's just letting it fall to him.
Right.
Edward Ziff says, all this new talent with Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh will absolutely attract undrafted free agents to fill out some additional holes, probably defensive tackle, safety, and linebackers. Yeah, for sure. That being able to have that Senior Bowl, I think was so critical for those guys to be able to have an in with our coaching staff at an immediate comfort level, and just the excitement around the players that we've brought in and people talking about how the Jets won the draft. That will help us get more guys in after the fact. And then forget it. If Zach Wilson winds up having a good season, this is going to be one hell of a ride. It is going to be so friggin' fun.
Well, I think that's where. Oops, sorry, I got so loud. I think that's where the Senior Bowl, like you just said, I think that's where we're going to see a lot of those guys actually make it over. Like you just said, Ryan, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. I mean, there are a lot of guys on the low end of the scale here. The undrafted free agent class is very large. People forget that it's about 10 to 20 players per team. So you're talking thousands of players. If the math is right, I don't know what that really means. 20 times 32. I really don't know. Is that a million? I really don't.
Yeah, it's pretty close if you round up.
Yeah. But like you said, like those guys having the exposure to Ron Middleton, to Robert Saleh on the sideline, LaFleur, all our guys, like they could be like, hell yeah, man. And then look who we drafted from their draft class. We got 3 first rounds and Breece Hall. Like a lot of these big names are here. So I think that could happen. And don't forget, man, somebody said to me last night, I find it odd that the Jets didn't draft anybody from the Senior Bowl. I said, dude, they did. They drafted 2. I mean, Jermaine Johnson lit up the Senior Bowl. He just didn't play in the game. And the same thing with Jeremy Ruckert. He was there as well, and then he had to leave. I think it's something with his father. There was something going on
with his grandfather.
His
grandfather passed away.
Died. Mm-hmm.
What's crazy is, like you're saying, those were guys, Jermaine Johnson on the opposite side, and then Jeremy Ruckert not playing in the game. So if people just looked up the playing roster for the Senior Bowl, they would have missed that.
Yeah. See, and then you're talking to a guy like me who fucking sat there and watched every practice clip of the Senior Bowl. I'm like, I just absorbed all of it. So I'm excited, man. Like the Senior Bowl had an impact already. A first-round pick and a third-round pick are already on this team from the Senior Bowl. I could see some more guys. And then, like we were just talking about, the undrafted free agent group, that's where it's going to have its impact. Some of the higher thought of guys, that teams fight over, and when the draft is over, we're going to have an in with a lot of them, and they're going to come here. We're going to get a lot more of the more well thought of undrafted free agents than we're used to, I think.
Guys, you want to see the Jeremy Ruckert pick? This is what Brandon's talking about right here. I'll share my screen. Let's see. Look at his dad.
Look at his dad.
His dad's loving it.
Oh, great.
This is the type of players I want on our team. Like guys that are just going to absolutely love being here. The energy is incredible. It's such a fun pick.
That's every kid's dream right there.
Yeah,
right.
You
That's
grow
Matt
up
O'Leary.
playing football.
Yeah, literally. Yeah,
you play football in the backyard, and you are Jeremy Ruckert. That's who you hope to be one day. Growing up, I remember being like, I want to be like Wayne Corbett. That was my my childhood. My favorite player to this day. Like kids are gonna have Jeremy Ruckert. If he winds up having a halfway decent career, he will be one of the fan favorites for a long time here. It's absolutely awesome. Kamal jumps in, says, "Oh no, go on, Green Bean."
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, think about that family and he talked about that in a later interview, Jeremy Ruckert, that they didn't know who called him until he grabbed the hat because they have all the hats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he grabbed the hat. That was real. What we just saw. Like, holy shit, it's actually the Jets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
what's crazy about it too is that the calls come in so like he could have been on the phone with a pick later or a pick after that. Like you didn't have to be the Jets pick. That's what's so crazy.
That's right. And like Saleh said at the owners' meetings this year, he reminded us we don't have one player that we overpaid to be here. Every single player on this roster wants to be here, and that even ups that by 10. That Jeremy Ruckert wants to be here. You know what I mean? That's the difference, guys. We have guys that want to be New York Jets, and that is not the case over the past decade.
Kamal says, was not sure about taking Sauce so early, but look what Joe Douglas did. Cornerback, wide receiver, DN, running back, tight end. Don't look now, but Jets have a potent offense on paper. Old school West Coast offense. I love the moves. They still got 2. Let's fucking go. Yeah, this team on paper got a lot better. Not to mention, you're adding Mekhi Becton, Carl Lawson, LaMarcus Joyner, Vinny Curry to a team that, we had them last year, but we didn't actually get to see them play. So just think about how much talent is being added here. John goes, great draft so far. Check the tape. I called Sauce at 4. Looks like we got some day one contributors. I would like linebacker and a center. Yeah, I'd like to see. I feel like the Jets would go center at some point, or maybe they'd like someone in undrafted free agency. But I think we'll bring in some type of competition to sit behind McGovern, just so we know what we have maybe at the end of the year. I don't think we're moving McGovern at this point.
You know, I really a day 3 target that I think would be really nice for the Jets at that position is this guy. I don't know if you've heard of him, 𝐒𝐮_Strange. Was projected to go on day 3. I think that'd be a really good pick for the Jets.
Maybe
You know what?
Tyquan Thornton.
I was gonna go
Yeah.
there too.
You need some
That's so
speed at
speedy
the
wide
wide receiver
receiver.
position? Sure. Totally.
That's
Kevin
great.
C says, guys, you got to play the Sauce meeting Woody video. Oh, did you see that one?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
It's on Woody Johnson. It's a
let me
great one
say
because
this.
they're talking about he meets him and his necklace, the bottle of like sauce that he has around his neck, it opens. It's not just a necklace.
Oh, what's in
Send
there?
it to you right here.
He could have sauce in it. I'll play it. It's really funny.
Yeah, well, let me
I
just tell you,
sent it.
Woody, I got to give it to Woody Johnson. Like, you know, he's trying to be like engaging and cool. He took us through the war room. He did some things. Boy, oh boy, is that guy awkward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He really is, man. He's an awkward dude. Like, just the way he walks and everything. It's just,
His videos are mesmerizing. I can't get enough of them just because like his presence is just funny. Like he's not even trying, but it's just hysterical. His presence.
Yeah,
I give him a lot of credit for doing it because it's definitely, you could tell it's out of his comfort zone, but it's fun. Some of the little insights, it makes him feel a little more human, not just like the stone sort of owner that hides up in the box. And you know, I don't know. I like it. It's fun. All right, I got it right here. Let's pull it up. Where is it? There we go.
I wonder what is in this. I love it when you wore it last night. I thought it was really cool.
Right here, you have the all-purpose sauce bottle.
All-purpose sauce bottle.
This rare footage because people don't know the top comes.
No, I know. Oh.
You never know what sauce is in here. It could be barbecue sauce one day, a little bit of sweet heat sauce the next day, hot sauce the next day, a little teriyaki sauce the day after that. So you never really know.
You just really don't know.
You never know.
Do you know?
Yeah, of course I would know because I'm gonna be filling it up.
Of course, I would know.
Of course I know.
Any way you want. You can never have too much sauce. So like, you been a little messy, then you got sauce dripping on the outside. That's okay. You know, it is what it is. It's okay. Appreciate you.
That was so uncomfortable.
Oh my God, you would know.
It's great.
Like, of course I would know.
Of course I would know. I put it in there. That's fantastic. That's really
That's
funny.
brilliant. That's brilliant, man.
John says, still good free agency and money overall can fill safety with Tyrann Mathieu. That would be interesting. Could you imagine if we did that after the draft? Jet fans going wild.
You could.
Teddy says, who we taking with these picks? I don't know. There's like so much that could possibly happen at this point. And look, I'll be honest. I had no idea if the Jets were going running back or tight end in those specific spots last night. So I clearly have no pulse on the Jets anymore at this point. Let's see. I saw another one. Joe Douglas adding a pair of playmakers on day 2. Let's take a look, see what's going on over here.
I mean, really, this was an opportunity, really, with both these guys tonight, but especially at the top of the draft tonight, able to get what we thought was a top 20 playmaker in the draft, and exciting weapon, and someone that could really fit in our backfield and our scheme with what we have going. So, and then to have that long wait and have Jeremy still on the board and be able to get him in the room with the guys we added and the ability that he brings, it was an exciting opportunity. I mean, really, this.
Joe Douglas, I could kiss you.
I want to kiss his beautiful bald head.
Just the way
Yeah, I
Green
want to
Bean.
do that. I want to do that thing. I want to suck on his head.
Can we clip
Someone
that?
clip that. I was gonna say someone's got to clip that. You got my feet yesterday. We got Green Bean today. Oh, jeez.
So good. So who in the chat is slap happy? Huh? Anybody slap happy at this point? I know I am. I'm beaten up.
It's been a long 3 days. It's
It
such a
has.
marathon.
Yeah.
It really is, because it's not just the 3 days too. It's like everything leading up. It's the mocks, it's the discussion, it's the arguments, it's the deconstruction, it's the intel, the evaluation, and it's like here we are, day 3, and staying up till 3:30 in the morning trying to get content out, and I'm beat up, dude. I don't know what I'm gonna do after this. Might just.
I've gotten a total of like 7 hours of sleep over 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Me too.
Probably. I already pissed off people today. So I thought I wrote a positive tweet, but I have people going bananas. So I wrote, not how I thought the first 2 days would have gone, but this is where these players at their position ranked for me. Sauce, cornerback 1, Wilson, wide receiver 1, Jermaine, edge 4, Breece Hall, running back 1, and Jeremy Ruckert, tight end 2. And you would think, instead of being like, oh, yeah, wow, Matt's high on these players, it's, how could you possibly have him at edge 4? How is George Karlaftis like... No, I had both those guys as top 15 picks. Like, I promise, it's a compliment. Like, can we just? Yeah. I'm too tired for this, guys. I don't want to fight. Like, I'm happy.
I know,
just delirious. Just people getting mad just to get mad at this point.
Yeah. Oh, what can you do?
Chris says Jeremy Ruckert has clean routes and good hands. I played against him in high school, so I am very high on him. Very cool. Some inside information.
Love it.
Love that. The Jet Show says, Ryan, can we eject JD haters from the cockpit? We can. We can give him one of these little...
That's it! You're out of here!
I'm so glad I was like, oh, man, I do have the chicken availability. This is perfect. Ryan drops in, says, this will be looked at as the turning point of a potential Jets dynasty. Pumped for the season. Go Jets. Yeah, if this is the stepping off point, if the Jets wind up winning 7 or 8 games this year, and then they start signing a bunch of free agents next year, and that's like kind of where things go, this will be the pivotal moment. It'll be this draft, because and just this free agency in general too. You get the 2 tight ends, you get the guard, like all the pieces are finally starting to come together, and it feels like they almost have the team they want to have. Like, you're going to be able to gauge exactly what you have in Zach Wilson this year. You're going to be able to see just how good your skilled players are. This is going to be awesome.
I agree.
Dude, so I'm getting, you guys know I'm shopping for houses, so you got to get pre-approved. You know this, Ryan. You just did it. So I get pre-approved, and the guy who's working my mortgage says to me, he knows I'm a Jets fan, and like, we're working on numbers, and he just slides in. He goes, oh, hey, I have another question. I said, yeah. He goes, how big of a mistake was that Zach Wilson pick at 2, huh? I said,
it wasn't.
Hey, man. I said, dude, first of all, you don't have...
How do you shut the fuck up?
You don't have clearance for that comment first. And I went into this whole fucking 10-minute. He was like, I said, I'm going to make you regret that question, man. I brought out the stats and the this and the progress and the drops. He's like, all right. I'm like, yeah, dude, you wait and see.
Dude, I can't wait for Zach Wilson to have... He's going to have a game this year early on that's just going to take the whole NFL by storm, and it's going to be awesome to watch because we see the talent popping off tape. It's just we didn't have all the pieces in place to be able to watch it flourish and grow.
Yep.
What else we got? Zane says, feels like we got our swag again, young talent. It really does. There's a swagger to this team that we haven't had since probably Jamal, I would say. Jamal brought a swagger to him. There was a little bit of like excitement when we had the CJ Mosley, the Le'Veon Bell signing. Like, that was probably the last time there was like okay, we're loading up on some talent. Let's go. But this is young talent. This is homegrown talent. Totally different. Thomas Cahill says, thank God no more mocks. Yeah, dude, by this point in the season, I feel like we were starting to look at mocks like halfway through the regular season, and then it's just an onslaught of like, I said this, you said that, blah, 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 blah. This analyst said that. Done looking at it. Albert says, drafting local guy like Ruckert reminds me of another local guy like Kyle Wilson. He wasn't as bad as everyone remembers.
Yes, he
was. Pretty bad. He was pretty bad.
He was bad, bro. Sorry, Camille.
Not a good first-round pick.
All right, who was that?
That was Albert.
Albert, yeah. Sorry, Albert. Kyle Wilson was atrocious.
And he was a Giants fan, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
The jerk.
Get out of here.
Mumtaz says tons of talent still left on the board, including O tackle and linebacker. Yeah, is there a position, Matt, you would like to see the Jets go? Maybe with one of these picks.
Yeah, definitely linebacker. I like, you guys know it too. I like Brandon Smith a ton. I think that'd be really nice value. His speed is just something that's really impressive to me. I could see them go with a Perion Winfrey. They saw him up close at the Senior Bowl, and that just very much so feels like a Douglas and Salah pick. But my hope is for Brandon Smith, I would say.
Yeah, I think getting a linebacker. Right, we've been calling for it like all draft, and it's been fascinating to see how much confidence they have in the guys that are in the room. So I feel like I almost have to say that's not where I see them going, and like maybe I'd like to see a center, Alec Lindstrom, Donovan West, someone like that, someone that can sit behind McGovern for a year, learn, and then take over the reins next year. I think that's where I'm at this point. Green Bean, is there a position group you'd like to see addressed here in the next 2 picks?
Yeah, I'm really like if I had my perfect scenario, I think it would be Brandon Smith and Alec Lindstrom, or maybe Donovan West. I happen to like him a whole bunch too. I really do think we got to get some offensive line pipeline guys going. You know, McGovern's heir apparent. Kind of a thing. And I really do want to bring some young blood in here as a linebacker. Now, 4th round, you know, how much expectations do we have for him to have an immediate impact? I don't know, but I do believe Brandon Smith is a higher rated linebacker. Like, he could have been a 2nd round pick and people would have been like, okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's Penn State. You know, they have a good linebacker program, as we know. And Brandon Smith is a damn good ball player. So I think that would be my top, like interior offensive line, linebacker. But I would be equally happy, I think, with safety, somebody that can cover, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to see a swing tackle maybe brought in. It's a few different groups that I'd be happy with here. Anthony says, "Sup boys, unreal offseason from start to finish, the amount of talent, but also what I love most, the hard-working characters, just wow, go Jets." Green Bean said this earlier. We brought in free agents not because they wanted to be the highest paid, but because they wanted to be here. That is the biggest piece to this whole puzzle. And it's awesome to see, and you cap that off last night with clearly a huge Jets fan from Long Island and Jeremy Ruckert, and it feels good. It feels like there's an energy about this team with the young quarterback, the young playmakers, the young offensive line. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And then talk about all the captains, too. Joe Douglas says, we have a team full of college player captains for their teams. I wish I had like an actual hard count of how many we've drafted and brought in over the course of Douglas's tenure here, but it's got to be like over half the roster, or at least it feels that way.
I just saw a tweet that is staggering. It has to do with Evan Neal, but I think it's worthwhile to share because this is just preposterous.
Do you want to send it, or is it it's just a tweet?
It's just words. I could just say what it is. So Dan Duggan, who covers the Giants for, I believe, The Athletic, he said that in 8th grade, Evan Neal weighed 378 pounds.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
In 8th grade.
So 378. That's 300, almost a full 300 pounds more than me in 8th grade.
Dude, that's bigger than back then. That's
right.
bigger than back then.
He's at his target weight right now, which is 340 to 342.
Did you see the video of him jumping onto the box doing the split?
He's an impressive athlete, man.
Yeah, Giants got a good one. The Giants had a really good first round. Kevin C. says, "Catch the guy who announced our tight end call us Jersey Jets." Yeah, dude. Yeah. And he butchered it too. That was like one of the worst reads ever. I feel bad for Jeremy Ruckert having to go back and look at his tape and being like, "Oh, this is the asshat that announced my pick." Like my favorite team growing up calls me the Jersey Jets and stumbling all over the words. We got to redo that for him. We'll make our own little podium.
Who was that guy?
I have no idea.
Was he?
I don't know who it was.
And you got to think the guy probably, you know what I mean? Like that's probably like a big moment, and it's just, it sucks for us, but it's got to suck for him. Like he botched it. You know what I mean?
I think they
Botched
should.
it, but
They should have Green Bean do it next year.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, that's
Fly
what
him
we'll push
out.
for. We'll get like we could do now. We'll do a podium. We'll get you a green screen, and we'll have the podium, and you'll be like, and with this pick, Jeremy Ruckert. Bam.
He might go rogue though. They might be afraid that he'd go rogue and make his own pick. Instead of
I
giving
know.
him
They'd be like, dude, we got to get
reading
this
that.
guy
Click.
off. Yeah, I know.
Kyle
I
Hamilton. Damn it.
Right. You're right. Imagine I went rogue
Son
like
of a
that.
bitch.
Oh my god. Yeah. He cares too much. Can't trust him. They could trust me. You guys could trust me. I would stick to it. I promise.
I can read a script. In broken English for me. And frequent pauses. Muslim drops in and says, I think Zach has the best supporting cast of any quarterback from last year's draft. Can't wait for the season. Really want to swing tackle for depth today. Yeah, let's talk about that. So of the quarterbacks that came out last year, you got to think Mac Jones has a really good supporting cast, or at least a good foundation in place. There's no one around poor Justin Fields. I think Trey Lance has a good team around him, but obviously if they wind up losing Debo in some capacity, maybe it gets towards closer to the season and now teams are willing to give up a first-round pick next year. I think that's possible. Trevor Lawrence, they paid $20 million a year for DJ Shark. Come on.
Yeah,
What are
Christian
you doing?
Kirk.
Christian
Yeah,
Kirk?
right?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
who it
you
was.
said
That's
DJ
right.
Shark.
Shark went to the Lions.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh man, I can't believe the rest of the NFL has to be furious with the Jaguars right now.
Yeah. Bunch of bozos.
Yeah. Yep. And they continued it with their number 1 overall pick. How the hell do you pass on Aiden Hutchinson for? I mean, look, who knows, right? Who knows? But I don't know, man. I think that's silliness.
You have small arms. You can't possibly do it.
Yeah.
Josh Scott says, I think we secured second in the division this weekend.
Oh.
Josh, we just got to back it up on paper. Or not on paper, on the field.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to win the offseason again. I hate winning the offseason and then sitting on my thumb through October, November, and December.
Yeah, doing mock drafts.
Yeah, it's brutal. I just want to be competitive. Mitt Flair says, in fantasy, you got to double up on Jets running backs. Grab Brees in the 3rd, Michael Carter in the 4th. Or grab Brees in the 3rd or 4th, Michael Carter in the 7th, calling it now. I'm not touching either of the Jets running backs in fantasy football because we're going to be a by committee approach. You got to go with the guys that are bell cows. Matt, any thoughts on where you would possibly think about taking? Oh, how about this? Who's the highest Jets player you would take?
I'm between Elijah Moore or Garrett Wilson. One of those two, I think, would be my pick. I understand where they're coming from with Brees Hall or Michael Carter, but like you just said, I think they're going to split too much. Almost like I never take the 49ers running backs because they're always too much by committee.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly it. For me, it's probably Elijah Moore right now.
It's close though.
Yeah, it's not so different. I like that Elijah Moore knows the offense coming in. I think there's a slight advantage there. And I could see either one of them getting, a ton of reps. Like if they finished the season very close in yards and touchdowns and catches, it would not shock me in the slightest. I don't know if Garrett Wilson is necessarily like the only wide receiver 1 option. And it wouldn't shock me if it was one of the tight ends too. Like I think one of like Uzoma or Conklin could be a high scoring value target at tight end compared to some other tight ends that you might go higher with in the draft. So we'll see. I do love me some Michael Carter though. The NY Bully says, Brandon Smith, Darian Beavers at 111 and trade back at 117 to recoup picks to cover safety, tackle, interior offensive line. Good job covering the draft, fellas. That would be cool. I would like to see a trade down. I wouldn't mind seeing that because you get that scatter shot of depth pieces for those positions that Bully just said here. Gator needs his gat says, I want linebacker badly, but I think we should all prep for not taking one. Invest multiple picks in the position last year. I would expect depth in the trenches today and best player available based on what Joe Douglas has shown. Yeah, that's probably pretty safe to say. Like, we let a lot of good linebackers just kind of go through in yesterday's draft. And it feels like everything we saw kind of in the offseason and the way have we been linked to any linebackers really like throughout the draft process? Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, I'm not so sure we saw many things or mentions about it.
None.
Yeah. So
Not that
maybe
I
maybe
remember.
they do really love, the guys they got last year, Sherwood and Nasseraldi. It's not out of the question.
Not out of
I'm nervous about that.
So am I. I would say that has the ability to be a really bad group potentially. I think it could be. I think it could be solid. Like, I don't think it's going to be like really good. Like, I don't think I'm serious. Like, it's one of those weird
you're not
situations
wrong.
where like that could be the problem unit. If you're looking at, like, I feel like secondary got better, the trenches got better. The receivers got better. The tight ends got better. The running backs got better. If there's any position group that we did not help out, it's the linebackers.
True.
Yeah.
But I will say this, like, if I had to pick like a position to suck at, linebacker and safety is probably pretty high on the list comparatively to like some other positions. So you know what? I'm going to positive spin zone it that way. It's not great. Don't get me wrong, but at least it's not like wide receiver or tight end or offensive line or something like that.
Yeah, it's almost like and also when you increase the the safety help, the cornerback help, the front end help with the trenches, that does impact the linebacker core as well. So what looked like a real weakness last year might end up not being as weak this year. But I'll be lying if I said I wasn't feeling a little bit concerned based on the injuries and the amount of yards given up last year. Albert Sue drops in, says, based on draft history and the past, only 2 of 5 of these guys will be good and probably resign after rookie contract. Can you guys each pick 2 or 3? So this is interesting because it's the mindset of half your draft picks are gonna hit, like in the early parts, the first and second round, third round, but that's taking into account all the bad GMs as well. So, like, I think Joe Douglas is an above average GM. I do think there's a really good shot that all 4 to 5 of these top players could really hit. But if I had to pick 2 that I really hope hit, I really hope Sauce and I really hope Jermaine Johnson. Because if Sauce doesn't hit and KT does, that's going to be an awful pick at number 4. And Jermaine Johnson hitting would just help this defense out in such an enormous way. Matt, if you had to pick 2 players to do well of the 5 that we took just now, what 2 would you hope it is?
So I'm going to go slightly different direction. I'm going to say Garrett Wilson 1 because I think that has the most potential to help out the quarterback here. And I guess I'll go Sauce with my second one. Obviously, Jermaine Johnson would be a smash, but even if he's just like an okay edge, that's still a significant improvement. But you're right. Like, your 4th overall pick has to be a damn good player. So I'm going to go with the wide receiver and Sauce Gardner.
Greenbean, what about you? If you had to pick 2 players of the 5 that we've taken that need to do well or hope that they do well, what are the 2 players?
The 2, I would say Sauce and Jermaine Johnson, because Garrett Wilson, I mean, we obviously hope he's good too, but there are other wide receivers that can pick that up. Like, we don't have an edge rush. You know what I mean? And we, like Matt just said, we used the number 4 overall pick. We passed on Kayvon Thibodeau and lots of other guys for Sauce Gardner. He's got to come out of the gate and be an absolute stud. And Jermaine Johnson, we absolutely need him to be the guy because, again, we passed on Thibodeau. Those are kind of interconnected, the guy that we passed on everybody for and the guy that we thought it was okay to pass on the Thibodeaus and the Karlofskis for Jermaine Johnson. So I think it would be those two.
Mumtaz comes in and says, can't predict the future, but you have to say there is a high probability that all 5 picks so far are starters eventually, so can't be mad at all about that. So yeah, Sauce is absolutely going to start. Garrett Wilson's going to start. Jermaine Johnson's going to start. Breece Hall's going to start. And then you talk about Ruckert. He doesn't have to start right away because we got the 2 tight ends that we brought in, but he can fill in heavy formations. You know, we obviously we've had injury issues in the past, so when guys go down, he can step right in, and he provides a big target for Zach Wilson. 6'5", 250 some odd pounds. All 5 guys could be starters on this team, the same way our first 4 picks last year were all starters. Green Bean, any thoughts on these 5 guys lining up day 1 or early in the season?
Yeah, I think all 5. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the first round guys, they're going to try to get them all in right away, right? And then Breece Hall, dude, they were trying to trade up. They wanted to make him a first round pick as well. And Ruckert, no, not so much. I think he'll play. I think that we got 3 guys technically ahead of him, at least 2, right? At least the 2 free agents that are ahead of him. So I wouldn't say it's necessary or probable. I think Ruckert will have a little bit slower role than the other 4.
Matt, what about you? What do you think about these 5 players starting?
I think you definitely see the first 4 start. I'm not sold that Jeremy Ruckert is going to start, but I think he's going to be utilized. I think they'll use all 3 tight ends and mix it up.
Daniel says, when Sauce graduated high school, he was 5'8", 130 pounds. That's what I was when I graduated high school. I only gained an inch, and I gained 50 pounds. Sauce grew friggin' 6 inches or whatever. Was that 4? No, 7 inches. Wow. 6'3". What is he, 200 pounds? It's a nice growth spurt. Taps any button. DeMarvin Leal or Winfrey. Maybe Azirza. Ariaza at punter.
Leal is gone.
Leal's gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like Winfrey. I wouldn't mind that. I would be upset if we took a punter. I like Braden Mann.
Yeah, dude. It's like, I don't know. Jets fans, again, like the guy got his leg ripped off in the game. I mean, he was out for, 6 or 7 games and then wore a brace. Like, give him a minute. He was just as highly thought of coming out as Matt Araiza, and the average between them, Braden Mann is 3 yards less than Matt Araiza. So everybody talking about he can change the field position and everything. Dude, Braden Mann was 3 yards less. 3.
Yep.
So, you know what I mean? We have that guy. We don't need to waste a pick. And like Matt said on his show this week, we also used a pick on Lachlan Edwards. Like, can we stop using picks on punters? Like, we have a third-year punter. Let's stop throwing our guys away before we let them become good. Like, we always talk about the Jets don't keep their own. Well, let me tell you, man, Jets fans don't seem to want to. We want to get rid of Becton. We want to get rid of Bryce Hall. We want to get rid of Denzel Mims. We want to get rid of Braden Mann. Like, it doesn't, it doesn't compute.
Right.
Yeah, let him grow.
Let him
Iowa
grow.
Jets fan says Green Bean would read the pick and then say, not what I would have done, but shrugs. I like him. I can see it.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good, Iowa. Iowa put a comment in my Discord that last night, the Joe Douglas presser, Rich Cimini's comment. Let me read you this comment. Not comment, question. So Rich Cimini gets, we're all excited about the 3 first-round picks and everything and the second round. And Rich Cimini says, what are you concerned about the extension difficulties for all these high picks if 4 to 5 years from now, if they all work out?
Yeah, I hope we have that problem. That's a fantastic problem to have.
But do you see it? Do you see it?
They're trying to negative spin it.
Yeah, dude, he's incapable of looking at the positives with the New York. He is so jaded and such a grumpkin. And believe me when I tell you, he takes things personally. He doesn't like guys, and he consistently goes out there and attacks them. Zach Wilson, he did it too all year. He did it in the closing press conference of the year. After the season, he's done it with 𝐒𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐧. That's why we saw that 𝐒𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐽 comment toward him. And now we're seeing it now with these draft picks. We can't even get a second with him. Like, hey, good first round, Joe. Thanks, Rich. No. Are you concerned about you're going to have problems in the future? Why would you do this? Like, it's negative. The guy's a piece of shit, everybody. I want you to know that. Don't listen to him. And then complain to us about how negative things are. You want to cut 𝐒𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐽 because of fucking Rich Cimini. You know?
Now I feel bad. I use a Rich Cimini tweet as a topic for a video, and then I get people like, "Oh, why are you saying that?" It's like, because I want to talk about it. It's like, right, I disagree with them.
Yeah, you can react about it. Yeah, that's
right,
different.
Totally. But think about it. I mean, that was such a clear window in, guys. We're all excited, and every other media outlet out there is saying the Jets won the first round. Rich Cimini, our beat writer for 30 years, the guy that thousands of Jets fans look to for their news, his question was about the negative in 5 years.
There's a media push that can steer a narrative. We can be the light to lead our fans through that. You don't have to get negative content all the time. You could look at the optimistic side. We'll give you the negative too, but we'll tell you the good stuff.
Right.
Did you hear? Someone commented on one of my things saying that Frankie from Flatbush has a really funny nickname for Rich Cimini. Do you know what it is?
What is it?
Green Bean, do you know what Frankie from Flatbush's nickname for Rich Cimini is?
Yeah, Dick Chimney.
Because he's always blowing smoke.
No. No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's fantastic. It's a great nickname. It's horrible for Cimini, but it's great for everyone else. Alex Canello says, any predictions for rookie jersey numbers? I have no idea. The first three all have their numbers taken already. So it's going to be interesting to see what charities guys donate to give numbers up. Mumtaz says, Jags destroying everything, signed $50 million inside linebacker, and drafted Lloyd and Muma. What the fuck is that? How many interior linebackers do you need? Here, we are hoping for one. Yeah, the Jags are having a weird draft. They were weird last year, too, when they drafted ETN in the first round. That was just not a good selection. I get you want to help out your quarterback with the guy that he had next to him in the backfield in Clemson, but they're not using their assets the way I would have thought. Let's see if it pays off for him. Ablab says, good morning, boys. Who had a faster 40, Moore or Garrett Wilson? I can't believe how much faster we got in 2 days. I don't know. I would imagine Garrett Wilson's a touch faster, just because I feel like I would have known if Elijah Moore was a 4.3. But I actually don't know what Elijah Moore ran. Garrett Wilson was 4.38.
Yeah, and let me see if I could find Elijah Moore's from last year.
You could actually, there's a website you could look up where you compare RAS scores. You might be able to see Garrett Wilson and Elijah Moore next to each other.
Oh, Jesus. 4.35.
Oh, wow. No way. We have a fast
Moore?
team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick. So even faster than Garrett Wilson. Jeez. We got a good team.
Turn on the Jets, baby.
Love it. Boogie Down Bronx says, on paper, as of right now, I think this is the best offensive team we've had in the last 10 years. Yeah, I would say since 2015, this is the best Jets offense that we can say we've had. Was 15 the last year of Mangold?
He played 2016 a little bit, but he was hurt. He only played like half the season.
2015, I think, was the last. Was that the last
DeBrick.
DeBrickashaw year? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last time we had a decent offensive line. And we have the weapons, the running back, everything.
Genuine question for you guys. I thought Bruce Arians retired. Why is he still in the Buccaneers room?
Maybe. Oh, good question. Maybe he's a consultant. I don't know. it seems like he stepped down as head coach. Maybe he still has. Did he have GM responsibility at all down there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I feel like when you
have
say
I have no
he's
idea.
retired, like you would just assume he's not doing any more.
Yeah,
Buck
no.
stuff.
He's sitting right next to Todd Bowles.
Yeah, he's just trying to make sure his boy Todd Bowles looks good. That's all. I mean, I've never seen a guy get handed something. I mean, like, don't forget, Todd Bowles' only success in his whole career was next to Bruce Arians. So he just wants to make sure that his little brother does well. That's all.
It's
That's
like
what
Woody
I see.
Johnson having his grandkids in the war room, right? It's like same idea. Not everyone's part of the team in the war room, maybe? I don't know. Good question, though.
Yeah, Jordan Bacardi in the chat says Bruce Arians has a front office job. So there you go. Maybe the stress
That
of
checks out.
coaching, maybe. Who knows?
Jersey Joe says Jets did bring in Brandon Smith and 𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞 for top 30 visits. Also, not forget about 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐬𝐜𝐫. That's true. That's true. And if you have a top 30 visit with Brandon Smith and he's still there at pick 111, that would make a ton of sense to go snag him there.
Oh wait, did they sign 𝐒𝐮 Alexander?
I thought they did already. But I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying, like, because of that, maybe we're not thinking linebacker so much.
My brain is not computing anything today. You're gonna have to forgive me.
Red John says, just imagine if Mims got his act together. Yeah, he would. He's like the cherry on top potentially. Like, if any, like, I would love the ice cream sundae even without the cherry on top. I got the sprinkles, got the hot fudge, got the little graham cracker broken up inside of it. But if Mims plays well,
hey, the draft has started, guys.
Yeah, the Bucks just made their pick.
What the fuck? How come nobody told me?
I'm sorry.
What's going on?
It was Kate
Matt
Otten.
said it.
Yeah, Kate Otten, dude, is gone. All right, let's go, man. What's going on over here?
We got the
Nobody
better
told
tight end.
me. Can somebody turn the TV on for me in here, please?
So you know what
Elvis.
this says is Tampa Bay was gonna take Jeremy Ruckert in that spot if we didn't take him. That's why he went at the tail end of the third with us. Johnny Fallon says tons of linebackers available still in free agency. NY Bully says, do you think Debo still gets traded? If so, where? If he gets traded, it's not going to be until training camp or just before the season at this point. I don't think it happens now. Or he's just going to have to swallow his pride and play out the last year of his contract and hit free agency next year or hit the franchise tag.
Oh, boy.
That's honestly, I think that's the conversation they had down in Miami when we heard rumors of like, oh, their talks didn't go well and then he was going to ask for a trade. I think they told him, like, not the contract thing. I know he said, hey, don't offer me a contract right now. But I think it was more so we just can't pay you right now. Like, we're going to have to pay Bosa. Like, there's other priorities we have. We need you to play out your contract this year. And he saw the writing on the wall and the way they're going to use him, almost like a Le'Veon Bell situation where they're like, hey, it doesn't make sense to pay you right now. We're going to franchise tag you.
Yeah, run you into the ground and then you're not going to get paid.
Exactly. It's a horrible thing to do, but I can see why they would do that. Famous Jay says, Jets killed day 1 and 2. Any doubt about day 3? The only doubt is that they only have the 2 picks right now. So it's hard to like win day 3 when you only have 2 of the 4.
They could move.
That's true. Yeah, we were talking about possibly trading back with one of these early picks, pick up some more capital.
Sure.
Christian Cowan says Ruckert could be as big a piece on special teams with his with his size and athleticism, and as a Jets fan, if he works out, he could be a team-friendly contract. Look, I hope so. You hope all these guys want to try and sign with the Jets for a fair contract or something that sort of helps out the entirety of the team. You see guys like Braxton Berrios, first one, taking less money to stay here. And I hope we get to see that as a trend. It's really fun as a fan base to see that. I don't know. Houston just picked? Who'd they take?
Yeah, Dameon Pierce, running back, Florida.
Ooh. Interesting. It's because we jumped in front of him and got Breece Hall. They're upset.
Yeah, they wanted him. I like Pierce, though. He runs mean.
We got special guest hopping in right here.
He's a 𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐳 clone. Same exact
No.
average, too. Same
Oh,
exact
no.
average. He's a little faster, though. But it's
Yeah.
the same exact average per carry, everything.
We've got
Hello,
John from
everybody.
NYJ today. What's good, John?
Hey, what's up, John?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Oh, we're hanging in there, hanging in there. It's been a fun draft. How you feeling about our
Yes.
picks so far?
I've been very, very happy. I will say the running back pick really surprised me. I think it surprised a lot of people, but
Mhm.
I thought about it and I think I like it because it gives us the opportunity to really get a sense of what we actually have in Zach Wilson. I think that's the reason why they did it, right? To be able to really get a good grasp on who he is as a quarterback. So I like it for that reason.
Yeah, it feels very much like there's an intention of we are going to do anything we can to help Zach Wilson. And it's very much we got our top wide receiver 1, we got running back 1, we got what some people considered tight end 1 or 2. It's fascinating. I absolutely love it. Did you have a favorite pick so far, John?
Ooh, that's a good one. We talked a lot about Sauce Gardner on our channel leading up to the draft. James is a part of my show, and he basically sold me on him, man. He showed me some film on him, and I read more about him. I listened to him talk. Just love the way he presents himself. I think he's going to be a hell of a fit for the Jets.
Yeah, you look.
Oh,
at that
Winfrey just. Oh, Winfrey just. Went.
no.
Yeah, Winfrey just went
There he goes.
to the Browns.
Damn.
There he
Yeah,
goes,
so
everybody.
maybe this is a situation now that maybe that was a guy the Jets were going to snag, and they feel like they want to trade down, depending on how many players they had at the top of their board right here.
I still think there's a bunch available. So Brandon Smith is a guy that I would love to have, a linebacker.
Yeah,
we
Matt's
do
been
need
echoing that
offensive
as
line
well.
help as well. So
Yeah, we were
that
just saying
sucks a
Brandon
little
Smith was in for a top 30 visit, so seeing him go here would make a ton of sense.
yeah. When you guys think about offensive tackle, Deesh, if that's how you say his name, and then Rashid Walker.
I would prefer Deech over Rashid. I
Me
do
too.
like Rashid Walker. He's super raw. But yeah, I think I was talking about that before. I think I'd like to see an offensive lineman here. I might prefer interior, but yeah, if they took Kellen Deech, I'd be happy. I think I'm leaning toward. I'd like to see Lindstrom or Donovan West
Mhm.
here,
I'd like to
but
see a
I
center.
still want to see linebacker, man. But it might not happen. It might not happen. Brandon Smith, Darian Beavers, there are a few guys. Sanborn, a few guys I'd like to see. And I'm okay with them reaching. If we don't end up trading back, these are our final picks. So if you like a guy, he's not necessarily rated as a 4th. He's rated as a 5th, but he could be the biggest asset. Just go get him. Get your guy.
Marcus says, Bean, do you like Connor Hughes?
No.
Like
You're barking up
Jet
the wrong
fan,
tree.
Says, thanks for all that you guys do. JD coming in, Big D swinging. We turned Adams into AVT and Garrett Wilson and Sam into the best running back in the draft. Yeah, when you think about all the picks that we made. And was Michael Carter one of the picks, or was it a different pick last year with the 4th rounder that we got for Sam as well? I feel like
I don't
I'm not
remember.
because we got a 2, a 4, and a 6. I think is what that trade was. Marcus
Which
says,
trade?
Matt, who's our next pick? Well, I was just saying with Sam Darnold, we traded him for a 2, a 4, and a 6. So what were those players? Now that we know what they are, it was Brees
I know.
Hall.
We got a 2 last year. 226 was what we got. Hold on, I wrote all this shit down.
Oh yeah, wasn't it?
not
Oh my
easy to
God.
follow.
No.
Well, hold on.
Okay, sorry. Green Bean. Go.
Well, listen, here it is, Matt. It's complex. So the Jets packaged that pick with 162 to the Chiefs. We got pick 175 and 207. So with 175, we took Pinnock. With 207, we took Jonathan Marshall. So you could look at 226 as Jonathan Marshall. And then this year we got Brees Hall, and we still have pick 111. Or 117, I'm sorry. No, 111 is Darnold. 117 is the Herndon trade. So
Amazing.
That's the thing that happened. That actually happened.
I still can't believe
right.
we traded Chris Herndon and Dan Brown this past year, and we got Dan Brown back after bringing in our starting guard. It's fascinating. Joe Douglas is a magician.
He is.
Nicholas,
Dude,
the King, says
Cashman.
he's VP of football. Is Arian's title?
Okay.
VP of football. There you go. So he's got a spot at the table. That's the
Gator
VP.
Gator needs his gat says now that we've confirmed LaFleur has juice, the supporting cast is strong and morale is great. Top 3 ways Zach Wilson takes the next step. So yeah, I mean he's just got to play the way he did down the stretch that we got to see from him, because that was the big thing, right? You got to see less turnovers, you got to see more confidence in his throws, but then he lost his playmakers. He lost all the guys that were around him that could have provided him some type of comfort and safety blanket, except for Braxton Berrios. So 3 ways that Zach Wilson could take the next step. Let's go around the panel. Let's see what you guys say. So John, we'll start it off with you. Give us one step that Zach Wilson could do to improve this year.
We need to run the football a lot. We need to rely on the running game, and I think that sounds like a cop-out answer, but really they need to get the running game going. It was okay at times last year. Michael Carter had some good games, some good moments. With drafting a running back in the early second round, you've clearly placed an emphasis on the running game. And so if we're going to get the running game, if we're going to see Zach Wilson take a step forward next year, it's going to be all predicated off the running game. The 49ers, second fewest pass attempts in the NFL last year. And I think we're trying not necessarily to be that run heavy. Kobe Bryant just went. Interesting. I think that's where it's going to be. If he's going to take a step forward, our running game has to be, I would say close to top 12, right? Like if we invest so much in the running game, the blocking, it needs to be much, much better and much more consistent.
Guys, the New York Jets are on the clock. Sorry.
Yep.
I had to say it.
Oh, we traded up?
No.
Oh, we've just gone through. I'm just that far.
The Ravens pick is in, so officially the Jets are on the clock.
All right. I'm turning the
New
TV
York
off.
Jets are on the clock.
Okay, so John,
Smith.
I'm going to share the screen. So when we go to the Jets pick, so don't look at your TV for this one.
Yeah.
We're going to go. This is how it's going to look. It's going to be, hold on, where'd he go? Bam.
All good.
It's going to look like this. So it's going to be something like that once the pick comes up. So we'll be able to watch it in real time.
Right.
So ignore the chat.
Will do.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want, but don't, if you want to hang with us, try to take your head and don't look. If you do look, don't tell us.
I think I got the message. I'm good. I'm not spoiling nothing.
Like Green Bean with Garrett Wilson on night 1, that rat.
Hey, no, I didn't spoil it. Did I spoil that one?
My favorite
your reaction. Yeah, you sighed. I knew it was something weird.
My favorite reaction so far was Matt's reaction. I like the trade up for Jermaine Johnson. That one was really good with the little head shake. But I really enjoyed the. I thought Matt was going to spit out whatever he was drinking when the Patriots selected Thornton yesterday. That was a lot of fun to see that.
I got to go back and clip that. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't get their draft plan at all.
Yeah,
feels like that every year too, right?
Yeah. Gator Needs Gat says, anyone agree with Wan'Dale Robinson pick by the Giants? Felt redundant with Tony. Feels like a pick mistake our old GMs would make. I don't think they want to keep Tony on the team. I think they're going to move him. It feels like you don't actively shop him, before the draft and not eventually move on from him. I'd be a little surprised. John, you think? What do you think about Wan'Dale going to the Giants?
You said it well. I think they are actively shopping Kadarius, and it would be repetitive. It would be redundant if they did decide to keep both. But it just depends on what they want to do offensively. Are they trying to incorporate 2 guys like that into the offense? That could cause some problems for defenses. So I don't know. Interesting question, though. I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday regarding the Giants and what they're doing. We were surprised by the Wan'Dale pick. Oh, I'm not supposed to say. There's the Ravens.
No, we can say the Ravens one. You can say
the Ravens.
Daniel Falele.
Yeah, there he
Spunt
goes.
has just said Falele still available. Becton 2.0. Whoop, there he goes.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like
Here we
he's
go.
not as fast as you'd need for the tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, think
Well,
about it. He's almost 400 pounds, and there are offensive line coaches out there that project him as a guard. Like,
wow.
That's interesting.
it is.
Did they come out and announce this pick, or is this the part of the draft where they start like ripping through like?
They announced a couple of the earlier ones.
Yeah, they just had a season ticket holder from the Ravens come out on the stage, so they
Okay.
showed it. You know,
So
You'll
hopefully
know.
they
Yeah,
show
just
it.
keep an eye out.
Yeah, that's how I'm trying. Like I'm gonna miss the pick because it's just
No,
gonna be
we
like a little
can't.
ticker one. It's like, damn it. That would be how that works. Baltimore having a sneaky good. I shouldn't even say sneaky good draft. They're having a really good draft.
yeah, they are.
Hamilton,
are.
Linderbaum, Ojabo, Falele. These are all guys that like we've been talking about.
Hey,
It's a
Ryan,
beat-
what's
it-
the? Go on, John, please.
No, I was just gonna say it's a BPA draft. They are doing over and over again.
Oh yeah. Green Bean,
Well,
you
and
were
they
saying something?
can. Like, that's the thing. Like, they can. Their foundation is so strong that they can do that and get away with it. And then you look at it and it's so good, dude. Kyle Hamilton, Linderbaum. It's just
Jets
great
pick is
players.
in right now.
yeah, Mangold's
Oh, boy.
doing it.
All right. So
All right. Chat's disabled. No looking.
no looking at the chat. I'm waiting to see.
Oh,
I
them
want
come
Smith.
out on the
I'm making that
stage.
clear.
Yeah,
Brandon
me too.
Smith.
I'm with
Brandon
John
Smith.
here.
Secondary is Alec Lindstrom.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Hello, coming here to you guys from London on the 72nd floor of the Shard, the view from the Shard, and I have with me the 111th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. My beloved New York Jets select Max Mitchell, tackle.
Oh, okay.
Let's get him big hoss.
Okay.
I
There
do
we go.
like it.
Interesting pick here, Max Mitchell.
You get the
I like it.
offensive lineman announcing the pick of the offensive lineman. This is nice. We get our developmental tackle. Gives us a little bit of insurance. I think they know that there might be a situation where you need a backup, or you don't know if Fant's going to sign his contract extension. So having that guy on the back burners is nice.
Yeah, we've talked about this often, and you know how many times, Ryan, over the past couple weeks, months, it's time to start getting guys in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round for the offensive line that you can groom for a year or two and have them step in when the guy's either leaving free agency or you cut him or what have you. This is a perfect pick. This is the beginning of that. Like we were talking about, I said I might prefer interior offensive line, but John mentioned it earlier with a couple tackles. This is the sweet spot for offensive linemen that in 2 to 3 years are the next big names in in the NFL at the position. I love it. I think this is a fantastic pick.
Matt, what are your thoughts on taking the tackle here?
I am more than okay with it. I don't want to be one snap away from having to watch either Chuma Adoga or oh my God, who's the other one? McDermott. Like that's scary to me. So I'm more than okay with this pick.
Yeah, I think it's the right move. John, what about you? How you feeling about tackle here?
I like it. I like it a lot. And, 117 is not that far away. So we said Brandon Smith was our guy. I have no problem with offensive tackle. I think it was a big need. It may have been a bigger need depth-wise than linebacker because one injury it's not looking good on the offensive line if that happens. And I'm trying to remember the notes that I had read on Max Mitchell, but I liked what I had read on him, a few weeks back, and I think it's a great fit. I'm surprised they didn't go Deesh, but I guess because he's a little bit older, maybe they were turned off by that. But I love getting depth in the mid rounds. You guys talked about that. Super important that we don't continuously draft offensive linemen in the first round. I think that was important that they didn't do that.
Yeah, you mentioned something also about the depth at the linebacker position. Do we think we're going to see a lot of that 4-2-5 again with our defensive back depth, with Hall, with Sauce, with Reed, with Eccles, with Carter? Like that might make more sense given the I want to call it the lack of depth at the linebacker position, but
sure,
maybe it's not lack of depth. Maybe we have depth because we're only putting 2 out at a time. John, any thoughts to that?
I was going to say we do need players at linebacker. I guess I'm more comfortable waiting on a linebacker rather than opting for the risk of having McDermott show his face. The other one, as we called him, we'll just call him the other one, Mick, the other one. I don't want to see that at any point during the season. So I like the pick a lot, and I think that it's so weird with this linebacking group because I've said all along it's a huge need, and it doesn't seem like they're very urgent to get one, which is fine. They must have some sort of eggs in the basket that they are counting on, and Sherwood and Hamza Nasruddin. So we'll see. I don't know. It's very thin though.
Yeah. Well, and maybe if they're really considering playing, going with more fronts that have 2 linebackers, more packages that have 2 linebackers, we like to assume that it's going to be safeties that fill, but maybe they actually have intentions of playing, 4 cornerbacks, and this makes tons of sense what they're doing. That would, if they're planning on having, Sauce on the field with Hall and Carter and Reed, then it can make a ton of sense what they're doing right now. It's just hard to see through the shroud because we don't know what the hell is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo Jets fan drops in. What's up, guy? He says, if Zach Wilson plays as an average NFL quarterback, this is a playoff roster. Not trying to hear the AFC is stacked excuse. The AFC is staying stacked with those young quarterbacks, and Zach Wilson is on a rookie deal. If not now, then when? Yeah, you have to look at that, right? Like it is still an issue that the AFC is stacked 100%. But when you look at the upside of Zach Wilson, I would much rather have Zach Wilson on this team than Mac Jones, given the way both have played and the upside that both present. Zach Wilson's arm, the escapability, he's a quarterback that I think if he hits will be able to compete with all the top quarterbacks in the AFC. Matt, your thoughts on Zach Wilson and the excuses potentially popping up for him this year?
Yeah, so a couple of quick things that I have to hammer. I will answer that, but a couple of quick things that I have to hammer out. One, I think you guys will like this. Duke Manyweather is a big fan of the Max Mitchell pick. He said the Jets got a good one, which obviously that's who Mekhi Becton's working with. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, he was also a Senior Bowl guy, so that kind of makes sense. The Jets saw him there. Number 3 is I wouldn't bring this up unless I thought maybe there's some legs, but I've had multiple people now in the last few minutes that aren't nobodies send me a message saying that the Jets might not be done even after this pick. So I don't know if that means trading for trading an established player for a later pick. Who that would be, I don't know. I didn't get any specifics here, but just tossing that out there because I've had 3 different people message me that.
Keep an eye on.
What was the original question?
I was going to say,
I'm sorry.
Let's speculate real quick because that's interesting. If there were players that could be moved, you got to think Denzel Mims with the depth it could be a potential. If they take someone, I don't think you move McGovern at any point because, even if you take a center, I don't think that would make sense.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a name out. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I was going to say Pirine maybe.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
That's a good one. I didn't even think of that. But that's the thing. I didn't think Blake Cashman was going to get traded for anything. So maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be a Denzel Mims who is maybe like a bigger name or a Connor McGovern who's maybe a bigger name. So I don't know. That's really interesting. That's something to keep an eye on.
And you would hope that a guy like Connor McGovern would net you more than a mid to late 4th. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to, so if we're doing player trades for picks now, it would have to be that second half of the roster, the bottom half of the roster. McGovern, you'd want to see, if we're going to get rid of our starting center, you'd want to see a pick that can replace him immediately or at least the equivalent. But yeah, Greg Van Roten, LaMichael Pirine. Well, it's funny. Jerome Ford is still out there. His pro comp is literally LaMichael Pirine. So it's funny. And Damian Pierce, funny. Like I said, he's the same player. I mean, he's a little faster than Pirine as far as on the books, but they have the same averages, everything. It's funny. But Jerome Ford, poor guy, they actually gave him a LaMichael Pirine comp. But, yeah, man, I think some of these guys will have value. Like Matt said, the fact that we got something for Blake Cashman proves that anybody can Joe Douglas can get something for anybody.
Going back to Buffalo Jet fans' question, he was saying about the stacked AFC. What excuses, or he doesn't want to hear excuses from Zach Wilson and the AFC being stacked. So, Matt, I want to get your thoughts on the AFC and Zach Wilson and that whole,
Yeah, I agree. I agree with him. The excuses have to go out the window at this point. I don't want to hear how good the AFC is. You have to take care of business in front of you, and the Jets are trying to get themselves with this draft in a position where they could be competitive with these teams. So, like I said, I don't want to hear if they're 1-7 that they played a tough schedule. Like, I'm over that.
John, what about you? How you feeling about like potential excuses and everything that could go into this season with Zach Wilson?
Yeah, starting the season 1-6, 1-7. September should not be a nightmare every year like this, and I would like it to not be one this year. I would like to be somewhere in the ballpark of maybe 2-2. I mean, I guess like not having to just have this huge mountain to climb at the beginning of the year. I would love that for that to be over. I'll give one excuse, even though I don't agree with it. Lack of experience. We are still so young. It's not a great excuse, but it is a factor. All of these guys that we drafted so far, maybe except for the last two with Max Mitchell and Jeremy Ruckert, those guys are all going to be on the field a lot day one. And so it was part of the conversation last year. And so I still think it's part of the conversation this year, is that these guys are still pretty new.
Green Bean, what about you? How are you feeling about the excuses that could be brought up this year? Do you have one in mind?
Well, John's on to something. Saleh brought that up at the owners meeting interview. He said, and Joe Douglas said that, guys that were rookies last year, guess what they are this year? They're second-year players. So they're still very, very young, especially as a group. It's not like folding in one or two young guys into an established group. And even our coaches, they're only going into their second year. And like we talked about last night, guys like LaFleur, he had an entirely different offensive plan the first quarter of the season than the last half of the season. So, I mean, these guys are still growing and evolving. That said, I do think that excuses for a 4 or 5 win season are out the window, but I could see us being competitive and losing some of those games at the end of the fourth quarter because of inexperience. That's where you'd like to see that stuff pop up. Is that like, oh man, that was a great game. We lost it on the last drive. We don't know how to close it out yet. That's a nice progressive step. I'd hate to see us, 53-3 and say, we're young. You know what I mean? That shit's got to be out there. No, we can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to get blown out anymore. I'm done with that stuff. We have an offense that can absolutely score some points. So I have the Denver pick being in right now. Once I see the Jets name pop up and they're when they go to make the pick, I'll pull it back up on screen. The excuse thing is interesting because we have the second hardest schedule going into the year. Like Green Bean and John said, it's going to be an issue with the youth for sure. It's just going to be a growing process. We saw that last year with the offensive line. It took about 6 to 8 weeks for the line to gel, and I think you might see something similar to a certain extent with the wide receivers. But I do think Zach's going to feel more comfortable because he got to play with Berrios for so long. He got to play with Elijah Moore. They have this whole offseason program that they're kind of getting into. So I think there's going to be some gelling that's going to need to take place, and it might take a little bit. Like we saw Michael Carter kind of come on a little bit slower. I'm curious to see if Brees hits it faster, being the higher draft pick and more experienced kind of bell cow. Like maybe he doesn't have quite the learning curve as some of the other guys, but I think youth is definitely a thing.
The New York Jets are on the clock.
Yeah.
Let's see who the Broncos take.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who they go.
Defensive tackle, I think. Somebody in the chat saying defensive tackle. Yeah.
𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐞.
To those in the
Iowa
chat
State.
saying we could trade Keelan Cole, the first step in that trade would have to be re-signing him.
That is true. Bumtaz says tons of well-known offensive tackles were still on the board, and they picked Max Mitchell, so it must really like him. You have to trust Joe Douglas on that absolute need. Yeah, especially since we saw him at the Senior Bowl. I think if there's a lot of quote-unquote experienced or well-known tackles up there, and he's going with someone else, I think it shows you that they've done their research and they know this guy is in a better spot.
Do you know how many penalties he had last year?
How many?
Same
Love
as
it.
me and you.
Oh, this is great. This is
You
good.
talking about Max Mitchell?
That's Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yep. Michael
Yeah.
Nania just tweeted that out.
Yeah,
What
I
was the
saw it. I
stat?
actually have some pretty good analytics here for this guy. He's pretty solid in that regard.
Yeah. What
Zero
was what
penalties.
Mania said? Zero.
MHN,
Zero penalties.
Target
yep.
Honey Badger and free agency with the money. Sorry, I just wanted to pull that off so we could see
No,
John.
you're good.
John, you got some stats there for the tackle?
Yeah, I
Metrics?
can read a couple of them. Let's see here. So 34-inch arms, moves like a tight end. It says that he was ranked by PFF as one of the top run blockers in the entire 2021 class. So he's gonna, maybe they put him in as a 6th offensive lineman in some cases, get him some experience because it seems like he might even be able to have a role blocking right away. There were some other
it might be
stats
like
too. I'm trying to.
like a Fant situation in Seattle almost. You
Yeah.
get this tackle that could almost double as like a receiver out of the backfield almost.
Mhm.
Swing tackle.
Swing tackle. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the former tight end. Let's see. We got John D says, "Are we keeping LDT for O-line depth?" I would hope so. I would like to bring him back. As of right now, I don't believe he's been re-signed.
Mm-mm.
Buffalo Jet fan says, "If Cashman can get a 6, P. Ryan or Zuniga could be worth something." I didn't even think of Zuniga. I
Right.
just feel
That's
like
what I'm
he
saying.
doesn't
Don't
have,
go
like-
anywhere.
Yeah, these are
Yeah,
players that
and
you could
don't
get these
know.
late round picks for.
Right. And Sheldon Rankins is another one that could get some value here. I mean, he's a well thought of defensive tackle in the league. Had a down year for us, as is standard with our free agents. But he's a pretty good player in the NFL, especially pass rushing specifically.
Mhm.
So he could get something.
TC says, "Who's the better prospect, DF or Mad Max at O tackle?" I have no idea.
I don't know. It seems like Mitchell seems like more of a fit based on what the Jets are trying to run.
Yeah.
Who's
The
DF?
Jet Show says...
Filele.
Oh, Filele. I'd much rather have Mitchell than Filele.
Jet Show says, "Green Bean and I despise of the Mims trade talk."
Mr. Show, you know it. You see, though, Mr. Show, I don't even engage anymore. Let them talk. They're all over the place. They hate a guy, 24 years old. It's just crazy to me. So I'm done trying. People, they're gonna see. You don't give up on 24 year old wide receivers that have the measurables, the rare measurables that he has, and the production behind him. You don't do that. He had a bad year. Let them
the
talk,
chat-
Mr. Show.
Put the chat away. Jets pick is in. No one's coming up to the podium or anything yet on my end, but I'll let you
Okay.
know when it happens. Richard said, "This is our last pick till next year." Crying face, crying face. It's our last pick
Maybe.
until we trade someone. Matt was hearing from people that it seems like the Jets are not done yet. Is
They could.
I
don't know.
the quote that I believe we heard. I would be excited to see a trade up, or a trade of a player
yeah.
to get.
Me too, Ryan.
The NY Bully says, "Would you draft linebacker Damon Clark if he recovers fully from his spinal fusion surgery? He'll be one of the better linebackers in this class next season." That's the linebacker from LSU, right?
Mhm.
I believe. I don't want to touch someone with spinal
Yeah.
fusion surgery.
Yeah.
Not with a draft pick, maybe with an undrafted, kind of thing. Gator needs his gat. Feels like we are due for a run stopper. Beavers? ? Who knows? Maybe this is where the linebacker finally gets addressed. All right. It looks like we're back at the draft. Let's see if they are going to do this. So they're saying the last 5 picks were tight end to the Giants, safety to the Commanders, safety for the Giants, corner, and D tackle for the Broncos.
Ooh.
So going to be interesting to see where they go.
Is Green Bean being a rat again?
Yes.
I'm not.
All right.
I just burned myself.
Stage is showing up right now.
Sure you did.
Yeah, I burned myself.
Traffic, a trade back in it. But after this announcement, the Jets are done for the draft. in 2022.
With the 117th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Michael Clemens, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Got another big defensive end. They're going to have a couple big dudes coming up there with Jermaine Johnson. Now you add Michael Clemens, over 6'5", 263 pounds.
If there was a position to double dip,
so hard.
It's that position for me.
Well, the Jets are happy about it. They like him, clearly.
Yeah, I'm watching some of the highlights.
Ulbricht is super happy. That's an Ulbricht guy.
Yeah, it's nice getting a little bit of heat. Oh, and he keeps fighting, too. They're showing some of the highlights. He's just throwing dudes.
Who did we get?
He's strong. High motor. Chases Corral out of bounds across the field. Like that. Michael says, how many division wins do you think we are winning? Pats don't scare me. Buffalo is still good, and Miami may be tough. Split the division or better. I think you hope for split the division. I think if you can win, get a sweep of one of either the Pats or the Dolphins would be really nice. I don't know if we can beat Buffalo. It's going to be interesting to see how that winds up shaking out because Allen is just such a tough quarterback to defend against. I'm not afraid of Mac Jones. I could see us sweeping them. I could see us losing both. Miami, I think we do get at least one win against them. I don't trust Tua at all. I'm not concerned, even with the weapons. I don't think he can get the ball down the field to Tyreek Hill. So as long as you bracket him, I think we might be all right there. I'm going to say we get 2 wins in division. We'll get 1 against Miami, 1 against the Pats. What do you think, John?
260.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for at least 2. I don't know how many more I'd be willing to predict beyond 2 or 3. It would be the beginning of what we need to do to actually take the next steps, because you're not going to go anywhere unless you start winning division games. That's kind of an obvious thing. Without winning games in the division, we will not be in the conversation for the playoffs. We will not be in conversation in the end of the season either.
Matt, what about you? How you feeling about the division rivals?
Yeah, you know what? I don't really care what they do. I still look at Buffalo as the best team in the division, but there's no reason that the Jets can't take a step up and compete with the Miamis and the New Englands of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Greenby, what about you? How you feeling about the division? You think the Jets are getting how many wins do you think we're getting?
12.
I love it. The confidence.
Why not?
We're going to beat the Patriots 4 times.
Michael Clemens. Come on. 12 wins. I think Matt said it right. I mean, Buffalo's the cream of the crop right now. I do think that they're not going to be able to maintain it like New England did for 20 years. So I think it's more alive than it has been over the past, 2 decades. So, hey, man, all I can say is I feel like we have vastly improved our team this offseason, including the draft. And it's exciting, and we should be able to compete. And that's all I want. I think we could see our first division win this year. In I don't know how many years it's been. It's been too long, but I think we can start seeing some division wins this year, legitimately.
So I want to thank John for hopping on with us. It's been a lot of fun, and I want to hear all your thoughts. Give us a quick recap of how you feel the Jets kind of did with this draft, and then let us know where we could find you.
That's very nice of you. Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. You guys you've all been on my show, so it's very kind of you to have me on yours. Overall, I just felt like they've addressed some of the biggest needs, and I think the night before, I know, because the night before the draft, I said, we need to go out there, we need to get players that can make big plays. That was something that I felt like Joe Douglas had to do, and mission freaking accomplished. I mean, there are playmakers now all over the place, in the secondary, on the line, on defense. Getting 2 defensive ends or 2 edges is great. And now with the wide receiver help, the running back, the tight end, and I love the tight end pick. My God, Jeremy Ruckert's one of my favorite picks in the whole draft class. I think he's tight end 2 in the class. I really did. I had him behind McBride. So overall, it's a really, really good class. And it has the chance to, be as terrible as any, but it also has the chance to be really, really freaking good. I'm I like it. I like it a lot, and I think that this rivals the 2021 class pretty nicely. There's some really good talent. And then again, you guys can find me on YouTube. I'm on my channel is Jets Today. I'm all over social media too, and I just respect the hell. Oh wow, look at that! Boom. Respect the hell out of you guys. I respect the hell out of you guys. Y'all are good people, and I just thank you so much.
Dude, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for carving out a little bit of time for us here. We love hearing your insight.
Yep.
Guys, John's got a great channel. If you haven't checked it out, NYJ Today, check it out.
No,
really,
Jets Today
really
now.
Jets Today.
Yeah,
Jets Today. Oh, it's been switched. I
had a transformation. I got a midlife channel crisis.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah.
I've thought about
Good
dropping
move, John.
the 24/7 from mine too. It's never too late to switch it up and change things around.
Well,
but John,
thank you again, guys, and I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. And go Jets!
You too, man.
Love it.
Later,
And John,
John.
you have been. Here it is. Ejected. You're out of here.
Boom.
All right. Always good to get our Jet brethren in here. Now let's go talk real quick about Richard Martin dropping a big old dick super chat, $200.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Oh, man. He says, just want to say thanks. Listen to you guys every morning driving to work. Love the Gripe show every Friday. Ryan, don't call me a dick. 12 wins. Let's have a winning season. Dick Martin, thank you so much
There he
for
is.
that big dick super chat. Absolutely awesome. Very, very much appreciated. And love all the support. I think Lozo had one up here. Let me get to that one real quick, and then I'll jump down to Richard and Mumtaz. Lozo says, Matt, sources may be spot on. ABC draft coverage just said a trade may be in the works.
See?
For what?
See?
For it to come
What
back
we just
into the
talked about,
draft.
Green Bean?
We were just
See?
saying
That's
how
right.
we think that, someone might
Matt
be moved to
knows.
come back later in.
I got it from 3 different people. It's not like I just pulled it out of my ass. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm just relaying the information so we are all on the same page. That's all.
Well, that's just it. I want to
awesome.
know that, I should be anticipating something, possibly, spooking me. Richard drops in, says, guys, we still have a ton of cap space to spend, and there is always cuts in August to prepare for. We aren't done.
That's right.
Absolutely agree.
The post-draft cut thing is very, very real. Guys hold on to players until they see what they can get in the draft. It happens every year, and I think Joe Douglas is going to feast. But don't forget, guys, there's another window here. Teams aren't going to sign free agents until after May 3rd because that's the end of the comp pick window. So if they made it this far, free agents, you'll see after May 3rd, a lot of guys are going to get signed because they don't count against getting comp picks next year. So, post-draft, May 3rd, we'll see some signings. I think Quan Alexander's on the table and some others.
Matt, you think there's any players that you might see shake free or players that you'd like to see the Jets possibly go after maybe a little later that might be not drafted?
I don't have... Oh, not drafted. Like a UDFA kind of thing? Or are you saying
it could be later on in the draft. It could be UDFA. It could be a player cut from another team going into the training camp.
Yeah, just there goes Brandon Smith to the Panthers. That's annoying. I would just say I think they should continue to look for more offensive line depth, linebacker depth, and safety depth would be my requests at this point.
Yeah, kind of round it out. Let's see. Mumtaz drops in, says, Jermaine Johnson, Bryce Huff, Jacob Martin, JFM, Vinny Curry, and now Michael Clemens with Carl Lawson coming back. I'm betting we're going to generate some pressure. Green Bean, read the quote. What's the quote? Speed builds pressure.
Oh, right, yeah. Speed creates pressure, pressure bursts pipes. So that's what we're doing. Getting fast. We're getting fast.
I love it.
Man, I liked Brandon Smith, though, I got to admit.
Yeah, it would have been a nice one to get. Let me update our little thing so I have all our picks. Let's see. 111 was tackle. Max Mitchell. And
yeah, so I want to tell you guys, who is it? Ephraim is in the chat reminding us. He said, according to Over the Cap, we have $17.6 million in cap space. Don't forget, we have to sign our draft class. So we actually have an expensive draft class with 3 first-round picks. There's only a portion of that you need to have available, so it's probably going to be $13-14 million that we have to have. But we still got guys on the roster that can be cut. Out front is Greg Van Roten if he's not traded for a 5th or something like that. He's $3.5 million. So we can create some money and move some things around, get rid of a few players, and create that space if we want to sign a free agent or two that we like that pops up out of the smoke here.
Teddy drops in and says, I'm happy with this draft. I concur. This is a rock solid draft for me. I like the top 5 picks a lot. I like the developmental tackle late. And then if there's one position to double dip on, it was absolutely edge rusher. I think it was the right call there. Man, Michael looks weird when it's all in capitals. I think I'm just like, when you look at a word too long and it seems like you spelled it wrong?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like the Michael Clemens pick. I'm going to be honest with you guys. He's going to be 25. He's going to be 25 years old, and he has a couple of arrests under his belt.
Really?
Who's that? Clemens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is he arrested for?
Marijuana, something with a license issue, and giving false information.
Yeah, we all do
fine
that.
with kind of all that. That's okay. I can
listen. When you get pulled over and you don't have a driver's license and you got weed in the car, the first thing that comes out of your mouth is false information.
It just that whole line of events. It all checks out. This is.
Do
stuff
you
I'm
have
not too
weed?
concerned about.
No. Yeah. You have weed
false
in the car.
information.
Do you have a driver's license?
And
yes. I've been there, dude, more than once. I drove around for 5 years without a driver's license back in the day. So
impressive.
It just is. Oh, no. Best Cams is back. I'll get rid of him. Hold on.
There you go. Thomas Cahill says 10 wins easy. I hope so. Hardest. If we get 10 wins, there's going to be a whole lot of hype coming around the Jets next offseason. Oh, Matt, you sent me the picture of what is it? It's Justin Ruckert's dad.
Jeremy
yelling.
Ruckert's dad, yeah.
Jeremy Ruckert. Justin, jeez, my brain is cooked. Check this out.
That's great.
I love it. That is
pure
elation. How
many
excited.
times have we? I'm sorry, Ryan. Go on.
No. I'm just saying he's so excited.
Yeah. How many times have we sat next to Ruckert's dad in the stadium? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. That
Probably,
that could be any Jet fan right there.
Look at that. That's what's gonna happen. That's what I'll look like if my son ends up doing the same thing. That's me.
Yeah.
Just pure excitement. If you guys wind up seeing any Twitter links or things like that, any interviews, phone calls, awkward things that Woody might be doing, send them over to Matt, and then Matt will send them into our private chat.
Yes.
And then we'll share them on the screen. It's pretty cool. I like being able to do the screen share stuff and catch this stuff with you guys.
So
I thought I saw. Oh, is this the phone call? This is the phone call with Brees. Oh, you got something, Matt?
Someone replied to my tweet saying that love a good arrest, need a convict to get to the quarterback. You animals.
I'm not looking for altar boys. I want some dogs.
He did have a 3rd round draft projection. When I looked at him, I thought he was more of a 6th round pick, but I'm looking around now and it seems like he was estimated to be a 3rd round pick. So, no,
that's the type of player you take. That's the type of player that you can, take some upside on.
Oh, and a weapon. Sorry, I forgot the weapon.
What
He had a
kind of
weapon
weapon?
too?
Knife?
Like his fists?
It could be his pass rush moves.
Yeah,
There you go.
Or
Right.
the lethal weapon.
Lethal weapon.
So maybe a lapse in judgment, but coming into a strong locker room, we'll fix him right up. Just don't let him hang out with Quinnen Williams, going to airports with guns in the
that was a
in the
mistake.
bag. Yeah, big dummy.
Yeah, he's like a kid from Alabama, though. What does he know about New York laws?
Hey,
Yeah.
calm down, Kayvon Thibodeau.
What?
You said he's coming from Alabama. What does he know about the laws? I just said, calm down, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I
I
feel
know what
like
you're getting at.
Alabama's a little more. Yeah. You know what I mean.
All right. Here's
A little more strict up this way.
an NFL scout's comment on Clemens. I'm not going to worry about him being kind of stiff in his rush because he's long and he's strong. Those traits start in our league.
I love it.
There you go.
You take high upside guys that have problems, whether it's an injury, whether it's off the field stuff. Like, this is what those later picks are for. They have a higher chance of hitting because of the talent, but you're not so banged up over wasting a high draft pick on it. Like, we've got the guys that are going to start for us. Our top 4 picks, likely all starters. Jeremy Ruckert's going to see some playing time, and then you got guys that can kind of round out our roster, give us a little depth, provide that boom potential. Who knows? Maybe Michael Clemens shows out a little bit, and then in a few years' time, we get to flip him for a 3rd-round pick, and that's an increase of production from that draft slot.
Yeah. It doesn't bode well for Zuniga, though, I'll tell you that. That's the bottom of the roster.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe if they plan on stashing him or something like that, but yeah, it doesn't bode well for the bottom end guys.
I feel like I would be surprised if Zuniga made the roster. He's probably a good player that if you can get some kind of late pick for, like, hey, this was a 3rd-round pick just 2 years ago. Let's see if we could reclaim him. Maybe he fits better in a different defense. P-Ryan's another one we were talking about with the depth at the running back spot.
No.
Here, let's jump over here. I have the, I think this is the Breece Hall phone call.
So JD and Salah are doing their press conference, which doesn't bode well for us.
My people don't know nothing.
That's right.
Let's see. Let's
They don't know
show this.
shit.
We're on the clock, man. We're trading up for you.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You ready to run the rock?
Yeah, for sure. We're good?
There we go.
Breece! What's up?
What up, man?
I'm good. I'm doing great right now.
Hey, I know it's been a long couple of days, but congratulations.
I appreciate it.
We got an exciting thing going on here, man. You're going to join a group of backs, and we have a hell of a group. And we're young, we're hungry, and you're going to add an explosiveness to this team that we're gonna love it, man. And so I want to congratulate you. Be excited, celebrate this moment. I'm going to pass you on to our GM, Joe Douglas, man.
Breece!
What's up?
Joe Douglas, man. How you doing?
Dude, we got another weapon, dude. Wait, listen, we are so fired up to add you to this team. So fired up to add you to this team. Everyone's excited. The draft room's going crazy. Dude, we're so excited. But I want to pass you over to our owner, Woody Johnson.
I got you.
All right, Breece. Congrats, man. Enjoy this with your family.
Thank you.
Hey, Breece.
What's up?
What's up is you're coming here. We are so happy. I don't know if you heard the celebration here.
Yeah.
We are so happy to have you, Breece, and you're going to love it here.
Love it.
All right.
Love it. Joe Douglas's energy is something I noticed a lot in that.
Yeah.
That little bit right there.
Just want to remind everybody, Woody Johnson said the exact same thing to LaMichael Pirine. You're going to love it.
You're going to love it here.
Oh, no.
And maybe, hey, to his credit, maybe Pirine does. He was right. I love it.
Guys, we got 560 likes. We have over 1,100 people in here. There's no reason we can't get all the way up. Get us up to 800 likes. I bet you guys could do it right now. We're going to step away real quick for a little ad.
In the rolling hills of northern New Jersey There's a place where the grass is greener and where the views are nicer. And where the crew works harder to make your day on the links just a little more special. Ballyoan is calling. We're ready. Are you?
Oh, you ready? I wish I had a good Scottish
Scottish.
accent. Scottish.
Scottish.
We jumped up about 100 likes. You guys work quickly. I like that.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
There's always going to be a few people out there like, well, I don't like it yet, so no. You know, they're not.
We're going to wait until I want to wait and see what happens, because maybe you say something I don't like. I tip after my service.
You could always take it back.
Well, somebody came in here. I forget who the comment. He said, I've been here 2 minutes and I've heard the word bode twice. So
bode?
I don't know. I asked him, is that an issue? I don't know.
Doesn't bode well.
That doesn't bode well for us. Doesn't
Let's
bode
look
well
up
for him.
synonyms for it.
It doesn't bode well for him hitting that like button. I'll tell you that.
No, it doesn't.
If we had to use words if we had to track all the words that we say, I bet I say brother way more than I should. I say that a lot every time like a call or a super chat comes in.
We all have our words that we go to.
I was going to say we should have a drinking game for the chat for the rest of this draft.
Yeah, when are we allowed to start drinking?
Anytime you want.
I've had so much the last few days. I have an amp right now, Mountain Dew amp. Get some energy going.
All right,
I feel like I'm drinking like a pound of sugar. Taris Watson, $1 super chat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. John Serrano says Ryan doing his Hogan impression. Brother. Ryan, you say brother like Hulk Hogan. Oh, geez. So what? Brother. Dustin Keller hops in, says prediction. Prince Emili, undrafted free agent. Played for my dad at UPenn. Squatty player. Interior defensive line. Lots of juice. Check pro days numbers. Matt, you want to pull up Prince Emili?
Yeah, let me. Yeah, how do you? Prince Emili.
I know. Somebody said it before. I just forgot to put it on. It's not on anything intentional. I put on my.
He had a 5.12 40-yard dash at 6'5", 295. A 3-second 20-yarder, a 1.5-second 10-yard dash, vertical jump 36.5, broad jump 9.05, 3-cone drill 7.58. I don't see a RAS score for him. Yeah, I don't know.
Danny says the Browns drafted a kicker in the 4th round. Is that true?
Yes, they did. Hate to see it.
Interesting.
Cade York?
I guess that team is so loaded that they can afford to take one in the 4th. That's kind of.
They don't have very many picks. That's their issue.
They're going to get some back for Baker. I don't know what he's going to be worth though.
Oh.
Like, do you think they get a 3rd round pick, or do you think it's? I mean, I guess if they have. Carolina took what Corral, so maybe they're not in on it. It would just be Seattle then, so maybe they're not going to get a pick like that's very high.
So the Dolphins just got a very, very good prospect at wide receiver. They have, I think they only have like 3 or 4 picks in the whole draft. It's funny because 4. Next year they have like 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. But this year they traded it away for Armstead and obviously Tyreek Hill. But they just took Eric 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐫 out of Texas Tech, I think, and he's a very interesting receiver prospect, man. I don't like that they got him.
I feel like they're going to be doing a lot of like 5-yard slant bubble screens with all that speed they got down there with Waddle and Hill, and it's going to be a problem.
I agree.
As much as we got cornerbacks and things like that, they don't feel like the type of receivers that you necessarily prevent from doing. Like, it's almost like the Antonio Brown, like, or Santonio Holmes, like, hey, I'm going to get 5 yards. Stevie Johnson was the same way, like 5 yards, 5 yards, 5 yards, 5 yards, 5 yards, like constantly, and just kind of chewing up. It was like running the ball with a pass.
Pretty much. Just a pest.
I hate
Absolute
those
pest to
receivers.
deal with.
It drives me bonkers because it's not fun to watch. it's like it's the Tom Brady school of offense.
That is just true. That is so true.
Drives me friggin' bonkers. Looks like the Raiders traded up.
Uh-oh.
That's an interesting team.
They took Farrell, the defensive tackle.
A second one? Oh no, Cleveland Farrell and now Farrell.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that.
They're following the Jets model.
Why not?
Guys with the same name.
Sure.
It's worked out so
We're here
far.
for it.
Yeah. Less people we have to remember. Kind of. I see you guys talking in the chat.
The thing about guys like EP Jet and a few people are talking about, doesn't matter what the Dolphins do, they still have Tua. Here's the thing, though. The Dolphins actually, it's scary. I mean, I hate to compliment them, but number one, they got a really good coach candidate, right? But that remains to be seen. But they're giving Tua every single thing that he could possibly need to succeed. If he doesn't, they have all the capital in the world to get a quarterback next year in a stronger quarterback class, at least rumored. So, like, their plan is very, very strong, man. They're not in a win right now. They don't need to win right now. But the thing is, they did just miss the playoffs the last 2 years with 10 wins and 9 wins the last 2 years. So they're in a good position, man. You know, if Tua sucks, they're fine. If Tua's great, they're fine.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want them to sit around that 7-8 win season, so
Of
it puts them
course.
just far enough
Right.
out of
Exactly.
quarterback's reach. Do they have multiple firsts next year, or are they
2 firsts? They have, I believe, 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds.
Oh wow! So they've
Yeah.
loaded up. The Eagles are the
Yep,
same way. They're kind of in that same boat where they kind of like wait and see what you have with the quarterback for another year, stockpile picks.
Yeah, that 49ers trade last year helped them out immensely. You know, the 49ers gave them 3 firsts and a third last year. And they were doing the Tunsil trades and all kinds of fun stuff for a while. So they did a good job compiling draft assets for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that they had Tunsil, and that's what triggered this whole system of events.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had the 3rd pick if they didn't trade away Tunsil.
That's
last
right.
year.
Yeah, and it's crazy because when they made the trade, the Texans were division champions. So it was assumed that they were going to get, like, you know, a late round, very similar to our Seattle situation. And the Texans completely imploded and gave them really high draft picks. It's incredible, their stroke of luck. Even better than our situation, actually.
Yeah, I mean, imagine ending up with a top 3 pick in a quarterback-heavy draft. That's
Yeah,
that's
you hit the lotto.
That's the dream. Pierre Strong, running back, drafted by the Pats.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Pierre Strong. Do we care about Pierre Strong?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Pierre Strong is no. I mean, it's not. You know, I mean, it's a 4th round running back, but he's good. I like Pierre Strong more than I like Damian Pierce.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting back. The Patriots do well with their mid to late round running backs. They say historically they have. Then again, that's because Tom Brady and their offensive line with Scarnecchia, and they were allowed to hold and all kinds of fun shit. So who knows?
They're allowed to hold. That's funny.
They are, dude. They have been for two decades. They were allowed to hold. It's crazy. Anything to protect Brady.
Defense wins championships. I'm sad we won't have 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks next year. Don't fret. We're going to have our developmental tackle do so well, we're going to be able to swing Fant for a late first next year.
There you go.
Book it.
Well, it's funny, too, because, look, over the past 2 years, we have seen a massive uptick in Jets fans that have been paying attention to this end of it. Like a couple years ago, it wasn't anything like it is now, right? Now we have, 14 million draft experts out there. You know what I mean? Everybody knows too much. But so a lot of these Jets fans, since they've been paying attention, we've had numerous firsts and seconds and thirds, and we're going back to just regular old draft after this. And then you'll appreciate just how much work Joe Douglas did, because a lot of these guys are the same guys saying Joe Douglas sucks and he needs to be fired and all this kind of shit. Like, you're going to see what the NFL really gives us. You know what I mean? You're going to see it's just one pick around. Joe Douglas did all this, giving us all this room to be able to do this. And this was the first time we've seen this outside of the 1 year with, the 4 first-round picks when we traded Keyshawn and Belichick left us and we got a first for that. But this has been an amazing job by Joe Douglas getting us all these assets so we could have this much fun.
Charlie Kolar goes to Baltimore. Man, another guy I really like.
They are so good, man. It's unbelievable.
I really like that pick.
Yeah,
he was my late round tight end.
Yeah, I love Charlie Kolar. I liked him last year before he chose to come back to school. It's just such a great pick. And they have Tony Poljan on their practice squad still. He's a 6'7" tight end. Very, very raw. Yeah, he's another one. So, dude, they just stack it up there, man. They just stack it up.
They're showing they showed some stats, or not stats, but a 99 athleticism score by Next Gen Stats. Christian Watson, 99. Troy Anderson, 99. Breece Hall, 99. Pierre Strong, 99. So the 2 running backs in the AFC East now have some high upside.
Oh, this is interesting. Not that it's nothing that we don't already know, but Robert Saleh, speaking to the media, said that John Franklin Myers will play more inside on pass rushing situations, not outside. He's more of a problem there. Jermaine Johnson gives the Jets the flexibility to move JFM inside. He'll play outside in the run game, allegedly.
There you go. Smart. And look how many people that said it wasn't going to happen, right? We've been talking about that one it's nice to get some confirmation, huh, Matt?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we've kind of been assuming for a while. Like, he's so athletic, you want to see him next to Quinnen Williams. You wanted to see Lawson and Curry coming off the edge. With all the edges we have now, it gives us the flexibility to move him just like a chess piece.
Parker Dugan in the chat said, did you guys see the clip of Jeremy Ruckert driving George Karlaftis to the ground? No, I didn't. I'd like to see that.
Yes.
Does anybody have that?
You
have that, Matt? Oh, yeah.
You find that. Let's do that. Michael says, Green Bean, Charlie Kolar to the Ravens.
Yeah, I know, Michael. It's a toughie. And that's the thing. Like, every year we lose guys that we like. We only get 7, 8, 9 picks. That's it out of thousands of fucking players that we look at. But, yeah.
Just sent it.
John, all right, I'll pull that up in just a second. John says,
Yep.
Baltimore really having a weekend. That franchise guy, the YouTuber, has Kolar as his number 2 tight end with the most upside, compares Kolar to Kelsey. I had him when we were looking at where you would have to draft tight ends based on the guys that were on our Senior Bowl team. I said Kolar would provide the best value because you could get him at this point in the draft as opposed to taking one in the second round. So I completely agree as far as upside goes. This guy is team captain across the board. Just a really great. Oh, Ferguson for the Cowboys?
I love Ferguson, and I think he would do tremendous with like Dalton Schultz as the starter, obviously, and him as like the number 2.
Yep.
I like that a ton.
Yeah. He did a good job at the Senior Bowl, too. Scored a touchdown. Yeah, did very well. I like Jake Ferguson, too. Yep. Here go our tight ends.
Yeah, this will be the run where the run happens now. All right, let's see. I've got the video. Let me just get back to it. All right, this is Jeremy Ruckert handling George Karlaftis. Have a seat.
Yeah. Have a seat, Karlaftis. You suck.
You terrible
That's a
player
first
that
round
no one
edge
wants.
right there.
Fuck Karlaftis.
He's not on our team. We don't like him anymore.
Oh, I already have deep-seated hatred for him. It's
Oh
there.
my god.
That was a nice clip.
Yeah, it's nice, right? TJ Decker says, did Weidemeyer go yet? No, absolutely not. I don't know if he's going to get drafted now. That was wild. He went from like considered like a top tight end, 1, 2, or 3 to like nothing. That is
He was
alarming.
number 1 at one point. He really was.
Matt, you just sent another one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I love being able to pull these things up. It's nice.
It's going to make it interesting here on day 3.
I do like this. So Sauce. Oh, we got Richie down here. Bam! Gonna be interesting. DJ Reed wants number 1 as well.
And so is Brees Hall and Sauce.
Wait, what happened? I need that. Oh, they want the number 1?
Yeah, they want that number.
Oh, it's going to be a fist fight.
Jordan Stout.
Be careful. I've heard
Reed
Sauce
got the
Gardner
money.
keeps hot sauce on him. Just put it in your eyes.
He's a sriracha guy. That's where he got his nickname. That was the his little league coach, his youth football coach used to take him to Wendy's, and that was his Wendy's sriracha was where he got the sauce nickname.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You guys like sriracha? I got to say, I don't like it. I love hot sauce.
I love hot sauce.
Okay.
I'm a big Frank's Red Hot. Becca loves sriracha. I'll have it on like some stuff. I like spicy mayo. I think that's really good.
Yeah.
Like throw some of that on my sushi.
Yeah. I think sriracha is like the hot sauce for people who don't like hot sauce. Like, is it because it's kind of sweet?
Yeah, that's a good way to put that. It's kind of how I viewed it.
Yeah, like my wife likes it.
Love it.
Love it.
There she is.
I'm
Yeah,
a
she's
big.
here.
Have you ever had Trader Joe's jalapeno sauce?
Have we?
No.
Worth a try. If you have not had the Trader Joe's jalapeno sauce, you drop that on like a little bit of your burger or something. Really good. I love me some hot spice. We got a clip from Robert Saleh. Is this on? So this is from SNY Jets. Robert Saleh says Mekhi Becton is working his tail off in Dallas. We'd love you back here, buddy. Come on, we'll take care of you. All right, let's show the video on this.
George has stated that he feels he's best suited at left tackle and he played well last year. Is there a chance that coming in, if Mekhi is healthy, that he just starts off at working at right tackle and move forward from there instead of a competition at left?
Yeah, we'll see as soon as we can get him back here and he's healthy and he's ready to roll and he's out in the football field and we're getting all the individual work. We'll know pretty quick.
He's disappointed he's not here?
Well, I
Asshole.
mean, you want all your guys to be here. It's voluntary. But I know he's working his tail off in Dallas, and we have tabs on him. We know exactly what he's doing, and we know where he is within his rehab. So we're would love you back here, buddy. Come on, we'll take care of you. But no, I know he's working. So
George has stated
That's funny.
It was a little goofy, right?
Yeah, I like it. That's funny.
Yeah, it's all voluntary stuff. Don't have to be worried about it just yet.
Yeah.
Is he from Dallas?
Wow.
Ooh, wow.
Okay. So remember, everyone's saying draft Matt Araiza. He's a generational punter.
Uh-huh.
Well, a different punter went before him, Jordan Stout, to the Ravens.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Yeah, everybody needs
Yeah.
to calm down.
Exactly. I don't know how generational at punter you could be if you go after another punter goes.
And the Ravens have been historically strong with both of their kicking units, so they know their
It's
stuff.
so important. Special teams is so important. That's the one area I really want to like feel comfortable in this year. Like, I mean, obviously quarterback and all the other, main positions, but kicker is one that like has kind of eluded us for a very long time after having really good kickers for like a decade. Like you go back to like John Hall, Jay Feely, Nick Folk. Like we had a run there of some really nice kickers, and just kind of fell apart.
It fell apart when Mike McCagnon decided to let his Pro Bowl kicker go. We had a Pro Bowl kicker. He says, we don't need that.
No.
That's when. But I want to say, too, like John Harbaugh, a lot of people don't know this. He cut his teeth as a special teams coordinator. That's what he was. That's his expertise. So for John Harbaugh to pick Stout over Araiza says something. It speaks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love the idea of the special teams coach becoming a head coach, and that's why I was so high on Joe Judge initially. It's one of those rare coaches that deals with the offensive players, with the defensive players, and the special teams guys. So you kind of have a really good pulse on the entire team as a whole. I think Michael Taub was another coaching candidate at one point that was very similar. I think I have the name right. Anytime you see a special teams coordinator pop up, it's something to keep an eye on.
Hey, Green Ghost, tone it down, Sugar Plums. Okay, I'm gonna put you in a timeout just to stop the spamming. So it's fine to say that, but we don't need 100 messages about the same thing. I'm gonna assume it was a glitch on your end, so I'll put you in a timeout so we can get it all figured out. But we don't need that, buddy. Your comment was good. The spamming was not.
You tell him.
That's it.
That's right. Everybody gets mad. Look at all the stop spamming. We get it. Everybody's
put
mad.
him in the timeout.
Yeah, it's like a 3-minute timeout, Green Ghost.
My parents used to when we were bad as kids, timeout would be on the stairs, and you'd have to sit there in your silence. And occasionally, when we were younger, they'd snap pictures of us because we'd fall asleep on the stairs, and just not be able to stay awake. Or they'd walk away, and then my brother and I would sneak upstairs. Like, oh, they're not watching. But then we wouldn't realize that our feet make noise upstairs.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever get disciplined? Timeout? You have a chair.
Oh, sure. Stand in the corner.
Horseradish. I used to get horseradish in the mouth.
No.
It's like, soap. Soap was another one.
Oh, soap, yeah. Let me tell you my discipline real quick. Number one, we had a saying. It wasn't you're going to get punished. You're going to get. It was you're going to get a beating. That was my family. Yeah. And my grandmother used to drive us around. She had a switch. Do you guys know what a switch is? Laying across the dashboard.
Yeah.
It's a flimsy reed to whip people with.
Adrian Peterson did that to his kid.
Yeah, well, I know they say it's. I'm like, what's the matter? I mean, I don't think anybody should get hit, but like that was my whole fucking childhood. There was times when they would go pick your switch. You had to go to the tree and get it yourself. Pick the rod and they beat you with. Yeah, that's how I grew up.
Oof. Totally different.
Timeouts came after me.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I got every now and then you'd get the "Don't make me call your father." Oh no! You go running away. Dad's coming home from work. Just, oh no!
Yeah.
Never anything bad, but just the yelling, like the oh yeah, booming voice. Scary. Tender Mean says, Westoff talking about special teams coaches.
A good one. So is Brant Boyer.
Yeah,
Brant Boyer's good.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky with that.
Well, Brant Boyer's this is his third coaching staff that he stayed on with. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, he was on, what was it? It was Bowles, Gase, and now this one, right? Is it 6 years, I guess?
Yeah.
4 years? He's been around a while.
Long time.
Jersey Dude said, I got soap.
Oh,
Did you get the bar soap or liquid soap? Bar soap sucks because you get like the shavings like on your teeth. Or if you get liquid soap, it would be like on the fingers and just gross.
It's so bad. And it stays.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, you don't get rid of that.
No, it's no fucking fun, man.
Finn asks Green Bean, how you feeling about Breece Hall and Jeremy Ruckert picks?
I love them. You know, again, I was surprised, especially after a trade up. It was like we were discussing the possibility of the Jets just going for it in the second round. I mean, we really did talk about that numerous times, about that, the potential of them actually just saying, screw it, throwing caution to the wind, getting the best running back in the class in the second. Once they traded up, I thought, okay, going for a running back in the second is iffy enough. Now trading up, it can't be a running back. That's what I was thinking. It just can't be. And it was. I have to say I love it. I love the balls. I love the player. I love the statement that it makes for the offense. Like, we want to run the ball. That's what we want to do. We brought in tight ends. We brought in running backs. You know, we brought in linemen, Pro Bowl level guard. Like, we want to run the ball. It's important to our offense. We want to give Zach protection. We want to give Zach outlets. You know, Breece Hall is a very capable receiving back too. So he's got that dual purpose aspect, and I think it's a fantastic pick, man. 1,472 yards last year, 23 touchdowns, 380 or so in the air. Like, come on, man. Incredible.
It definitely is a statement pick. Like, this is what we want to be. You got a great run blocker in Laken Tomlinson. Yep. You got a great running back in Breece Hall to go along with Michael Carter. And then you get some tight ends that are going to help out in that respect as well. And I think you're going to see our play action game really take off this year.
Yeah, everybody's in the chat talking about their specific brand of abuse as children. We got spoons.
I saw wooden spoons in there.
Lots of spoons.
Italians.
Yeah, exactly. The Italians are here.
Do you think all the Italians are? They're going to have to change it. It's no more gravy. Or no, they use sauce.
Yeah.
No, Italians say sauce for gravy.
No,
gravy.
Do
we have to change everything?
Different. Well, no. The thing is that people from the outside don't know the specifics. There are different things. There is sauce, marinara sauce. That's but gravy is when you have meatballs, pork, and all. It's when there's meat in the sauce. Then it becomes gravy. That's the difference.
You learn a whole lot of things around Kyle about Italians.
There you go.
I'm not Italian, so I don't know any of this stuff.
I made the mistake when we first got married. I went into his house and called pasta noodles.
Oh no!
His sister goes, "What are we getting Chinese?"
Jeez.
Yeah. You want to hear something funny? When I first started hanging out with her, we said, "Hey, a couple of us from New York, New Jersey," and we said, "Well, you want to order some pies?" And they're like, "Yeah, let's order some pies." And they said to Meryl, "What kind of pie do you want?" And she literally was like, "Who delivers pies?" And they're like, "Everybody delivers pies." And she goes, "I don't know, apple." Like, oh, you had no idea.
I'm like, what, like a pizza pie? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
That's great.
It's weird, like those little like sayings that you have all over.
Regional.
Like, yeah, you call something a pie. It's like calling something pop or soda.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Totally, man.
Tennis shoes.
And there is down in, where is it? I think it's in Texas. They call all soda Coke. They say, like, I'll have a lemon lime Coke.
Yeah.
Like, what? I'll
It's
have
like
a Dr. Pepper Coke.
Yeah, it's almost like the Band-Aid and Taylor ham argument, right?
That's
like
right.
It's the brand
Q-tip.
name Q-tip.
Yeah, it is funny. But yeah, it's a funny thing, when you get close to somebody not from our area. We take a lot of those sayings like, for granted, like we're so used to them. From the outside looking in, what the hell are you guys talking about? Pies.
Chris says,
Gravy.
one
Gravy.
time I took
You
a
want
bottle of
gravy on
soap
the top?
and I squirted it in my mouth in front of my parents to prevent future soap in my mouth. It worked. Just a deranged kid, like, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Squirt dish soap in his mouth. I love it. It's so good. This is the
Oh,
guy
they're
that's
like-
eating Tide Pods.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, jeez. Cramerica says, love the draft from JD. Now go get my boy Xander Horvath to be Jets' version of Juszczyk for LaFleur to scheme up as an undrafted free agent if he falls out of the draft. Great stream, guys. Thank you, dude. Yeah, it's one of those things with the fullback position. Do you think we wind up using one of our tight ends or someone on the roster already? Or do you think we still try to go out and find that elusive fullback?
I don't know.
Right?
No,
It's such a
Bolton.
weird question. Like,
Is it Nick Bolton back?
Yeah, Bawden,
Oh, is
right?
he?
Bawden.
Bawden.
Yeah.
Bawden.
Yeah, well, there is a Braden from New Zealand who has spent the last 2 days with us in here. He is a big fan of Xander Horvath, who more than likely will make it to undrafted free agent. There is a chance that he gets drafted later, but if we went and as an undrafted free agent brought him in, I think he could beat out Nick Bawden. I watched him per request. And Xander Horvath is a name to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that's
Fullback.
exactly what Cramerica was getting at. He loves it. Tony V says sauce equals first round, gravy equals undrafted free agent.
Hey, there you go. That's funny. That's good, man. I like that. Gravy, undrafted free agent. I like it.
Darrell Revis says, would be dope if we can get Tyrann Mathieu to mentor these young guys, and we need a safety to two birds with one stone. I like Tyrann Mathieu, but I like him 5 years ago, Tyrann Mathieu. I think you'd be paying a lot of money for him right now. I don't know. I wouldn't hate it. I'd be excited for Mathieu. But it just... I think Reed, I think Whitehead, I think those guys have some championship caliber experience on good teams. I think they could provide the mentorship that you could get with Tyrann Mathieu without having to spend the price tag on Mathieu. Matt, how you feeling about Tyrann Mathieu if the Jets were to try and bring him in?
I would shrug because it's not like the Tyrann Mathieu of old. Like, solid player, but is he, an immediate impact guy? No, but I think he could be a solid safety.
What
about you, Green Bean? How you feeling about Tyrann Mathieu?
I don't see us putting that many assets. I like Tyrann Mathieu, of course. He's a very fun player to root for. I would be happy if we brought him on, but I just don't see it. I don't see us putting those kind of resources monetarily into it. So I don't think. I still think we're going to try to bring in some undrafted guys. I'm really surprised we didn't grab a safety in this class. That's one of the biggest surprises for me, actually. It's a strong safety class, and we ignored it. So I was convinced that a safety was coming in per the draft.
Yeah, especially like earlier on, like second, third round, that felt like the spot. Same with linebacker. We didn't get either one, and it's interesting to see. Like if you're kind of looking at where some potential weaknesses might be next year at the top end of the draft, we might be looking at a linebacker real early to replace C.J. Mosley. You might be looking for a safety to replace LaMarcus Joyner or Ashton Davis going into the final year of his contract next year. I don't know where the strengths lie in next year's draft, like at all yet.
Is it weird that Sam Howell hasn't been drafted yet? This feels like a really long time.
The quarterbacks this year dropped way farther than I thought. Like I knew it wasn't like a good class, but I would have, if you had told me only one went in the first round, I would have said it was Malik Willis. And if you told me two would have gone, or what would we have, three go in the first 2 days?
Holy shit. The Patriots just took a WKU quarterback, Bailey Zapp, with the 137 pick over Sam Howell.
What?
Wait, what?
Who is Bailey Zapp? Z-A-P-P-E. Who is that?
Bailey Zappi. I don't know. I didn't look.
I don't get it.
Well,
that
look,
doesn't
Eric.
feel.
Sorry, Eric Craig in the chat is bringing up a good point, and I actually heard people discussing this in more than one place over the past 2 days. There is the thought that DJ Reed might actually be moving to free safety on our team.
Mm-hmm.
That they like his ball skills, and they might be doing that, and that could be an interesting twist that none of us thought about. And I'm telling you, this is the Eric Craig bringing it up now, but I've heard that this is the third time in 3 days that I've heard that. I wouldn't have thought it, but who knows? Remember, Saleh didn't like him as an outside corner. Admitted that he was wrong about him, but maybe he still feels that way. He's like, he wants the player, loves the player, wants him at free safety. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, I'd seen a little bit of movement. Like even some of the guys we took last year that flexed over into the safety position. It seems like they want to get their best athletes on the field, regardless of like defensive line position, D tackle, D end. And then you could see that with the cornerback safety room. I just assumed it was out of necessity last year, which it very well could have been. But moving DJ Reed to safety, it would be interesting considering how he played at corner. I wouldn't want to do that. Like I'd rather try Bryce Hall out at safety and let Reed and Sauce be the two outside corners, and then you have Michael Carter in the slot with maybe Guidry.
Yeah, and then there's the other thing too, where Jason Pinnock, I mean, he wasn't perfect or anything, but thrown into duty at safety like that, he actually did play well. So maybe they like that. I mean, Frankie from Flatbush is a big Pinnock at safety supporter.
Don Tiki says, rate our secondary with the additions of Whitehead, Gravy Gardner, Bryce, Eccles developing over the offseason. 1 out of 10. Honestly, he's thinking it's a 7. From where we were last year, I mean, let's say 1 year ago today, before these picks were made, we did not have Michael Carter. We did not have Brandon Eccles. We were maybe encouraged by what we thought we might have in Bryce Hall. And we still had Bless Austin. And you bring in LaMarcus Joyner, who you were high on. We're basically copy and pasting that from last year. Ashton Davis is probably a little bit lower on the totem pole now as far as hype is considered from last year to this year. And then you bring in Whitehead, you bring in Reed. You have the Hall taking that step last year. Eccles really showing out. Michael Carter showing out. And then you add to that Whitehead, Reed, and Gardner this offseason. So this was a huge step in the right direction, not to mention the pass rushing help we're going to get with Vinny Curry, Carl Lawson, and Jermaine Johnson at the top end as well, because now that's going to create even more pressure for the secondary to shine out. So as far as rating our secondary right now, there's a lot of promise, but I think you're probably spot on, Don. I would say a 7 is where I'm hoping it's going to be, with the potential to get even higher than that. And then if things kind of fall apart, which I don't see being too bad, but I think maybe low end 5, high end 8. Matt, how you feeling about our young secondary?
Feel pretty good. I still think safety needs to be improved, but the cornerback room is going to be excellent. Like for instance, if Bryce Hall and Brandon Eccles are like your guys coming in off the bench, that's a home run. I like Bryce Hall. I think he can be and should be a starter in this league, but injuries happen, and I think he's going to play. So I like this room a lot.
So they're showing Bailey Zapp right now. Productive, average tools, Chase Daniel is the comp for him, the Patriots quarterback that was just taken. I mean, maybe they're trying to have that Brandon Hoyer type of backup behind Mac Jones that can just run the offense, and I don't know. I'm stretching a little bit here. But Greenbean, how you feeling about our young secondary?
Oh, I like it, man. I think it's really cool, and look what we did last year. Like, we didn't love watching our team lose like we did last year. It was frustrating. But one of the things that comes out of that as a positive is we took our lumps at the same time. So we threw all those young guys into the NFL coming from late round picks. We threw them into the NFL and said, learn on the job. I think they did a good job. Guys like Michael Carter II came out of nowhere and ends up being really a potentially our long-term answer at nickel, which is just fantastic. and you add Eccles and Hall, the 5th round pick the year before. Like, I think it's fantastic what we did, that we decided to just take our lumps together. And now on top of that, we added Sauce Gardner, a premium corner, and DJ Reed, who we gave $11 million to. They're all so young. I mean, DJ Reed is our vet, and he's 25. So it's like, I mean, I think it's really exciting. I'm glad that we got them some edge help, so they're not just having to cover all day, but I think we have a really good unit. The safety is interesting. I love the Jordan Whitehead signing. I don't love our solutions as they stand right now for free safety, but again, we don't know what their plan is. So I think overall, man, it's an exciting young group, and I'm really impressed with how they've done it.
Sorless drops in, says, what do you think could be the surprise cut this year? Man, surprise cut's a tough one, because there's guys that I do expect or wouldn't be shocked if they're cut. Like some bigger names like Zuniga, Mims, Pirine, I feel like are three that ring a bell as a not necessarily a surprise, but could be moved on from because of the depth at certain positions. I'm going to say... Oh, man, I don't know. That's a good one. Matt, you got anyone that could be a surprise cut?
Surprise cut. No, I feel like the ones that everyone's mentioning are kind of obvious. I don't know.
Like, I don't think there's anyone across the board. Like, I don't know. Maybe like no, I got nothing. I literally legitimately got nothing. Green Bean, anything? Do you think there's any surprise cuts? Like any names that we haven't really talked about?
Well, I think a surprise cut would be Sheldon Rankins, but I don't think it's that unrealistic. I think we could see him go. I don't think they should, but I think they could. Obviously, we got Greg Van Roten and some of the running backs. I would be surprised if, well, not really surprised. I'd be disappointed if they cut LaMichael Pirine. But it doesn't look like they like him, so I don't know if I'd be surprised. But yeah, I don't know. Rankins is a big one. Like if they ended up cutting like an Eccles or a Hall, I would be surprised. I don't know how realistic that was. I'd be blown away if one of those guys got cut.
Hall was the one I was gonna possibly lean towards with the Sauce pick. I was like, I don't feel comfortable enough saying that, but that would probably be the surprise one for a lot of people. It almost feel like bless Austin, but like Hall played better than Austin did.
Yeah, significantly better.
Kings and Dreams says the Jets are going to move one of those corners to safety.
Maybe.
Great.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were just talking about. I mean, we know Pinnock was a 4th round pick last year. Again, that's kind of part of the Sam Darnold trade-esque. You know what I mean? Like it's in there with the package that we moved around with the Chiefs. So we used it on Jason Pinnock, who was a very surprising pick for me last year. That was the first one that upset me last year. I was like, this is bullshit, Jason Pinnock. But the fact that he ended up playing safety, he could be a guy that we're looking at as has the potential to be our starting free safety. They might like him that much. The DJ Reed thing would be interesting. I think it's unlikely too, like you guys were saying, but it's interesting. And like you said, Ryan, who knows? Maybe Bryce Hall, maybe his skill set at safety would be unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the one that I think would be really cool to try at safety. Like if he's not going to get on the field that much, let him play some zone and just kind of ball hawk and see if he's able to kind of shine out that way. Mike B drops in, says, thanks guys for a great time. Great job. I'm putting this out into the universe that we will make the playoffs, being positive and the power to speak it into existence. Go Jets. I hope so. Look, if everything clicks, if Zach Wilson clicks, there's a real shot for the Jets to make some noise and at least be in strong consideration for the playoffs come December.
Dude, the Ravens just took another tight end, Isaiah Likely.
I know.
Wow, that's crazy. Kolar and Likely. So they're doing what we did in free agency. You know what I mean? They want their tight ends. Incredible. The Packers took Zach Tom, a kind of a secret fan favorite, of a lot of Jets fans. They got to steal. I think Calvin Austin going to the Steelers is an amazing pick too. He's going to light it up. That guy's exciting. I really liked him as a prospect, the wide receiver from Memphis.
Stanley says, hopefully our drafts in the top 10 are over. Next year, second half of the draft is the goal. What will the Jets do to solve the weak middle of the defense? They're going to need guys to step up. They want to see Quincy Williams take that next step in his development. They want to see what happens with Nasir Al-Din, Sherwood.
Yeah.
See what Mosley can do after getting some extra help on the defense. Maybe he won't be spread quite so thin. I'm sure there were a lot of situations where he had to drop back into coverage or maybe like not stay clean because he didn't have the holes in front of him. I don't know. I'm fascinated. CJ Mosley is one of the more interesting players for me to watch throughout the season this year.
I agree.
He's a player I'd like to see the Jets hold on to. Like if he would restructure his deal, I think as a veteran presence, he's phenomenal. I'm leery on how good he's going to be getting up there in age and everything else, because he's definitely the old man on the team.
But you need to have some veterans in here. It can't all just be first and second year players too.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. But at $17 million, I'm sure you could find other vets.
Right. Yep. No, you're 1,000% right. The restructure is the key.
Let's see. Sports Clips drops in, says, is there a chance we still look at Debo? That wide receiver core would be crazy. No, that went out the window as soon as we took Garrett Wilson.
Yep.
No
agree.
way are the Jets doing that.
Nor should they.
Yeah, no, I would not be happy. Let's see, Matt, you sent something in the chat.
Oh yeah, it's from yesterday. I don't know how we missed this, but this made me laugh out loud.
All right, let me pull it up. Is it a video or is it a?
No, it's just a tweet.
Just a tweet? Okay, yeah. So Rich Cimini says, Jermaine Johnson says he, Gardner, Wilson flew to New Jersey together last night on the PJ. Assume that means private jet. No, did you see them? They got out of the car. They were all dressed in their pajamas.
What are we talking about here, Rich? Get it together, man.
Oh,
wait,
man.
What was the... Wait, he said...
Jermaine Johnson must have used the letters PJ to represent private jet because him, Gardner, and Wilson all arrived at One Jets Drive yesterday on the PJ. And Cimini goes, I assume that means the private jet. All right.
All right. Yeah, I know. Somebody said in my Discord that Cimini's bashing a player right now, calling somebody trash. I don't know who it is. I don't see Cimini stuff.
Yeah, if one of you guys know what Cimini's talking about, drop it in the chat. We'll take a look at it. Mumtaz drops in, says PFF on Mitchell was the highest graded tackle in all of college football in 2021. He earned a 94.8 overall grade while playing right tackle after allowing only 13 pressures across 430 pass blocking snaps, second round. Wow, that's awesome. That's great to hear. That's the type of developmental tackle you want to have because you can let Fant start the season. And then if you get a trade offer for him, a tackle goes down, then maybe you feel comfortable, moving him at the deadline or something like that. Or you just keep him all season, you protect your quarterback, and you see what you have.
That works too.
Zachary says Jets should go after Tyrann Mathieu.
Agree.
Aiden says cut Cimini.
Let me see if I can put this here. No, it's not letting me. It's not. So, yeah, Cimini's talking about Clemens. He said Clemens is a 4.83 player, probably meaning 40, had 7 sacks, 11 tackles for a loss, already 24 years old, off the field, red flags. And somebody immediately responded, more sacks than Trayvon Walker.
I don't know what 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻N𝐞 expects. You're going like you're not trying like you want to get great guys, and I understand that, but that's what your core is. Your core is the great guys, and then those outsiders. I don't want to say outsiders, but those like later round picks are where you take your swings and you see if you can crack a home run.
Yeah. What did I say? 4.38. I meant 4.83. Maybe you heard that wrong, or maybe I said it wrong. 4.83. Yeah, Scott V's like, no way he runs a 4.38. No, 4.83, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be real here. Like, look, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻N𝐞 got nothing this offseason. He didn't break one story. Nothing. Nor did Connor Hughes. They get nothing from the Jets. The Jets use them to create smoke and stuff like that, but that's it. Joe Douglas and his team know exactly what the New York's beat is. And instead of being like Gase and being condescending to him, they just play him. They smile and do the whole thing. Hey, how you doing? Good question, Rich. They do that because they know what they're doing. They're a pro outfit, man.
Yeah, that's just it. Like, when you know the media in New York is such a problem for teams and players in general, if you can kind of baby them a little bit and not get them to be on the attacking side all the time, it's going to help your internal locker room. Because guys read the paper, guys read articles, they check out what's going on with what people think of them. That's the reason why the whole Madden score thing is such a big deal for the young guys coming in like, oh, what am I going to be ranked? I can't believe this guy's ranked ahead of me. It's bulletin board material.
That's such a good point too, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, these guys are coming from whatever small town somewhere, and they get to New York, and there's all this press coverage, and it's got to be exciting. Dude, they're 21, 22 years old, and it's the big spotlight. And then, like, so if it's negative, that has a negative impact, man. That's like I say with Jets fans. Like, why are we attacking our own players because they got injured or something? Like, we should be the people supporting them. If they get moved on or whatever, okay, great. But while they're on our team, why do we feel the motivation to make life more difficult for them here? I do not understand it. We're supposed to be fans. If you don't like them, don't say anything. Like, I don't understand that. Like, that's one of the things, like, when people say it's hard to play here, it's our press and it's our fans. Like, why do we attack our own players? Why does our beat attack our players? Well, the beat does it because they want to rile us up and make money. That's all it is. And we know that. But the fans shouldn't be doing that, in my opinion, man.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the issues you see on the basketball court with people like, yelling from the stands because they're so close to the players and the players get upset. Or like, you see, was it Ronaldo walking off the soccer field and he smacks the kid's phone after, I think he got hurt is what happened. He was frustrated and he just whacks it down. It's just like, don't do that. Like, you just start creating a clusterfuck with the fans and the media, and then it's a whirlwind, and now it's a story and it's an issue. I want to have none of those types of stories. I'd like to just have it, one cohesive message through the locker room and one direction going forward. And Greenbean, you had mentioned this yesterday to us. I think we were off stream for it, but they were talking about one of the reasons Kayvon Thibodeau may not have been the pick at number 4 was because he had a top 30 visit, and the Jets came out and said, to him, hey, don't say anything about your visit. And we didn't hear about the Aidan Hutchinson visit. We did hear
about the Sauce Gardner visit.
Gardner visit, yeah. But we did hear about the Kayvon Thibodeau visit. And then it might have been, hey, this guy couldn't follow simple directions. This could be an issue when the media starts asking him questions about what's going on inside the Jets locker room. And it's not that he said anything bad, because he said it was a good visit, but when they ask you not to say something, don't say anything. Eddie says, well done, gentlemen. Thank you. Go Jets. Thanks, Eddie.
There you go, Eddie. What does the fact that it's football have to do with being an asshole? Like, what does the game of football?
He's saying it's not soccer, it's football. like football. F-U-T.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
what
thought
he's
he was
getting
saying
at.
like, yeah, okay, good. Good clarification there, Ryan.
I'm pretty sure that's where he was going with. I could be wrong. That's how I read it.
Alexander, you're still on the Becton. Now we got Max. I thought it was going to be Icky. Remember, you bombarded our chats for literally a month, saying Icky, Icky. Now it's Mitchell. Anything to replace Becton. It ain't happening, kid. You got to just realize, turn off the asshole faucet.
Let it go. Let it go.
Right. It's over. I hear you. I didn't think we were drafting Sauce Gardner. I was wrong. I owned it. We moved on.
Yeah.
Let go.
It's all right. It's all right. Let's see. He must not have liked that comment. We got a dislike just now.
Oh, there it is. There you go.
No, he says LOL. I got an LOL in there, so probably not.
Let's see. But that said, I do love the Max Mitchell
faucet.
Asshole faucet.
I've never heard that term before, but that's I really like it.
Turn off the asshole faucet. Amazing.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that said, like, I don't think Max Mitchell's coming in replacing anybody this year, but it's a fantastic pick. When we were talking about Deech and Rashad Walker, who I happen to like those guys too. I didn't even know Max Mitchell was still there. Like, for some reason I assumed he was gone. I like Max Mitchell. We talked about him a whole bunch in the Monday Night Mocks, man. Good player. I love that pick.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how a lot of these back-end players develop, guys like Mitchell, guys like Ruckert, guys like Clemens, just see what they could provide. Are they a depth piece? Like, we saw all those metrics for Huff last year, like high-end production in terms of a per snap, per pass rush. What is this guy on stage? See this guy dressed up in the diamonds and the green dinosaur-looking thing?
Yeah. I don't know. It's Vegas, man.
Piff the Magic Dragon. Interesting. Did we decide where the draft was next year? Is that what we were talking about that at all?
My house.
Where is it? Well, I wish.
That'd be nice.
Hey, I just put in an offer for a house where I'm literally waiting right now with 5.5 acres. 5.5 acres. If that happens, I'm going to lobby to have the draft at my house.
I love it. We'll bring everything there.
Yeah. Let's go.
We'll get a podium. It'll be official.
Hell yeah.
Goodell can't come though. He's got to stay away. We don't want the boo birds. Wild Billy Boy says the 1-2 punch of Hall and Carter behind a great offensive line and great blocking, catching tight ends with wide receivers that can take the top off of the defense. This offense is scary. There's a lot of potential here. A whole lot of potential. And it's really exciting to see. The 1-2 punch. The thing I find most fascinating is Breece Hall is a 3-down back. You could utilize him non-stop if you really wanted to. But we're not going to have to. We don't have to rely on burning this kid's legs out. We're going to be able to extend his career in this offense. And I think it's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah. Dude, like you said, like, having receivers that the defense has to account for, like Elijah Moore, Garrett Wilson, Corey Davis, like, they have to be accounted for. They will burn your ass if you don't. Having that aspect to it, and then tight ends that can add to the protections, and then, dude, what that does for the running game is unparalleled. It opens up the defense. Now our offensive line, all you got to do is get our running backs to the linebackers, get them to the second level, and let them go to work. Michael Carter was number 2 in the NFL for creating missed tackles last year. Breece Hall is going to do a whole bunch of that. And, dude, it's really exciting what we're doing. I love it. Oh, there goes Sam Howell, Matt.
Yeah, the commies took him. The commies took him in round 5.
It's a good pick, though, for them. It's a, it's a steal.
I agree.
Yeah, they sit on it. I mean, because who'd they just trade for? Wentz? So
Wentz.
they weren't going to take a quarterback high. Give
Right.
him the opportunity to see what they have. If they end up with a good pick next year, then they can either take the quarterback or they can, run it back with him. Maybe they want to see a full season out of him after a year of sitting behind Wentz. I don't know what Wentz's contract is, like how long he's kind of locked into.
How about Sam Howell going later than James Morgan?
That's weird.
Right.
The James Morgan pick is still probably my least favorite pick that we've made.
Oh, yes,
yeah.
without a doubt.
100%. You got to believe that was a Gase-inspired pick, right?
I don't know. Like, did they think he was going to be like the Joe Flacco statuesque quarterback and it was something that Douglas liked? Or was it because of Adam Gase? The pick didn't make any sense at the time, given all the needs we had. And, like, dude got bounced off our team, like, immediately.
Gase did that all the time. Even when he was in Miami, who would take those, like, day 3 quarterbacks and just hope that maybe one of them hits in the preseason and you flip them for a future asset. But, like we said at the time, the team had too many needs to do something like that. It made zero sense.
Totally.
And there was a bunch of good receivers there at that point, too. Like, we were getting frustrated.
Oh, so many. Gandy Golden, Gabriel Davis, who's come around and had himself a fine career so far. They were all sitting there, man. And, dude, not for nothing, I was screaming Bryce Hall. Like, what the fuck is this about? You know what I mean?
Me too. I liked him a ton.
Yeah.
Mr. Flashy says, did you guys see the funny video with Woody and Sauce about his sauce bottle? It's on Woody Johnson's Instagram for you guys to take a look. Yeah, we played it earlier on the stream. It was really funny. Super awkward. Super awkward, but definitely do you know what's in the sauce bottle? Of course. I'm the one that puts it in there.
Did you see the one where they're trying to line up saying you got the sauce together? That's another one.
I didn't see that.
Painful. It's painful.
Is that on Woody's too?
Yeah.
Oh,
hold on, I'll be right back.
We'll take a look at that one. Richard Gomez says Salah looks great. He's gained weight and muscle. Arms are huge, like a linebacker or D end. Ready for the season. Let's go Jets. Yeah, I want to draft Robert Salah onto our D line linebacking corps. Like, that guy seems like he could take someone's head off.
Yeah, why not? That'd be fun.
We should do it. Can we do that? We're going to do that. And with the Mr. Irrelevant pick, the New York Jets select their head coach to be their new starting linebacker.
Oh, no.
Kevin C. agrees with us, says Morgan was by far the oddest JD pick. Weird. Yeah, it was just very, very odd. That whole remember, Douglas's first draft was the COVID year, the first COVID year where we had no interviews, you couldn't meet players, and that's why I think you're seeing some of the weird differences combined with Adam Gase being here and Robert Saleh having a different need for player. That's why I think 2020 feels so off compared to last year's draft and this year's draft. It's very, very interesting to see the difference.
It is. I'm looking for this We Got the Sauce thing, but I'm not able to find it.
I'm sure someone, guys in the chat, if you see it,
DM it to me.
You guys can, DM it to Matt. I don't know if you guys can. I don't think you guys can send links in the chat. No. I'm pretty sure. I think it's just the moderators.
For good reason.
Yeah, you'll wind up getting some Rick rolls, maybe some things that are not so PG.
Some inappropriate things.
Hey, we're all about inappropriate occasionally. Like feet on stream.
Hey, for $100.
Got weird yesterday.
I'll do just about anything for $100.
Right? Caden Smith. Calling it right now, one undrafted free agent we will sign is Tanner Connor, wide receiver from Idaho State, 6'3", 235 pounds, speed threat to take the top off the defense, can develop him. Had him on a top 30 visit. Yeah, I guess if you have...
Yeah, that's interesting.
When you have top 30 visits on players that you think might go undrafted, those are the guys to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen a list of what our top 30 looks like. As far as like what visits we had, I saw the like initial one with like, I don't know, it might have been like 12 guys. I'd like to see the full list.
I don't remember what it was, to be honest with you.
Wild Billy Boy says, has Salah moved into his house yet? I hope so. Wasn't that what he was dealing with last year?
Yeah, he lived out of a hotel room with his 25 kids.
That would be awful. Yeah, I hope he's in wherever he was. I think he was building a house, I think is what it was. And there was something like the work was taking longer, I think.
Imagine if he got canned after 1 year and spent that 1 year living out of a hotel.
That'd be brutal.
Awful.
I hate being in a hotel.
Or the worst.
There's just nothing like real fun about it. Like the beds are always like, I don't want to think about what happened on these. I don't want to think about like how clean they actually are. Nasty.
Someone should take a black light to one of those rooms.
Nope. I'll never go into another. I'll never go.
No.
We
You're muted, by the way.
I've got a saying that I've said before where it's like, okay, yeah, this hotel room could be perfectly clean. They could have cleaned these sheets, but they don't clean the curtains. It's like, oh God, that's nasty. It's like,
yeah. Yeah, I would never bring a black light to it. I don't want to know.
Yeah, see no evil, speak no evil.
That's right.
Yep, there it is.
That's on Woody's TikTok.
Yeah, you don't want to look at the kitchen of your favorite restaurant. That's kind of not that that's your favorite restaurant, but same idea.
Oh, did you find it, Matt? Did you guys play it?
No, we haven't found it yet.
Okay. Oh, that is funny. Okay, please hold. I'm DMing it to myself so I can get it to me on the computer here. Please hold. Take an extra step.
Yeah, that's quite all right. Sean Ganley says, I hope they had a few hotel rooms for that big pack of Salah family.
Yeah.
Between him and Phillip Rivers, they can field an entire football team.
Pretty much.
And Antonio Cromartie. We'll get all three of them. You just draft all the kids.
I think this is it.
It seems like we're going to have some Joe Douglas conversation at some point, too. It looks like they're interviewing him, so I'm sure we'll get some clips there. Once we get the clips, we'll throw them up on the screen. All right, I'm going to step aside for just 1 second, and then we'll come back and we'll play the Woody Johnson comment about sauce.
New Jersey golfers, did you know the Northeast's biggest golf resort is in New Jersey? Manicured perfection awaits at Crystal Springs Resort with 6 spectacular courses, including New Jersey's #1 rated Ballyowen. Plus, stay a little longer and enjoy 2 resort hotels, 2 luxury spas, 9 unique dining venues, and the famous wine cellar of Restaurant Latour. Easy to get to with the best rate guaranteed and never any booking fees when you book direct at crystalgolfresort.com.
All right, let's pull up this link. All right. Here we go.
Finesse down Western Road, next. Might go down to G-O-D, wait. I go hard on Southside G, wait. I make sure that Northside E. And still. Finesse down Western Road.
Okay, maybe that's not it.
Woody.
I don't know. I don't know. But he's just
They're
such an
gonna be like,
uncomfortable
hey, you're
human
playing
being.
music.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Hey, look, man. The truth is that we had a decade of complete futility. A lot of it inspired by Joe Douglas' big faces on my TV. It's huge.
You gotta
it
go
was
over
just
to
his
ESPN.
whole head. Did you see that?
No, I'm on NFL Network. Let me switch to NFL.
Oh, okay.
ESPN.
And then now there's an error. But
Here we
the
go.
truth is, though, that in addition to that, Woody has given us any money that we've wanted. It's just that the players we've chosen with that money have been ridiculous because the guys we had sucked. But like, I think with Joe Douglas, like he has anything he wants as far as resources. So I think there's the potential for the ownership hatred to turn with JD here.
Yeah, I never understood the hate. I think it's just fans being upset to be upset. Like, there were definitely times, maybe in the Rex era with Tebow, some of the funky moves that they made around then. But if there's one thing I can say about our ownership, they've given us all the resources. They've never, like, people say, oh, they're cheap. That's not what I see. Like, they've always gone out and spent a ton of money on free agents, and I just think it's been the wrong, like, they've been doing it the wrong way. Now they have Joe Douglas in the building and Robert Saleh and Rex Hogan and all these guys, Phil Savage. These are football guys. They finally hit it right. They've been trying to do it the right way.
Yeah, they've been trying. That's the thing. Like, when you look at the efforts, like, they were trying. Even Chris Johnson, like, he was trying. Now, he sucked at it, so it is what it is. But he was trying, and that's the thing. Like, when you look at Maccagnan was cleared to give C.J. Mosley $5 million a year more than any other linebacker was getting paid. They were willing to overpay Le'Veon Bell. Like, whoever he wanted, they gave him the money for it. So it's like, on that end, they're not a cheap franchise. You know what I mean? So that's a positive, man. Look how big Joe Douglas's head is on my screen. Holy shit. That's the worst camera angle I've ever seen. What's he saying? Turn that up.
That's preposterous.
Preposterous. Why are they doing that to him? His head's big as it is.
Think about how big. Think about how big that lady had to be in order to suck on the top of his head.
Right. Yeah. She's a fucking monster.
Just a gigantic Amazon woman.
They went to commercial.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Damn it. Can you rewind it or something, Matt? That's funny.
I don't got the fancy shit.
It's like
Wild Billy Boy says, wild unnecessary distraction for a first-year head coach. Saying last year with the Saleh not being able to move into his hotel room.
He was staying at the Holiday Inn last year.
Yeah. Andrew says, you guys have to get the Buffalo Jet fan on here. Yeah, we've been throwing his comments up as they pop in. Dude knows his stuff. Patrick Sullivan says, Ryan, did you see the video I sent you? Probably not. When I'm on here, you got my full undivided attention. Where'd you send it? Let's see. I never know where I get stuff from.
I bet it's the one. Many people shared with me the one that we played earlier today. I appreciate you guys sharing it with me, but we got that one already where he's showing him the sauce thing.
Oh yeah, the awkward.
Yeah.
Awkward exchange. Chris gave us those uniforms. I can't imagine Chris was solely in charge of that decision. That's such an expensive and important decision to make. They had a whole marketing team come in. I wish they'd hire another marketing team to change it up a little bit. What do we got? 2 more years of them, I think.
I want this logo.
Yeah, so do I. That's my favorite logo.
This way. There we go.
If we could do that with like the white helmet with like a green sparkly.
Yeah, a little bit more modernized. A little bit more modernized version of it. That's all.
Yeah. That would look really neat. Randon says, love you nerds, man. Yeah, you guys hanging out with us, the 700 plus that are in here, you guys are degenerates like us.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting here watching every pick of the draft, getting thoughts, trying to figure out what makes sense, who takes a bad player, what we could expect from the Jets. You guys are the real diehards in here.
Yeah. I got an interesting stat.
Ooh. Yeah, let's hear it.
So from our guy, Michael Nania, Jets running backs dropped 15 passes in 2021, most of any running back unit in the NFL. They were also one of only 2 running back units that did not make a single contested catch all year. Breece Hall should help. Just 1 drop in 2021 and caught 4 of 5 contested catches.
Wow.
There you go.
That we knew
stuff.
pass catching running back was going to be some type of a need. Like Michael Carter showed some ability to catch out of the backfield, but Ty Johnson was just such a liability, just like crippled us. What game was that where he had the 3 drops in like 3 attempts towards his direction? Was that a Miami game? I think it was a division game.
It could have been. I don't remember. I was gonna say either Jacksonville or
you know
Philly,
what?
but like,
I think you're right. I think it was one of those two. I think it was a
but
green.
like all those, they all like blend together. That part of the schedule is all the same to me. Like that stretch run.
That was so bad. I just because it smacked him right in the hands all 3 times, and it just killed drives. Like when we say drive stabilizing players, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, bringing in Laken Tomlinson, drafting a tight end to go with the 2 additional tight ends you brought in. These are guys that will help extend drives and help Zach Wilson look better. Like those drops hurt Zach Wilson's development. It put a whole drive on ice.
Yeah, totally. It happened numerous times. Numerous times Zach was doing stuff and he got betrayed. You know what I mean? That one game with Ty Johnson was absurd. Absurd.
Thank you to NYJ Matt for taking this picture. But here you go.
There it is. Yep, there it is.
Look at the size of his
That's
face.
the whole TV screen. Look at that.
Really? That's how they did that? They did him dirty.
They did him dirty, dude.
It's like
and it was almost.
We're just gonna shoot the rest of this video like this. So,
yeah.
You can see every pore. Oh my God, that's.
It was like
horrifying.
walleye too. It was like round. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're using a fisheye.
Yeah, fisheye. Right.
GoPro, using a GoPro as your camera. Mumtaz says lame and done to death joke, but I can't resist. Wilson to Wilson, Hall to Hall, Carter to Carter. Can we trade for another Mosley? Got Johnson and Johnson. We have
Tyler Algier goes
just
to the Falcons. I like him a lot.
Yeah. He said he had fumble issues.
Not more than Breece Hall, obviously, but I do like him.
Yeah, of course. Patrick Sullivan says he sent the video on Facebook. All right, let me see. See what it is.
Facebook. He sent it by messenger pigeon.
Yeah. All right, so it's an Instagram post from Jet Life News of Jeremy Ruckert. I'm from Long Island. I'm from New York. As far as effort and as far as the mentality, you're going to get my best every single play. Oh, yeah, and then it's showing the video. Oh, let me see if I could find that one. Did I have that one queued up? I'll find that one, Patrick. That was a good video you sent. Matt, maybe you could find the video for me because I don't have this one queued up. It's
one?
the one of Jeremy Ruckert outside with his family doing the Jet chant.
I'll look.
Andrew drops in, says, Buff Jet fan makes Jet content too. I meant the stream. Yeah, I know. Absolutely. We know he makes good content. we had him hop in there. I haven't seen him since earlier today though, so I don't know if he's still with us or not. Maybe doing something else. Nice guy.
I just sent it.
All right, let's pull it up. Let's see. All right, let me.
There you go.
Start it.
I got it. Yeah, you want it? I got one here.
I got it right here. I have it queued up. Here's the.
Okay. There it is. Yeah.
Jets! Let's go!
Look at that grin on Jeremy Ruckert's face. That tells you
and that was
everything.
It does, Ryan. And it was a smooth transition from the crowd to his hat, too. He did that well.
Oh, I love it. He's going to be one of my guys, one of my faves now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite picks that we wanted to see happen. Like, if you could have pegged one as far as like, hey, if you needed a fan favorite pick, I don't think there's any better choice than that one.
No, I mean, we said it a million times today, but he literally lived out every single kid from Long Island's dream.
Getting drafted by your hometown team.
Hell
I
yeah.
can't wait till he catches his first touchdown.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
That's going to be an
Go
electric
nuts.
moment.
He's got to do a celebration.
Oh, yeah. Joe drops in, says, Brees, Sauce, Zach Wilson, AVT, Becton, JJ, Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, Quinnen, 9 guys at minimum with star upside. Yeah, those are all guys that are key pieces to this turnaround that we're trying to see as an organization. These are building blocks. We didn't have these types of players under McCagnon. You had guys like Jamal Adams, who was all about, he said he was all about the team, but his actions kind of like implied, the other side of things. You have guys like Le'Veon Bell putting out a music track, trying to get as much money as possible, which, I get is fine, but, maybe a little ridiculous. And then CJ Mosley, getting a monster deal. I hope CJ wanted to come here, but I have a feeling that $5 extra million that he was offered probably had something to do with it.
Yeah, I imagine it did.
So having these young players in place, that feels like your young core. We haven't had a young core in place since you had Mangold, DeBrickashaw, David Harris, and it was going to be hopefully Mark Sanchez. Just didn't pan out the way we were hoping it would. No. I really like this young unit we got. Nicholas George the King says, are we trying to trade back in? That's what we heard earlier. ABC reported something, and Matt had mentioned it earlier in the day, that the Jets are possibly looking to move a player to come back into the draft. So we've kind of been trying to keep our read on that as far as rumors, things that could possibly transpire here. Tony V says, I cracked the code because Johnson & Johnson, we have this tradition of Carter and Carter and Hall and Wilson and Wilson. We had Lawson and Lawson. And Johnson.
That's right.
Or Williams and Williams.
We got Bryce and Brees.
Yeah. Yeah, those are like too similar.
Yeah.
It's like very
Bryce and Brees Hall.
Yeah,
it is. There's something to it. They believe in the symmetry.
Beth Page Chris says Ruckert will be playing on point after attempts and the goal line. Yeah, I think you could see him start immediately on special teams. I think he provides enough size and effort and allows you to have a weapon too. Like there's still the upside of him being able to flex out possibly if you want to throw a fake in there. Stevie Steve says Ruckert is going to be our Gronk. Man, could you imagine? That would be so friggin' cool if the kid from Long Island became like just a tight end that everyone around the league is jealous of. That's what Gronk was. Is still. They should just let Gronk play in division games. Like if they just let him play the 6 division games in the playoffs, like forget that he won't get injured as much, and like they're gonna walk into the playoffs. Carolina's gonna be a good team.
Do what what's his face did with Eric Weddle this last. He hasn't played in like 2 years, and then he signed for the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean that's really all he's gonna do. You're gonna see him sit out until like the week before the NFL season. He'll be like, all right, yeah, I'm coming back now. He just wants to avoid training camp, take less hits on the body. I don't mind players doing that at this point, especially when you're that well dialed in with the quarterback. You know everything that's going on. Save your body. You only have so many hits.
Agree.
Jaguars picking again.
Urban Meyer.
Yeah. Another linebacker, please.
You know, the Seahawks, they took 2 tackles and 2 cornerbacks out of their 6 picks. Interesting, right? That's very McCagnon-esque.
Yeah, I feel like the 2 cornerbacks kind of make sense if they're trying to find a replacement for Reed. And then tackle, I think they're going to have to build an offensive line that won't get the quarterback they take next year killed. Because I don't think Drew Lock's the guy. Unless it's going to be Baker. Maybe they do trade for Baker at some point. That feels like the only place he could end up now. Are there any other teams that need a quarterback that haven't taken one in the draft? I feel like it's just Seattle.
Yeah.
Atlanta got theirs. Did Detroit take a quarterback?
Yeah.
They have Goff.
Maybe they didn't.
I don't think they did. Did they get Ritter?
I thought they did.
Ritter went to Atlanta. I don't think the Lions did. The Saints are another option people are saying. They signed Jameis Winston to a 2-year contract. I'd be a little surprised if Baker went there. I did think he would fit there, though. Maybe he goes back to Houston, like goes to Texas. Yeah, Armand says Lions did not draft a quarterback.
Interesting. They still
Baker
might.
to the couch this season, says Tyson.
Oh, that's not nice.
I feel bad for Baker. The dude played his heart out. Not to great results, but he got hurt, but he played through it. I admire that grittiness. And he really bought into that city. And then to see everything kind of go the way it did. I get it. You go for the talent in Deshaun Watson. That team's ready to win. Baker was holding him back, but I do feel bad for Baker.
Me too.
I don't.
Green Bean. I'm starting to learn that Green Bean has no heart for anyone outside the Jets.
That's right.
That's okay.
Very, very little. Very little. Especially Cleveland. They can all go to hell.
Oh well, yeah. Well,
that's
yeah.
right.
Good reason.
Yeah, Green Bean hates Cleveland.
I do. Except for I have this weekly visitor, Sonia. She's a Browns fan. She comes in. She's uber respectful. She loves talking football with us. I respect her. She's the only Cleveland Browns fan that I like.
Peter Chestnut says, you guys remember the narrative about Trevor Lawrence avoiding the Jets. Dare I say, we are officially a desired destination. I think for the young players in the league, seeing if this team does well, it's all about Zach. If Zach can take that step in the right direction, I think it's 100% a spot where players are going to want to try and come play next year. If we can have that type of season where we sneak into the playoffs, like with Sanchez, remember the vibe that was around the Jets those next 2 years?
It was huge.
Yeah.
You got LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah,
Jason Taylor. It was just a fun team to be around. Bart Scott was like the violent, angry dude. You had Chris Jenkins.
Yeah,
Although he
dude.
hurt
That was
a lot
fantastic.
those last
Yeah, he did.
That was before the Rex bluster wore off. It was like, holy shit, I want to play for that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it was fresh.
after, I feel like that fell apart once the Sanchez extension went south. Like, if they had gotten Peyton, that would have been wild. Like, that team would have been really friggin' good. I mean, they still lost some of their playmakers, but I think Peyton would have been able to pull them out of that. But once they gave the extension to Sanchez, it just that put the kibosh on Rex's next few years, I think.
I agree, Ryan.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
This Cowboys gonna take. We're getting into the range where Matt Let's Go from North Dakota. Offensive tackle, excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go. Sure.
Yeah. Big fan.
Yeah.
Huge fan.
Yeah. Is Snoop Connor really Snoop Dogg's cousin? Is that real, or are we just saying that? Because his name's Snoop.
I'm going to guess because his name is Snoop, but let's see.
Yeah, probably.
Relation to Snoop Dogg. I don't know. Maybe they like. Oh, no. Yeah, no. I'm going to say no. That'd be funny, though. Yeah, good point. Someone said in the chat, Ryan left, so the Jets are about to trade.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good point.
Just like
It
we
might
should tell
just
him
happen.
when he comes back. We should tell him that the Jets traded up.
We should. You got a point on this one?
Yeah. Just follow the
There you
lead.
go.
Unless he brought his headphones with him, but I think he took them out.
Yeah, right now he's in there listening to us. That's what I do when I go to the bathroom. I usually have my headphones on when I'm using headphones. I can hear everything. You're like, I fucking hate Green Bean. Oh.
No. Not nice. Is it just me, or does this draft feel like it's taking longer than ever?
No, it's long. I mean, the fact that we don't have any picks. I mean, they're rolling now. I mean, they're definitely rolling, which is nice to see. But yeah, I mean, it's painful without picks, and we're sitting here grabbing onto a flimsy reed, hoping that we slide back in here. But it's probably unlikely, but it's possible. Who knows? Jets did their press conference.
The Jets traded up into this
we traded.
round. They gave up a third round pick next year.
I can hear you just fine. I think you're so full of shit.
Look at the
No,
chat.
it's the truth.
You guys screwing with me? I never know what to friggin' believe.
They traded a third next year.
You're
and they're
so
getting
full of it. I'm not buying that
sixth
for a
next year.
second.
And we
Not
took
for a
Jerome Ford, the Michael Pirine comp.
Don't believe you guys for a second. I see. It's nice. You had me going for a minute.
Good work, chat.
You're
They
lucky
were
I
on
didn't
it.
have the headphone in. I turned the headphone. I mean, the chat did it. Like, that's what it was. When you said, look at the chat, and I'm seeing all the trade things come up, I'm like, oh, no. Oh, man.
Yeah.
So, geez. This could be what happened.
Yeah, they did. It traded up for Matt
that's
Azaria,
the-
or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah, the punter. See, I just got to go to the bathroom more often, and then we'll trade up all the time. But then we won't have any picks next year.
Yeah, generational punter's still sitting there.
That's right. He is. 5th round.
The Jet Show says, I'll expect to see you three at our first home game. Hell yeah.
Hell
I want
yeah,
to go to the
dude.
home opener. That was so much fun last
Yeah,
year.
we're gonna do home opener, I think. And there's look, Sack is doing the whole Jet Lounge party. We got obviously Jet Nation and Gotham, but we got to figure out where we're gonna go, and we'll have a more settled down approach this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. A little more organized. Matt, what was the laugh?
I sent you a link to a tweet.
Oh, let's see.
Is that okay to show on stream?
I'm absolutely going to show it on stream.
What is
Green Bean's gonna love it.
Oh man.
Oh no, that's fantastic. Oh, I love it.
Oh, what a good Photoshop too. They did a great job. Wow, I'm stretching.
They really
Oh.
did. They kept it PG.
Oh man, that's really funny.
We're gonna call him BDJ.
He's so good. I love Joe Douglas.
I love him, dude.
I want him to be our only GM. Don't ever
Right.
get rid of Joe Douglas.
Right.
Guy's a national treasure.
We got to have a GM.
Oh, here comes the porn bots.
That's here for. Oh, they're here.
Wow, yeah.
They love that pick.
Finn McCory goes, Jets Talk 24/7 has been banned. Whack. Oh, that's great. Robbie says, will Uzoma be with Conklin or Ruckert? I would imagine Conklin. You kind of... It'll be both of them, but they'll wind up taking them along nice and slow. Yeah, wow, man. All the porn bots came in with a
That was funny.
That's funny, man. As soon as you showed the pic, they're like, "Oh, cool, yeah, we're allowed here." They want us.
That was one of those pictures. That guy actually died. Like 2 years
Yes,
ago.
no way. He was a
Yeah.
He was a preacher.
He had a heart issue, I think, is what it was.
Yeah, died young. They said he was I saw a whole thing on him, man. He ended up being a minister, and he was like the most helpful, sweetest guy in the world.
You hate to see that. There's a lot of dum-dums out there I wish would I shouldn't say I wish, but better people out there.
I just did another winner thing, and it's me. I won.
Green Bean's getting himself a jersey.
There it is.
Yeah, I've had 3 people reach out so far. One with the mock-out contest, and then day 1, day 2. So we have got 3 people that are getting jerseys. We're gonna figure out. Some people wanted guys that are already on the team. Some guys wanted ones that were players we just drafted. For the guys that want the ones that were just drafted, we should hold off unless there's a number you want on it, but we should wait until they actually have the rookie numbers figured out so you don't have a jersey that's totally wrong.
That's us.
Don Tiki says, we've had guys like Lewis, Scott, Vilma, Pace, and Harris at linebacker know the schemes are different, but something about having a beast in the middle is just nice. Yeah, he's your quarterback, right? Quarterback of the defense. And that's what C.J. Mosley is. He gets everyone lined up, gets them in the right positions. Whitehead and Reed, I think, were responsible for similar things at their units as well. So when you have guys that can really get people lined up in the right spot, understand when things are going to go awry pre-snap, that's important. That's why you're looking for captains. You're looking for guys that really know what's going on. Dustin Keller's asking, what did Kayvon do? Failed instructions.
Yeah, I answered him. Yeah, I mean, Peter Chestnut came in. He was the first guy to talk to us about maybe the Jets chose Sauce over KT because of that, be quiet about the visits, and Sauce listened and KT didn't. And I said, yeah, that was confirmed. Actually, we heard that report about that after that. So yeah, man, I think that's the kind of stuff that could make or break, a decision like that. If you have 2 guys rated in the same tier and you love them both as far as their physical talent and everything, and then you give them both directions, one follows it, one completely disregards it. Okay, there it is. There's the tiebreaker.
That's so. I had to delete the Joe Douglas tweet because someone tried to report me for spam, and they're trying to take away my blue check mark.
What?
Who reported you?
I won't. I'm not going to say, but someone who also has a blue check mark.
Whoa.
Jesus.
Not cool. That's ridiculous. I thought it was funny. I don't have a check mark. I'll send it out. Fuck them.
How is that spam? I don't think they're that's not...
Nah, they're just upset. They're
because I did the Douglas meme. I did the.
That's a great one. I love that one. That's one of my favorite pictures I've seen of Douglas to date.
I'm sorry for making jokes on Twitter, people. Please don't be offended. I promise it was only a joke. It wasn't a real testicle. It was his bald head.
Nicholas George the King says, I'm getting a Mims. Oh, getting a Mims jersey. Can't give up on him yet. That is a bold choice, my friends.
Yeah, let me say this. You guys know I'm about as loud and proud of a Mims supporter as we have out here. That's a bold move, buddy. I wouldn't do that.
If I was your financial advisor, I would say, please don't YOLO your Dogecoin.
Yeah, I'm not willing to put my money where my mouth is on that one because I'm not. That's bold, though. I respect you for it. You got some testes. You do. Nobody can take that away.
Oh, guys, we're almost at 1,000 likes. Got over 600 people hanging out with us. There's got to be 90 of you that probably haven't liked the stream.
Yeah,
although,
agreed.
With 600 people, you guys are the diehards, so maybe you did. Maybe I'm not.
Is it possible? Right, Ryan? That's a good point, Ryan. Like, these are the diehards. Maybe these are the guys that already liked it. Is it possible that all 640 people in here already liked the stream? Is that even possible?
I would say it's
Nope,
pretty
it's
close.
not.
There's
Here
a
they
little,
go.
It's going up. It's going up. Sometimes it just takes a little reminder of like, oh yeah, hey, I forgot to do that.
Yeah,
I do that all
totally.
the time.
Especially if they're checking out, checking in, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. I love seeing everyone getting fired up about Matt and his post and saying that Samini's the one that reported it.
Everybody's claiming
It wasn't Samini. I'll tell you that it wasn't Samini. I am trying to get my Twitter account back though. This is infuriating.
It locked you down?
No, but like I gotta go. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out right now. I'm sorry.
Irritating. No, that's all right.
Nah, that's bullshit, man. I'm with you.
It's all right. We'll have to go on a maybe like a post rampage. It's like, what the heck? Big bro hug, says Ronnie. I'm confused.
All right.
Caden Smith says, I'm kind of disappointed that Douglas is done with the rest of the draft. I'd like to see him trade a player or a pick next year for a swing on a linebacker or Lindstrom from Boston College.
I know. I would love for him to jump back in and grab a Lindstrom. I would. Give the Blake Cashman 6th and Greg Van Roten to pop in and grab Lindstrom. That would be fantastic.
I would love to sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves as well.
Exactly. Well said.
It would be great. I would love to do that. I do like the idea of jumping back up. I don't think it's entirely unlikely. I think it's possible.
So think about it. With all the moving and shaking and trading and acquiring and dumping picks, we still came away with the predetermined number of picks, number 7, what the NFL allots us every year. We got 7 players added via this draft, and we went quality over quantity, which is an interesting tact. I think it's different from what we're used to seeing with Joe Douglas. He likes to trade back. We saw the trade up last year, but most of the time he's trading back to acquire assets. He said, nope. Michael Clemens was worth more to him than, 2/6 or whatever it might be. It's interesting.
Yeah, you look at how we've handled the draft the past 2 years and kind of going the scatter shot, like let's just get a bunch of guys onto the roster. I want to get my guys in here. And then this year, I think he realizes and understands the urgency, especially now that you have the quarterback. You have to surround him with talent. You have to get, pieces to this puzzle at really big positions of need. Cornerback, wide receiver, edge rusher, running back, tight end. These are all big-time positions with our first 5 picks. And then you start adding some depth pieces. The last 3, Jeremy Ruckert, Max, and Michael, also kind of hit all those spots that we've been talking about. The one thing that I will say that I'm a little surprised at is the lack of safety and linebacker help. But look, I'll be honest, I would rather have traded some of these picks to get the quality players. Like Green Bean was saying, 7 players is what you normally draft, and we got 7 players all in the top 4 rounds. That's good.
Right. All in the top 4 rounds. Like, think about that. So this is the result of, Avery Williamson, Steve McClendon, Chris Herndon, and even some Sam Darnold action. So we got rid of all those guys for additional assets, trimmed it from the 7th, 6th, 5th to get 3 firsts, 2nds, 3rds, 4th. That's what we did. We pushed it all up top of this draft, and we went quality over quantity. And I think it's a statement, man. It's letting letting us know we're ready to compete. You know what I mean? We're ready.
John Rogers, 4:14 a.m. here in Adelaide. Adelaide? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Getting heavy eyes. Dude, John, you're an animal. It's like we're exhausted. And you at 4 a.m., mister. That is dedication. Jerome says, do you miss Blake Cashman yet? Green Bean, you missing him?
I am. It's sad.
Green Bean, let's hope the Viking goes undrafted.
That's right. Van Valkenburg, I'd love to see him as an undrafted free agent. I think he'll get drafted, but that would be fantastic. Oh, I love him as a prospect. 2-3 years on the roster, he'd be ready to pop.
Mumtaz says, Darian Beaver's still up there. Can't we find a pick? Yeah, dude, if you could wind up flipping like a LaMichael Pirine or a Zuniga for just a late pick, like a player you're anticipating cutting anyway. Although I guess maybe that's why people wouldn't trade for him, because they know they might be able to get him close to the season. I don't know, but I feel like you got to be able to get like a late 6th or 7th.
I think my account was hacked. I think that's what happened.
No shit.
Yeah, I got a message from, I think that person's account was hacked, and then I think my account got hacked because I clicked on their message because I thought they reported my account.
Oh, geez.
Oh.
They don't send us anything.
No, well, don't click it.
I'm not clicking it. I'm clicking on your profile. I mean, it looks all right. I don't see anything
because I can't.
Crazy, but you're locked out of it, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm locked out. Yeah.
God, super frustrating. The NY Bully says Donovan West, Darian Beavers, Verone McKinley are still on the board. I'm not counting out Joe Douglas trading back into the draft. We've been saying it all damn day. We've heard rumors that Joe Douglas is going to try and come back up by swapping a player out. It's going to be interesting to see what winds up happening. Does he like the center? Does he like the linebacker? Does he like safety? How do they feel about the guys on their team currently?
Oh, the Titans took Kyle Phillips. There he goes. Remember the name, everybody.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
A lot of people liked him.
He's that guy.
Jets fan Dave loves our draft class. James says we need Elon now.
Pissed. Yeah.
They're censoring Matt.
Come on.
We can't post dirty pictures of our GM anymore.
No, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Oh boy.
We hit that part of the draft where I have to flip the earbud out because one has died. Finn says he wants to see Sauce get a game-winning pick at the home opener. I can already see it.
Oh, my God. I'd love it.
The crowd would go absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, we'd all start punching the shit out of each other all out of excitement. It'd be a fucking bloodbath. If Sauce gets a pick in the home opener, people are dying. I'm just telling you. That's the excitement level.
It's not going to go well, yeah.
If we just have a game that's competitive, the energy that was at the home opener got sucked out of the stadium so fast. Like the first drive. I want some energy. I want Zach Wilson to like fake the handoff and then drop a bomb to Garrett Wilson or Elijah Moore. That was Sanchez's first play. When they ran him out, they did I think it was a flea flicker, right?
Yes. To Chancey Stuckey, no?
Yeah, I don't think it worked, if I remember correctly. I think it was just like...
what do I know?
Just a bomb. But yeah,
Let
I
me
think
tell you
you're right.
something funny. So Tyson Manning in the chat. What's up, Tyson? He says before he goes, I can't like something because I'm told to like it. And I said, well, what about if you actually like it though? And he said, you know what? I'm gonna like it because of you. Isn't that funny? It's like a good perspective shit.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
I
one of
can
those things. It's like,
appreciate that.
yeah,
You know, I can
he doesn't
appreciate
like to be
not
told
doing
what to
you're
do.
told. Right,
Yeah.
fuck that. It's like, okay, I hear that, but what if you actually like it? Can you do it then? Like, you know what? Yeah, I can.
Yeah, see?
Incredible, Tyson. I love this stuff. This is the fun shit that I like to do. I love exploring perspectives with people.
It is. It's
I
interesting.
do. It is. So all I did for 10 years as a therapist, I would just go, so I hear you. Let's do this. And I watch people go, it's my favorite thing in the world.
When you see like the
like
little
that.
connection, like there's that you see the like bridge be built, and you're like, aha.
Totally. It's the best thing in the world, man. Yep, exactly. I used to do my forte in the therapeutic world is men's groups, right? Like I love to get 40, 50 men and put them in a 2-hour group with no break. I mean, I've had almost fist fights, fucking guys wrestling, all kinds of shit. And I love men's groups. I love the tension. I love the testosterone, and I love settling it, finding the avenue to settle it down and get guys to feel and cry and dude, there's nothing I like more. I'm telling you, it's my favorite.
So on the opposite side of that, so when I'm at work and we have employees that, there's always going to be situations where you run into where this employee doesn't like that employee, something happened, this guy's not pulling his weight, and they get irritated, and there's this weird drama that gets all sorts of like tense, and I'm just like, I'm not about that. It's like, you guys will figure this right out right now. Put them both on the same shift. You guys will figure it out. You guys are adults. Put your big boy pants on. Justin drops in, says, I also doubt it's possible JD skips out past 117 for another whole half of the draft. Yeah, that's one way to look at it, right? Like, there's an entire half of the draft that Joe Douglas is just watching players go off the board. So you could see him possibly hop back in.
Yeah, it's got to be annoying. So think about this, though. The Niners had to do this on the front end of the draft. That's painful. And
yeah,
they
when you see all the really good players go off the board. Carolina, too, to an extent. Like, they had their
wanted
sixth pick, but they had nothing.
Nothing. They had to wait. And this is what they got for it. Like, so the Niners, all well and good, but they got Trey Lance, who I still think highly of. I still think he's good, but didn't actually blow the doors off the place. And then the Panthers got Sam Darnold.
Ooh, Rams just got
and
Kyron
Stephon
Williams.
Gilmore. You know what I mean?
You were talking about Kyron Williams before Green Bean. He just went to the Rams.
Oh, he did? Oh, he's going to be good there. That's a good offense.
I like
for
that.
him.
Yeah.
Douglas on Max Mitchell. He's been practicing at tackle, guard, snapping the ball as a center. Feel he can be another versatile piece to add to the offensive line. We love our versatility. And I think that's definitely why Zion Johnson went ahead of Linderbaum as well. That same exact reason. I think teams recognize that. Being able to shift offensive linemen around. The O-line is so important to all teams. Same with the D-line. When you can have guys that are not so specialized at one specific position, like you like it, but it gives you no flexibility when something happens.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Wild Billy Boy says, wouldn't be surprised if Ruckert has a top 5 selling jersey next year for us, seriously debating on getting one. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me at all. If he winds up catching a touchdown like early in preseason or something along those lines, you'll see a bunch of fans get hyped up and see what's going to happen. But just supporting the hometown kid, like I would buy a Ruckert jersey just to like I know if he sees his jersey in green and white on a fan, like that's going to mean the absolute world to him. I know it means a lot for every player, but I think for him specifically is just, it's a magical thing to be picked by the team you grew up watching.
Without a doubt.
Eric Craig says, did you guys hear about the TikTok video from the Miami Dolphins fans crying and complaining, saying the Jets are building a Super Bowl team? No, but please send it to Matt. Or no,
I don't know where you're sending it to. I don't know where. You send it to whoever's in my account right now.
Yeah, don't send it to Matt. Send it to Green Bean. Because then if you find the TikTok video from the Miami Dolphins fans crying, complaining that the Jets are building a super team.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, send me that. I'm on Twitter right now, so yeah, I'm hanging around. I'm around. I'll get it up here.
Owen says, I wish the season was a week or something. I can't wait for the competition and training camp. Yeah, this is we had that weird lull before the draft where you could talk about mock drafts and you could talk about all these different things and you kind of exhaust yourself leading up to that. But then after this, what do you talk about? You just run into it. Oh, I see Blewett in the chat. Blewett's going to hop in. He's got the link. So we'll hear from him shortly.
Did he end his stream?
Yeah, I think it sounds like he a few people that were over in that stream started hopping over this way again. Hell yeah.
Apparently my account's tweeting about PS5s for sale.
Let's see. I'll tell you what it looks like. I'm on your page right now. Hit the little refresh.
You got me.
Let's see. Oh, yep. Hello, Twitter. Anybody interested in purchasing a PS5? I have one for retail price. If anybody would like to purchase, just DM me.
No, don't do it.
I trust Matt. If he says he's got to
do that. If you're gonna DM Matt, just send a bunch of nude pictures.
No. I actually want this account back.
Hell yeah, you got the
Don't do
check.
that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh man.
I aspire to get the blue check. You know what I mean? One of these days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the blue check mark's really friggin' cool. Let's see. I saw Greg Robs drops in with a $5 super chat. Thanks, Greg. I don't see a comment. Just see. I'll scroll through, see if there's anything a little lower there. But appreciate it all the same. Mauricio is holding out. He's waiting for 2 more people to like the stream so he could be the 1,000th like. Jets Forever says we have a Super Bowl team.
Wait, what? What happened?
Robert says Jets Super Bowl stonks going up. Would you rather have a game-winning touchdown against the Pats at home or away? Definitely at home. There's just so much more energy, but I do enjoy a good upset.
Yeah, definitely home. 100%. I mean, I love watching Pats fans' faces all slide to grimace and then walking out dejected. I love that too. But I'd rather do it for us.
Is this what you were laughing at, Matt? Matt's going to have more wieners in his DM than City Field.
Oh.
Oh, geez. I shouldn't have showed it.
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Jim Page said he stole the 1,000th like spot.
Nice.
Jake, thanks, Matt. I've been looking for a PS5 at retail price forever.
Yeah. There you go.
That's super stressful. That sucks, dude.
Well, it was a fun draft. Not having too much fun right now.
Did you put in a ticket with, whoever you got to put in a ticket with?
I believe I did. I'm waiting for an email back, but unsure.
Snowball. This was the elusive Snowball from last year's stream.
There he is.
I've seen him pop up a few times throughout the offseason this year. Anybody know if they're selling any NFL gear with the Jets draft playing card logo anywhere? Ooh, that's pretty cool. I don't know if they are, but seeing the playing cards was pretty neat. I like a lot of the things they're doing with the Vegas draft. I like that it's more of a destination kind of thing now, because it's kind of like the Super Bowl, only all 32 teams are excited as opposed to just 2. I'll always really like the draft. It's just something that's always going to be like, regardless of where we pick too. Like we could be picking, you know, ideally in the mid 20s to early 30s would be fantastic. Oh, here's what Greg was trying to say before. Greg says, we had an excellent draft. I have full confidence in our Jets leadership. Thank you, gentlemen, for the great content. Keep up the good work. Go Jets. Thanks, Greg. Nicholas says, I have 314,000 on TikTok. Any advice on how to make the transition into YouTube? It's really tough to go from another platform to YouTube.
Yeah,
because YouTube's a totally different style of content.
Right. It's not smooth. It's not easy to do. Like it doesn't just people just I don't know why they don't want to come. They like their platforms and they stay there. You know what I mean?
And it's such a different demographic too, because TikTok's such a short, like you're flipping through things real quick. With YouTube, you want the longer form content.
Yeah, you need longer. I was just gonna say you need the longer form content on YouTube.
So you got to find your niche. So that's why, you know, when we're talking Jet stuff, if there's something, Nicholas, that you're like super honed into, then you might have a shot to transfer some of that over. But I would think TikTok and YouTube, that's probably a tough transition because of the duration difference.
I feel like the other way is easier because then you could just kind of post clips of your whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, that was one of the decisions when I was kind of like looking at like what to do with the channel. It's like, oh, do I do a YouTube channel? Do I go like maybe more towards Facebook? Do I go towards Instagram? Because you always want to like diversify. So Nicholas, I'd always recommend doing that anyway. But getting people to convert is super hard.
Yeah.
Owen's asking, how would you guys feel about Tyrann Mathieu on a 1-year rental at safety? I think he's a good leader to add for the year. I think that's what LaMarcus Joyner's kind of supposed to be. I just don't. I don't think we're going to spend the money. We haven't spent the money on safety under Joe Douglas, and I don't envision that happening now. Like, I think any money he's holding on to is for contract negotiations with Fant and Quinnen.
I don't know. I think Quan Alexander's on the table. That's what I think. I think they just want to wait for the.
Did we not sign him?
No, we did not.
Oh, okay.
Unless,
yeah, I think you're right.
Did
then.
we?
I thought we did. I could be totally wrong.
You thought we already had him?
I thought he was already on the team. I know he came in for a visit. I just assumed that was like getting done.
I wouldn't.
But that might be why they don't care about linebacker then.
It could be. True. That's what I mean. Like we don't know their plan. I gotta get more access to the plan, guys. I want more.
It'd be nice,
right, Matt?
Yeah, I'm all in on that.
I'm all in.
We'll give you our thoughts. We could be your draft gurus. You want us to send misdirection? Oh,
that's right, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Screw everyone up.
Dude, I'll do whatever you want. Let's go. I'll fucking smoke it out for you. Shit. I'll do it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right, Matt. It's like however I can help to get I'm in. Let me help.
Yeah, literally give me anything, please.
What do you need?
Yeah, however
I'll do whatever
we can make
takes.
our team better. It's almost like the opposite of what we feel some of the beat do. Where it's like they go to break down guys like, hey. We'll throw some misdirection. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
like, we got to make sure we want the Giants to take a quarterback like early in the season. It's like, we don't need the Giants to take a quarterback. We just need the other teams to think the Giants are taking a quarterback. Like, it doesn't even have to be about the Jets. It could be like, oh, this is what I'm seeing. And then we just get our powerful chat to start, like, not spamming people, but like,
it going.
Yeah, you get the energy going, and then all of a sudden maybe, like, it's like when Samini sends out the tweet about A.J. Brown that Green Bean brings up, and it causes a whole like clusterfuck of nonsense in the Titans Twitter.
Yeah,
I do like that, throwing a hand grenade into a room and just walking away. Do that at work, say something controversial, walk away, and just like, oh. Get the people in the room fighting.
When I was a comedian, I would tour with all these perpetually funny guys. You know what I mean? Everybody's always on, right? Like, so we would go into Michigan or Maryland and we'd go on tour, and they would always do things to people like what you're talking about right there. And one of the ones that they like to do the most, I've seen this done probably, I don't know, 50 times in my life. When you're in an elevator and somebody's getting out of the elevator, right before the door closes, you say, "Sir, you dropped your..."
Oh,
I've never heard that. That's amazing.
Dude, I would go, dude, that what you just did to that person. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I used to see, like, they're like, "Oh shit, what the fuck?" And then they're going downstairs, would looking for the elevator. It's just crazy. But I would also see they would do things at restaurants. Like, they'd be walking, like somebody's walking by, and they would go, "Sir, you dropped something," and it went under the table. And we would literally see people like looking under people's tables and shit. There's nothing there, man. I'm like, oh, like, I hate it.
Maniacs.
Do it while you're driving by, like on the street. You see, go, "Ma'am, you dropped your," that kind of stuff. And see them while we just drive by.
Animals.
I was always uncomfortable with my fellow comedians.
You know what makes it really, or not really funny, but whenever you see people that do like the bungee jumping and they go to jump and they throw like the no, they throw like the extra harness or whatever, like, "You don't have it on." They're like, "Oh, I'm dying."
That's evil.
That's horrible. I would hate for someone to do that to me. I'd have brown colored pants. Absolutely terrifying.
Uh-huh.
I used to, when I lived up at school, I used to have, we got Blewett joining us now.
Oh.
Let's see if I can assign him to guest 3. I wonder if I have this little button. I don't know if I still have the 4-way. Oh, I do have it up. Bam. Let's see what it actually, does it have Joe's name on it? Probably not. No, it's got Ali's name on it.
Ali.
Cool.
Close enough.
Hey, what's up, Ali?
That's my name.
Hey, Ali. There he is.
Am I good to go?
Oh yeah, you're on.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know I'm coming in the most lively time of the entire draft, so it must be going crazy right here. A bunch of stuff is happening, so.
Party time.
It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. What would you say your favorite part of this whole draft process has been? Or what do you think about the picks? Like, should we go picks, or do you want to go like, just sort of what happened?
I don't know. This is Jets Talk 24/7. It's not Blue Splits.
Okay.
You kind of got to tell me, buddy.
I'm going to tell you. Okay, so I want to get your thoughts on from pick 4, 10, all the way through, how your emotions kind of went, because I feel like a lot of people were very upset at the Sauce pick with Kayvon Thibodeau there, and then a lot of other stuff going down, and then people are feeling real good after the first round, and I want to hear how it went through the Joe Blewett mind.
Yeah, well, the Joe Blewett mind the first night, as people were on the stream, I was very, very hungover for day 2. Let's just say that. So night 1 got very interesting, for sure. There was comments people were making that I do not remember happening. So it was a very lively stream. I didn't do the whole first round. I just did the end of it. But I think me and a couple of other people were driving a Sauce train for pretty early, Ryan. I know we talked about Sauce very, very early on. So he was my number 2 player in the draft. To get him at 4, completely comfortable with it. Now, I always said, like, if they were whatever the Jets think about the Thibodeau thing, like, I can't. I'm not in their minds. I was kind of in the middle on it. If they were comfortable with him, I would have liked Thibodeau more, because you need that D end. But Sauce, at the same token, was my second best player in the draft, so I really wanted him. And then obviously, transitioning to 10, Jets need a receiver. Obviously, Joe Douglas thought there was a receiver run coming. The receiver run came. He got in front of it, got Garrett Wilson, who I've compared his movement skills to Odell Beckham-like. So if he hits his ceiling, he could be a very good player. I think he's a little bit more raw than some people realize he is in his route running. But overall, again, another high upside pick to surround Zach Wilson. And then we're all sitting there, and we're all pretty happy with the picks, right? And then I guarantee you, we're all sitting there like, who is the D end? Because that's all everybody talked about for the entire offseason was who we're getting at D end. And it's only Karlaftis and JJ on the board, and we get to pick 26, and you see the trade up. And I don't know how you guys reacted, but I can tell you, I thought it was going to be for JJ or Karlaftis. I like Karlaftis more than JJ. That's just my personal opinion. But the whole JJ thing, the whole JJ thing, I was telling people in the beginning, like I don't see him as a 4th overall pick or a 10th overall pick. I do not see the intrigue with him that high. He's just not that good of a player. I get the whole Senior Bowl thing, but still, that's an environment that DNs are. They're made to win. Receivers and DNs are made to win at the Senior Bowl. It's just how often do you have a two-way go, multiple are knowing it's a pass play, not a run play, all that stuff. So, with that being said, I didn't like him at 4. I didn't like him at 10. Do I love him at 26? Hell yes. Yeah. So. Great pick there.
Well said, man. Perfectly said.
Appreciate that, Green Bean. Yeah, and then past that, we're sitting there, and I'm assuming we're all thinking like Nakobe Dean, right? I don't know. I can't put words in your guys' mouth, but like, holy shit,
that's where we were. Dude, when we jumped up, I was like, oh, it's got to be for Dean, right? There's no way it's not.
Yeah, like you had Dean, you had Brisker, you had a couple of D tackles. I think D tackle is more of like a secondary need than like a primary need. So I was really hoping for linebacker or safety. And you had Brisker there, you had Petrie there, you had Muma there, you had Dean there. I was like, oh, it's gonna be one of those guys. And then it's Breece Hall. I'm like, okay, I don't love the pick because I don't love running backs that high, but in the same token, in the same breath as that, Zach Wilson has no excuses, like none, because Michael Carter was a stud last year. Like he wasn't Alvin Kamara, but he was a stud. He got injured a little bit. That sucks. Breece Hall, the best running back in the draft. Pretty comfortably. You just brought in Garrett Wilson. You got Corey Davis, who's a decent number 2. You have Elijah Moore, who we all think is going to be wide receiver 1. Like he has that potential. You have an offensive line that is a plus offensive line at the minimum. It should be a top 10 unit. Let's be honest, or at least floating in there. Good tight ends. Adding Ruckert too after that, which to me, like there were some guys again, linebackers I wanted there, but the nostalgia of the Ruckert pick was great. And how long is 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫 going to be here? He's 31 years old and he's had some injuries. So you can develop him for a couple of years behind those guys. And hopefully he is your next like starter. And then past that today, Max Mitchell. Am I going to act like I know Max Mitchell and a bunch of facts about him? No, I'll be lying to you. They needed a tackle. They grabbed the tackle. Awesome. And then the DN, blank out his name. I kept forgetting his name the entire my entire stream.
Michael.
Michael what? See, like I forget.
That's Cameron. Is that the right name? Yes. Michael Cam. I believe so. Something earlier.
Is it
I don't
Cameron?
have my I had my whole little list of players up. I didn't prep it.
Clemens.
There it is.
There we go. I don't love him to be honest. Like when you look at that pick, like you have, and I get it. Like just pick BPA. Like, and if he was BPA on their board, great. You have Curry, you have Huff, you have Phillips maybe coming back. You have Josh Martin. So a little bit of overkill, especially with some of the linebackers. You know the hole at linebacker right now. But at the same token, like listen, we have $5-6 million available right now, or so, and we could have fit Tyreek Hill and Deebo Samuel. We can't fit a mid-level linebacker or safety on the team right now. So I think they go into free agency. We're not done, you know.
Well said. Yeah. You're nailing it, Blewett.
We like this.
I just talked for a really long time, so I'm sorry.
You actually right. This is like the culmination of 3 days of collected thoughts, right?
Exactly.
Nice and easy. Now.
Really.
Give me your entire thoughts, the entire draft to go.
Yeah, well, it's nice because you have some time to digest it a little bit, and you figure it out. And there's still a lot of research to do on like the guys we took this like today, but it's fun. It's nice, kind of decompressing. Like I was so excited after round 1, round 2. Like Joe said, we were all kind of surprised it was running back. We all thought like there was an outside chance that they might go that, but it felt a way lower percentage chance than linebacker or safety. And to see it happen, it's like, whoa, okay. Like I'm not opposed to helping out Zach Wilson. Like anytime you can add talent to help the quarterback, especially your young guy, I'm totally good with that.
Yeah, I think running back is like usually the piece to like put teams over the top. And like we don't have the linebacker, we don't have the safety. We need a clogger, a little bit of a deep tackle, but it was kind of the piece to put the offense over the top. And I get it's the offense isn't filled with a bunch of like solidified superstars or really good players or anything like that. But like right now, just in terms of like the value they put into each position, like what we expect of these guys, like where's the big hole on offense right now? Like when's the last time we could say that? Like we have two tight ends on our offense, and this is almost really like this is just really about the Jets like tight end position over the last 15 years more than like saying these guys are great, but like When's the last time we had an average level starting tight end? Like now we have 2 and Ruckert to develop. Like the best tight end we've had since Dustin Keller is what? A couple of games from Austin Safarian-Jenkins in like 2016. Like we haven't had anything there. So
Nothing.
So I'm excited about it. I am. I don't love running backs that high, especially trading up for 1 5th round pick. It is what it is. But the dude looks like a stud. And now you have 2 guys, run first offense, helping out Zach Wilson, again, a near top 10 offensive line, I think, with 2 solid tight ends. It's gonna open up Zach Wilson offense a lot, because a lot of these situations you're gonna be able to get 6-7 yards with Michael Carter or Breece Hall on first down, and then teams, when it's 2nd and 3, second and 2, guess what they're doing? Play action, deep shot, perfect for Zach Wilson. So I'm excited. I'm about the offense.
Now, so Robert Tillotson in the chat is saying, will Hall be a 3-down back, or will he be running back by committee? I mean, I think he could be a 3-down back, but I think the benefit of having our stable of backs is that you don't have to burn this guy out and run him into the ground. It will be running back by committee, and I think it's going to be really awesome to see fresh legs. You'll get fresh legs in the 4th quarter with Breece Hall, instead of like slowing him down over time, even though he's going to beat up on defensive players. But Joe, I want to hear your thoughts on like how we utilize Breece Hall.
Well, the one thing I've seen so far is like he struggles a little bit with his pass protection, so maybe Michael Carter is more the third down back. But like in terms of snap percentages, just like to give people like kind of my line of thinking, I think it's probably going to be like 50% Breece Hall, 35% Michael Carter, 15% other. Like would be my snap like distribution. But again, I want to look for myself and see how much he really struggled with pass protection, because you'd figure if he did rookie year, obviously get somebody there who could pass protect. That's going to be some of Coleman's reps and Carter's reps. But yeah, I think he's going to hit about 50% of the snaps, and like it's great for him because yes, he's the number 1 running back in the draft, but he's also had over 800 carries on his body already. So if we could reduce his carries because you have a dual system with the running backs, then great. You preserve him for the future. So Michael Carter was like good last year, and now you're adding a guy at 36 who should be good behind a good offensive line with good tight ends, with good receivers, with it like you listen. I'm not like blowing my load here on the Jets, but they should be legitimately exciting this year, which we haven't said in many years. And then you look at again the defensive talent they added, like the whole linebacker, safety, etc. But like they added 2 first-round picks at the 2 most important positions on defense. Sauce could be a superstar. Like, I love him. Absolutely love the pick. I don't know if you were on that train early, Ryan, but I talked him up for months on this channel with you. And then again, getting a guy in JJ.
Joe,
are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Green Bean? Okay.
Yeah. I was like, oh shit.
Joe.
We're good.
Joe froze. I can't even hear you, Joe.
Yeah, he's not moving. Looks good.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Not one of those
there
real.
Now he's smiling. Hold on. There we go. Back? We got him back. You're back.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. My download my download speed right now is at like 500 megabits per second, and I'm getting frozen, which makes no sense.
Yeah, that's goofy. Your upload is going to be the video pushing it out. But with 500 download, I think you probably have like 30 or 40 upload.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So never
I don't know bandwidth.
Yeah, I know Green Bean's famous for freezing, and I've heard him talking about like him being on like 20 or whatever megabits to do a show and whatever else. So 500, you think it's enough, but apparently not. Right?
Yeah.
So what are your guys? I want to know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Green Bean.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, my floor. If I don't have more than 6 upload, I can't do it. Like that's my absolute floor. I know it's going to be a shitty stream, but I can do it. You know what I mean? 6.
So I gave you guys I'm legitimately curious to hear you guys. Like I know you guys have been talking for like literally 12, 15 hours, but like give me a little recap too, because I'm curious about your guys' opinions as well.
Yeah, for sure. So 4th pick happens. It was the situation I really didn't want to see happen, but I was very interested to see how it would be handled. I was hoping KT would go before our pick, so we didn't have to deal with the situation of like, oh, the Jets passed on KT. He's going to the Giants. He's going to be this stellar edge rusher, and we're going to have to hear about it for the next 10 years and all the New York media. Like that's what I didn't want to see happen, but I love that they took Sauce. I was such a big Sauce fan, and I just wanted to find a way to get him. And I understood if they didn't go that because edge rusher was a huge need at a huge area, with powerful, or not powerful, with a lot of top end guys at the top end of the draft. And then wide receiver at 10 made a ton of sense because of our need at the position as well, and us trying to trade for one and the value of the contracts and everything like that. That's how I could have envisioned it going. And once we took Sauce, super excited, very, very happy. I was like, okay, the three of us were like, now we're going edge at 10. Like, that just makes sense. We're going to try and trade back into the first to go get a wide receiver, or we're going to take one at 35. And to see wide receiver go, Garrett Wilson at number 10, we were all kind of like, okay, like good. Like, this is a good player, but man, what do we do for edge? Like it's one of those situations where we thought this is going to be a scenario where we're going to be looking down the line like, man, we took the corner over the edge, and then in an edge heavy draft, is this going to be like, what was it, 2017 when we took the Louisville Slugger instead of, the wide receiver in a wide receiver heavy draft? So it was that same almost parallel for a lot of Jet fans, I think. But I think we got the top corner. Like, I would have never touched Stingley with the injury stuff. But getting Sauce, I think he's the top corner. Getting Garrett Wilson, I think you can arguably say he's the top wide receiver, especially given the health concerns of London and Jamison Williams. So I like that. I love JJ. I would have taken him at 4 or 10. Wouldn't have had any problem with it if that was the selection. So to trade up and get him at 26 was so exciting. The moment we saw that the Jets were on the clock, that is immediately where our heads went. It was JJ or Karlaftis. They're coming up to get their edge. They're going to get the 5-year contract. Absolutely huge. Then with Breece Hall, shocking pick. Like, I definitely thought we were going linebacker or safety. Did not see running back happening that early. I saw a lot of Jet fans who wanted it because they wanted to help Zach. They saw number 1 running back. And it was definitely like, okay, interesting. And that's how I felt about the Elijah Moore pick last year. Like, last year I felt like we went with the quarterback and the offensive lineman. In my mind, I was mentally prepared to go corner or edge because those were like the really big areas of need. We had like top picks and everything. And then to see Elijah Moore go, it's like, oh, all right, cool. Like, we're helping out our young quarterback. Maybe they don't have a lot of faith in Denzel Mims because we brought in Corey Davis, we brought in Elijah Moore, and we bring in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐿 Cole. But man, it's interesting. Breece Hall, similarly, but number 1 running back on the board. If you told us ahead of time that those were going to be our top 4 picks, I would have said, how are we getting 4 first-round picks? I don't understand this. Because 3 of those guys are projected like top 15, and Breece Hall was projected tail end of the first. And then to end out yesterday with Jeremy Ruckert, it's just such a fun pick for Jet fans. It's an area of needed depth. He's not going to have to start right away. There's some potential maybe on special teams to get him some reps early on. I know this kid's going to see his jersey in the stadium, and he's going to absolutely love it. He's going to want to stay a Jet. He's going to want to be here. That just adds more chemistry. And you kind of look at the players that we're taking. There's a mindset to the players, and they're guys that want to be here. Just like Green Bean said earlier in the stream, the free agents that we signed were not the highest paid free agents. They were guys that wanted to come here and wanted to help us. And, maybe that's cliche, coach speak or whatever, but it's nice to hear guys taking less money, like Braxton Berrios, taking less money to stay as a New York Jet. That means a lot to me as a fan, and hearing that. As far as today goes, taking the developmental tackle, I don't know a whole lot about him. It sounds like he's got some positional flexibility from what a lot of guys are saying. So that's cool. I like that. I think it was an important move. I think Joe Douglas has to, kind of hone in on these later round offensive linemen because that's his area of expertise. Same thing with the edge rusher with Salah. Like, that's his area of expertise, and that's kind of why I think they may have gone that route at 117. I don't think that's where I would have gone with the pick. I still like linebacker, and I think they're overly confident at linebacker, or they have another backup plan. Like, maybe it's a situation where they felt like they were going to get Morgan Moses last year. Maybe they have something in that realm at safety or linebacker that we just don't know yet. But Green Bean, I'll kick it to you. Why don't you tell us how you felt about the breakdown of the draft?
Yeah, well, I think Joe really is aligned with a lot of what I was feeling. Like, I know he liked Sauce even more than I did. I've caught a couple of Joe's streams and stuff with Kyle and all that. But I liked Sauce Gardner, but I have to say I was disappointed. I wanted my edge rusher. I wanted the Jets to break the 22-year streak of not taking an edge rusher with their first friggin' pick. I wanted it. But I like the player. Then I thought we have to go edge at 10. When it was Garrett Wilson, it took me an hour to straighten out and organize my thoughts. I was like, I don't know what's happened. And I like both players. That's not the issue. I like the players. But then just like you said, I would have been happy with Jermaine Johnson at 10. Truth is, I preferred Karlaftis. When we traded back up, I was hoping it was Karlaftis. But the fact that we got Jermaine Johnson at 26 is friggin' brilliance. And I think it's perfect, man. And Saleh likes him. Hey, if that's their guy, that's their guy. We got an edge rusher in the first round. A lot of us would have been happy if we just took him at 4. We'd be like, okay, great. We wouldn't have batted an eyelash. So I think I'm very happy with the first round. I think it was well organized, well run. I love it, man. I think it's fantastic. And then Breece Hall, I'll just echo quickly what you guys said. I liked Breece Hall. We talked about it in numerous streams. Could they potentially do it? It was possible. Maybe they just throw caution to the wind and grab the best running back in the draft. Didn't think it was real. Even though I talked about it, still didn't believe it. And when they traded up, I thought, absolutely, Nakobe Dean. And I was blown away. Now, again, love the pick, though. Now, settling down, love their commitment to the gig, bringing on the tight ends that LaFleur needs, not messing around with the running game. We want the running game to work. Michael Carter's fine. We want more. He's got 1,700 all-purpose yards. He's got 56 touchdowns in 3 years in college, man. He catches the ball well. He's the stat earlier, 1 drop in college. So I love it. I love Ruckert for the same reasons. I think Max Mitchell's a fantastic pick, a versatile offensive lineman. We've been talking about Joe Douglas needing to shift gears with the offensive line from first round to let's go to the sweet spot for the O-line, 3rd to 6th round. Let's start bringing in our pipeline guys. And Max Mitchell's the kind of guy that if he's here for a year, let him learn the system. If the Fant thing can't work out, we have a potential guy to replace him, already a year in the system and all that. And that's the way the pipeline is supposed to work. You want guys like the Ravens do it every year. When their big free agent leaves, no sweat off their back. This guy's going to step in and he's going to be better. Steelers do it that way too. And it's nice to see us doing it. Clemens, hey man, it's nice to have a guy with numerous arrests and some pot smoking and all that stuff on the roster. We've been going square for a long time now since Joe. I like it. I think, hey, the more edge rushers, the better. It doesn't bode well for Zuniga, though. I'll tell you that.
Matt, how about you? How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough spot.
Yeah, it's kind of the same as what you guys were saying. So for me with Sauce Gardner, I was just surprised that it seems like everything we've heard from this organization has been the trenches. So while I wouldn't have gone with Ike Ekwonu because I'm good with running back Becton and Fant next year, I thought that would be more likely even than going with Sauce Gardner for the Jets in that spot. I too wanted the edge rusher. I thought that was the home run idea. So I was a little nervous after the Sauce pick. Love Garrett Wilson. I think this offense desperately needed another weapon at the wide receiver position for Zach Wilson. I think he's a great route runner, and I think obviously his speed, he tested really well in the combine. I think that's fits really well with what they're trying to do offensively. But I was nervous because they didn't have their edge rusher. I didn't want to wait to 35 and try to get that guy. So like Green Bean was saying, we were all kind of hoping they would trade up. I, too, prefer George Karlaftis over Jermaine Johnson, but it's close, so I feel like I'm splitting hairs. I'm not going to complain about that. And getting Johnson at 26 is really great value for someone who I thought, probably was going in the top 15, somewhere around there. Trading up for Breece Hall was very strange. Again, just something that seemed to go against the grain for what Joe Douglas and this organization's trying to do. I didn't think they would give up assets to move up and get a running back in that spot, especially when you have some of these guys here going today that I thought could have fit well. But as Joe said, and as these other guys said, with Breece Hall and Jeremy Ruckert on the day 2 picks, the excuses are over for Zach Wilson. You are really deep at running back now. You're insanely deep at tight end now. The offensive line is probably close to a top 10 unit now, and wide receivers got significantly improved. So time for him to take a step forward in year 2. And then the last 2 today, like Max Mitchell, maybe swing tackle. Would rather see him come in a pinch rather than, the McDermotts or Adogas of the world. And Michael Clemens, that's the one head scratcher to me. I love getting edge rushers and more pass rush, but he's almost 25 years old. He does have some of that off the field stuff, so I didn't quite understand that one, but I'm not going to kill pick 117 after what they did with their first 5 or 6 picks before that. So overall, very happy.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see Brandon Smith there. You know what I mean? It would have been nice, or Alec Lindstrom or somebody like that.
That's what I was hoping for too. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Brandon Smith, like super athletic guy that they could coach up a little bit. And I think that's what's going to happen now is hopefully they sign like a starting level linebacker or safety because they still need that. I'm okay with like the really heavy emphasis on offense because we could always address defense next year. I think just getting a couple of guys to not be absolutely brutal is good enough. With obviously the really heavy emphasis on offense, which some of the picks were surprising. Like Garrett Wilson, like not gonna lie, I love the pick at 10, like the value of it. Not necessarily like where I ranked him, but with the receiver run coming, who are you going to trade up for? Like who really made it to 35? There weren't a ton of guys, unless you really liked Watson, who to me is really athletic but really raw as a player. Pickens, good player, but with some injuries and some potential off the field stuff. Again, I didn't really look into it too much, but Garrett Wilson, like his ceiling is very, very high. And to me, like he definitely has some things to work on. I think initially early in his career, he's a slot guy. He struggles getting off a press in terms of stacking guys and not bowing his routes out. So he needs to work on stacking guys getting off a press. So obviously you're not going to do that as much if you're in the slot. So I think he will be in the slot a little bit to start off. But if he learns how to not open up his chest and how to have different release packages, then I think he could be outside as well. But overall, really, really high ceiling. Like people talk about Justin Jefferson, all this stuff. Like nobody thought Justin Jefferson was going to be Justin Jefferson. Like he would have been drafted like 18. So he has the physical upside. So I like that. And like you guys said with Jermaine Johnson, I wouldn't have been happy at 4 at all. I wouldn't have been happy at 10. And I said that multiple times. It's recorded out there. But there's a very large difference between 4 and 10 and 26. So
Hell yeah.
Slam dunk. All the other stuff is good. I'm generally like I'm like A-, B+ for this draft, I would say.
Yeah, I'm A+ all the way. I mean,
Wow.
you look at our first. I would say our first 5 picks has me excited, and I think we are clearly a better team because of those 5 picks. We are going to be relying pretty heavily on rookies playing key positions for us, and I think we're going to see some issues with, wins and some late losses in games because of the inexperience. But I like where we went with it. I really do. I think it was. If you had told me before the draft that those were the 5 players we were coming away with, I'd sign on the dotted line. I wouldn't know how you'd get it done, but I'd sign on the dotted line. Did you hear the reports?
The only thing like that we were questioning on.
I don't know. Go on. Mine's a totally different.
So the only thing that there's like a little bit of a delay right now. I don't know why there's a delay, but maybe it's my computer being really shitty. But the only thing that like I was questioning after round 1 was, with the 10th pick, instead of Wilson, would you have rather have traded it for one of the star receivers? Like, that's the only thing I was asking myself. So I would have personally rather have seen, because like the rumored Debo trade was what? The Jets' 10th and a Debo and a second back. I think it was a 10 and like a 5th round, right? So would I have rather have done a little bit more for Debo or a little bit more for A.J. Brown? Yes. Now, there were some questions about A.J. Brown being willing to sign or signing a long-term deal here, which I don't understand why he wouldn't. It's not like we're the Adam Gase Jets and Elijah Moore is here, so I don't really understand that. But maybe there's the possibility of the Eagles were sitting there and like, holy shit, all these receivers are coming off the board. We got to do something big here. And then they traded for him after the Jets already picked, so they couldn't trade that pick. So I would say that's not getting a stud receiver, like a proven one, knocked a little bit. Breece Hall, I understand it, but I'm never going to act like I'm going to give that pick an A+. It's a running back. It's like a B pick to me. And then the last round, again, Max Mitchell, sweet. Greenman likes him. I'm cool with him. Versatile guy, awesome. Now, the D end, how many D ends do you need? Like the only thing I could think of with the D end is, to me, he seems like a little bit of like a bull in a china shop in the running game. So maybe he's a guy you put on the field first and second down to rest your edge rushers for third down, because that's what he seems like to me, like a run stuffing D end who has a little bit of pass rush upside. So maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't, but we have 1,000 DNs. So I don't know.
Finally,
did you see the report of the? Apparently, the Jets hosted Thibodeau and Sauce and Hutch and asked the guys not to say anything to the media. And then moments after KT leaves, we find out that like how the meeting went and everything like that. Do you think there's anything to the Jets having a test? It reminds me of the test that they do in Game of Thrones where Tyrion tells 3 different lies to 3 different people and he finds out which lie is spoken of and he knows which people he can't trust. So do you think there was some of that going on with the New York Jets and Joe Douglas?
With KT?
That was rumored to be one of the things that they were kind of discussing. I don't know if that's the reason they didn't take him. But I guess they play those games maybe.
I think teams do a lot of stuff behind the scenes that we have no idea about. Like you're making a multi-million-dollar investment. So do you want to test their character? And things like that? Yes, you do. So there's a ton of hoops these prospects have to jump through to be considered by the Jets, especially a top 5 pick. So like again, I was in the middle with Thibodeau. Like I like his talent. I never thought he was a Myles Garrett level prospect. I really did like the talent though. But he was still my number 3 player on the board. Minus character concerns. Again, character concerns, however you're going to quantify them. He was still number 3 and Sauce was number 2. So they took the better player. And like, I think you've said before when we're streaming, Ryan, like Sauce is a statement pick in terms of like what he brings to the locker room, how he acts. So I loved it. And again, maybe minus some of the concerns, again, however the Jets feel about him, maybe it is KT, but you cannot be mad at the end result. Like the end result, like Green Bean was saying, like Matt was saying, like when we're sitting there at 10 and it's a receiver, you're like, dude, we needed the end. Like it's been 20 years since John Abraham. Like this is getting ridiculous. And then they trade up and I'm sure we're all happier than a pig in shit. So at the end of the day, they absolutely smashed the first round. So
Jets Jedi drops in with a super chat and he says it's an A+ draft. I think this is the best draft the Jets have ever had. Number 1 corner, number 1 wide receiver, number 1 edge, number 1 running back. And then Chris Sims says number 1 tight end, right?
Yeah.
Where do you feel on that, Joe, as far as Ruckert? Where was he on your list of tight ends?
So I always like to preface stuff because I'll have an opinion of a guy and then actually watch him and I'll change it a lot. So I don't like to give like strong statements, but based on what I've watched, super rocked up, super physical. I don't think he has the best like long speed, but in terms of being like a really smooth route runner, seems really smooth. His ability to catch the ball seems top tier in terms of like outside of his frame type catches. So again, I kind of buy into what everybody's saying based on what I've watched, that he is an underutilized guy at Ohio State. He would have went higher if they just gave him more reps of him being the primary read. So really, really happy with him as well. Now, like obviously we're all gonna be optimistic. Was Wilson my number 1 receiver? No. Was JJ my number 1 DN? No, he's number 5. But again, 26 is fine for your 5th best DN in a top or a top heavy DN class. So, but yeah, Ruckert. Sure. I was talking about it in the chat. Like, I don't know. I think somebody said, and Green would know good or know this because he's good with all the history stuff. Like, we used to do an Al Toon chant. Apparently, we did like Toon. We were talking about it in the chat because we're getting bored. Obviously, we're talking for like 12 hours. And we're talking about jerseys and who you're going to buy and all this stuff. I really want to get a player where if they get a catch, we could do a chant. So I was like, could we do like a Ruck? I don't know if it's possible. Ruck. But I need something there because like the Cowboys doing the Coop thing, the Steelers with Freiermuth. Like I want to start something with Ruckert, I think so.
Yeah, I like the chants. I wish we had I love the Jet chant, but I wish we had some more of those like game day chants, like stupid examples of, back in high school we used to go to the girls volleyball games and like there'd be a bad call and we'd be chanting nuts and bolts, we got screwed. And like those sorts of things, like where it's just like the fans all come together and it's funny. Like one of the things I miss from the old Jet games was when they'd announce the players for the opposing team and the whole crowd would go, sucks! Tom Brady, number 12, coming out for the New England Patriots, sucks! And it's just, you don't get that anymore. They rattle off the names so fast. You take some of the fun out of it, I think.
Well, maybe we can get a breeze going instead of the ooh. Maybe we get an e. What do you think? Breeze.
So Green Bean, Kev Chata brought up the same exact thing in my he brought up the same exact thing in my chat, right? The only problem is when you have like a Cooper or a tight end, like when they catch the ball, it's easier to do it because you only get like 5 or 6 touches or catches. But like if he runs the ball 21 times in a game, are we gonna do it every single time after he runs the ball?
Well, if every single one are awesome, I mean, that's the thing with running backs. You get a lot of 2 and 3 yard carries. I don't know if we do it on those. Those are clappers. You know what I mean? Those are the clapping carries. Oh, 3 yards, 3 yards. Very good. You know, but when he breaks off a 12, 15, 30 yarder, yeah, Brees. I think
you guys start the Brees or the Ruck stuff. I'll follow you guys.
Yeah. just get everyone fired up on it. Big Green
Ruck's
says, "Get off your knees, ref. You're blowing the game." Same
Classic.
idea. It's a good one.
That's a good one.
We used to do instead of bullshit, we'd say push it, and you do the hand motion, push it. So that way it's PG for all the kids in the stands. And the refs would get frustrated. Oh, it was great.
My high school was big. You can't do that chant, people.
Oh, that's a big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that one? I don't know that one.
Yes,
you can't do that. Yeah, so like you cause a penalty or something.
Oh yeah, okay, I like it.
That's a good one. We used to have we had this vice principal. His first name was Dick. So we started kid in my grade started Dick chants. So like whenever something crazy happened, you just hear an eruption of like high school guys, Dick, Dick, Dick. And it's just like, I don't know. It was stupid. It didn't have anything to do with like the player, but it would be like, okay, this person like fouled one of our players. Dick, Dick, Dick.
I was
we
just gonna
have.
say, what was it? Oh yeah, well, with my son's about to start playing high school ball. Depending on where the house I get, but I'm in Virginia. Virginia's a football state, so some of these schools, these high schools, get a lot of college prospects. There's even, who was it this year? One of the, I think it's Brandon Smith maybe, played in one of the high schools that we might get my son to. So he ended up going to Penn State, and then obviously now in the NFL. But I'm dying to see where that goes and I'm dying to get into those stands and be the dad. You know what I mean? Been a long time coming. I'm ready.
Friday Night Lights.
That's it. That's exactly
Green
right.
Bean's going to be the guy from South Park.
That's what I was
beat
just
up the other
thinking.
dads.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're playing this school now. It's state championships, Sharon.
Sharon, I need to do this. It's
I need
important,
this.
Sharon.
Milton drops in a good comment. Wouldn't the comment that Sauce made about had to keep quiet, where he said it was the plan all along, give truth to the Thibodeau rumor? Yeah, if Sauce knew the plan was to get picked by the Jets at 4, if they thought that was the pick and he didn't say anything, and now he says, hey, he said it was the plan all along, and you didn't hear anything of it other than like some rumblings of like, okay, maybe the Jets would go this direction because it's best player available. It's possible. I don't know if that's coach speak as well, where it's like, oh, we had all you guys as top 8 picks, top 8 in our big board, and we tried to trade up for you since pick number 15. It's like, okay, there could be truth to that, but I think there's also, some of it just being coach speak.
Yeah. Hey Ryan, I stuck that link in the stream there for you too. The bottom one you see, it's like a big one from me. Rockaway Archie sent it up, the one we asked for before.
Oh, I got it. Cool. What is this one?
I don't remember what it is, but it's there.
we're gonna get your account locked next. Oh yeah. Blue.
No.
We had a situation earlier that I guess is still sort of going on with Matt. We
got hacked.
We had a pick. Matt got hacked in his Twitter profile. Midstream.
Yeah.
Not fun. He's locked out right now.
I'm selling a PS5 if you want it. You could DM me.
Yeah,
on
that's what
Twitter.
it says. I trust O'Leary. Yeah.
How much?
All right,
Retail price.
Retail
according
price.
to the tweet.
All right, here. Let me jump over to this. We'll watch this.
I'm not gonna bet on that. Last.
Hold on. I'll get you in there, Joe. Give me just a second. Where'd he go?
Yeah,
He's
no.
here.
We're a little bit delayed. It's kind of screwing me up a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Here, I'm switching this over. Let's see what the pick was. or what the comments were.
No, not again, Jets, not again. If they take Breece Hall here, I'm actually gonna cry.
The New York Jets select Breece Hall.
No, crap, no. The Jets are building a super team. They just got my favorite player in the entire draft. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, that makes me smile. I don't know how.
Yeah, good.
Screw you,
kid.
Yeah.
That's like Bizarro World Jude Jets.
Yeah, right?
right.
That's the Jude Jets version of Miami Dolphins.
So, hey, Dustin Keller has an interesting
Yeah.
question for us. Go on, Joe. Go on. I'll do that next.
Good. Yeah. Sorry. Like I said, the delay is at least like 2 seconds for me, so it's hard to catch you guys when you kind of like take a breath. But Dolphins fans are the worst. Like that's the fan base I hate the most. So to see a Dolphins fans bitching about the Jets is great, because like at least the Pats they deserve to talk some shit. Like we talk some shit when we were in the AFC Championship games. Like imagine winning Super Bowls. The Dolphins talk shit like they've actually been relevant the last 2 decades. They're nonstop. So Dolphins are my number one most hated rival, like not even close. So to see them bitching is really great.
Yeah. I'm with you too, man. Like the era I grew up in, it was the Dolphins. Yes, the Patriots the last 20 years, obviously. But it's like, as far as my heart, like I hate – and I lived in Miami for 15 years and worked in Miami. I heard, I was immersed in Miami fans. So they're my number one too, Joe. I hate them. I can't stand Miami. Well, let me read this question. So, Ryan, if you don't mind, Dustin Keller.
Is this the one I have on the? Is it the Breece Sauce?
Yeah.
Yeah. Read it. Go for it.
So he says Breece, Sauce, and DJ Reed all want number 1. Garrett Wilson rocks number 5, which is Mike White. Jermaine Johnson rocks number 11, which is Mims. Who do we think is going to get these numbers, and who do we want to have, like 1, 5, 11, all those? What do we think?
So I don't really care what DJ Reed wears. I know Sauce wore, I think 21 was his other number, so I could see him going that route potentially. JJ had a different number
12.
too at Georgia. Was it 12? It could be 12. It was a 1 and a 2, I think. And then Jermaine Johnson, what was his number other than 11? He had a different number at one point, or at least I'm pretty sure he did. I don't know. I guess Sauce wearing 1 would be the one I prefer of those guys. Like running back to me feels like a 20s number.
Yeah.
Right. Or even like an early 30s. Like Lamont Jordan was 34. Like Martin's always been like the 28 in my mind, and that's kind of where I hold that. Garrett Wilson rocking number 5. Mike White, sorry, dude. Like you're gonna have to give that up. Yeah. Right. It's whatever what Garrett Wilson wants, he'll have that number.
That's run by.
Anybody else?
Okay, I guess Sorry, like I said, the delay. I would say Sauce 1 is what I want, but I think DJ Reed has like priority because he's already here. But I can tell you right now, whatever number Sauce wears, I'm getting a black Sauce jersey with just Sauce in the back. That is undoubtedly happening. So I can't wait for that. DJ Reed, don't really care too much. Breece, he wore 28, right? Obviously can't wear 28. So yeah, something in the 20s. Like, yeah, I'm not too sure. Something in the 20s, and then people in the chat are talking about. I said 4 last night for Sauce too. I like 4 too because he's the number 4 pick, so maybe he transitions to 4. And then for JJ, people were saying 99, which I would like too, but isn't that you can't wear that because of Gastineau, right? So
99 is Vinny Curry. Yeah. That's not retired yet.
That number hasn't been retired.
No.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Crazy.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then past that, Ruckert needs to wear 88. So that's his number.
Agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see him stick with that number.
Well, the thing is, too, with number 11 in our jersey, number 11 sucks. I mean, as far as the look of it, it looks like, what is it, 2 sticks of butter, right? Even the 1.
The font, right?
The font is not good.
It's just a rectangle that you draw in Microsoft Paint.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think, but I think I would like to see Sauce get number 1. Like, why not? That's the most fun. But I think Jermaine Johnson should come into the NFL and wear a 90s. You know what I mean? Wear 97 or whoever. I don't know who has what at this point. We move things around so much, but I'd like to see him in the 90s. Leave Mims alone. I mean, he's been here as his 3rd year. If he wants it, pay Mims like they do. Buy him a car or something shit like that if you want the number that bad. But I think the ones in this font are no good for me. For me. I'll just say that.
Matt, what about you?
Yeah, Brees has got to be in the 20s or 30s. Like, I'm a little old school with like the running backs having single digits is a little weird to me. And the pass rusher, he's got to have a jersey in the 90s. Like, I don't know. I feel like that'd be so weird seeing number 11 screaming off the edge. He's got to be like 99, 97, like something like that. Yeah, Garrett Wilson deserves number 5. Sorry, Mike White. DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner, yeah, I guess they could battle it out for number 1, but I feel like Brees has to be preferably in the 20s. Like 30, I feel like if you're a big running back, you could wear in the 30s. Put like a 20s for like your every down back. I don't know.
It's like there's a weight that you have to be to wear a 30 number, like a Lamont Jordan or
that's who I always think, Lamont Jordan.
Richardson. Yeah, that's always my go-to with that. What number was Tony Richardson? Was he 48?
I think 49.
49.
Yeah, 49. Yeah, I don't know. Like Scott V in the chat is saying single digits is sick. Like for the, I don't know, man. I guess I'm a little old school. Like you don't know what stuff you're going to be grumpy about as you get older. You don't know. But I guess I'm a little grumpy about that. I'm like, I just like it the way I like running backs in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't like the wide receivers with the teens, I guess, is fine, but defensive ends with single digits, and I don't know. I'm a grumpy old man, it turns out, I guess.
I wish they would add 0 and 00. I would like to see those two added.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be good.
I think it's cool when you see like a basketball player or a college football player with a 0 on the chest. Just different.
It is different.
And Sergeant Mike says, who cares about the number they're wearing? We need their ring size. There you go, Sergeant Mike. Good point.
I like it. Snoopy says Micah Parsons wears number 11.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it is odd seeing an edge rusher. I'm getting a little more comfortable with, I guess, maybe it's just 11. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've watched so much Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, I just don't like the font in ours. Like 11, I mean, look, if we do it, hey, we're embracing the new way, I guess. Again, I'll get used to it, but, I'm a grumpy old man. I don't want to see edge rushers with teens. It doesn't make sense to me. 99. That's a number. Would you think Vinny Curry would?
Oh, yeah, Michael Carter changed his number to 23, right?
Did he?
Did he?
I just assumed
I think he did change his number. Somebody brought it up in the chat. I think he did.
Huh.
Wow.
You think Vinny Curry would give up 99? Like if that's a legendary number with us. Maybe Jermaine Johnson wants that. You honor the history. Would you think Vinny Curry wouldn't hold on to that with any real vigor, right?
I don't think.
He never actually played it in a game with it.
Yeah.
I have
was
a picture
he
of
99
him.
in Philly too? I don't even know what his number was. I guess.
No, I think he was 50 something in Philly.
So maybe he'll stick with that. Yeah, I could see that. Chrono Kenny drops in, says, "Let the true number 1 corner get number 1. Let them battle it out and have Salah give the number 1 to the winner." Wow, that would be cool. That's an interesting way to do it, but I think you might create some.
Yeah, what is this? The Patriots?
Maybe a little bit of tension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fist fight. Yeah,
I think, like Joe said, I wouldn't mind seeing Sauce go to number 4 as like a reminder. And it's also kind of almost a subtle nod to Revis. With it's not 24, but it's, I don't know. That might be kind of cool.
Yeah,
Reed, I don't really care what Reed wears. Like it didn't matter to me. I would prefer Sauce, I guess, but
he
needs like a slim number because he's small. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's good. And I'm with you with the delay. We'll work around it. But I like what Joe just said. Slim number for a slim guy, right? That makes sense to me. But I also heard that Zach Wilson did want number 1, but he didn't like the font. So that's
Oh,
why
really?
he took 2. Yeah, I heard
well,
that. I don't remember where I heard it, but I
looks-
did hear.
Doesn't that look weird?
It does.
Is it gonna focus?
It's a very
Yeah.
odd
It looks.
one.
That's a weird number 1.
It's literally a Microsoft Paint rectangle.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what it
butter.
is. It's a stick of butter. It's a really uncomfortable looking number. I
Mm,
like that he went with number 2. I thought it was more of the like, oh yeah, I was pick number 2. I'll show you. But hey, I could understand the font. I didn't like Robbie Anderson's jersey either. I
Yeah.
thought that looked kind of goofy. I mean,
Same
it looked kind of ish all right on him because, like Joe said, he's so skinny. It almost
Skinny,
like
yeah.
fit him. It's like
Yeah.
it's odd.
That makes
Like
sense.
I don't
That
think I could see
competes.
JJ wearing.
That's
a
why people are saying like Garrett. Yeah, people are saying Garrett Wilson in 88, but one that's Ruckert's number and 88 on a guy who's like smaller. It just doesn't look right to me. So this is like
hard to agree.
just not the as funny Cox conversation we had last year. Just talk about stupid stuff.
Oh yeah, sticks of butter.
That's
This was
what happens.
significantly less porn like.
Oh my God, this is what happens at day 3 of the NFL draft. We get the diehards. We got over 600 people in here that are literally hanging out with us.
Pretty
because
excited.
they're draft junkies, like the rest of us, and it's just the conversations start to stray a little bit at times.
Yeah. Well, so many hours, you know.
The Jets haven't picked in like 3 hours.
Yeah. What else are we supposed
Yeah.
to do?
We're all hoping for like, are we coming back into the draft? Giving up someone like a 𝐒𝐿, a 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫, someone along those lines. Throw an extra late round pick our way. Throw us a
Transition to
bone,
that. Like,
Joe Douglas.
Is there anybody we're willing to trade a player back up into the first round for? Like, is there like GVR? He's still on the roster. Can we get if Douglas can get a 6th for Cashman, can he get a 7th for GVR? Like,
I would think.
You know, is there anybody on the board right now who we really like? I don't know.
I'd love a little Lindstrom action. I do. Imagine, like, look, package Wesco, GVR, and get a 6th. You know what I mean? Just get something. Save a few $1,000,000. That collectively, they would save over $4 million. And you could bring in Alec Lindstrom or somebody. I just saw Darren Beavers went to the Giants. That was another linebacker I thought had some potential. Jack Sanborn's still out there, but you know, I don't know, man. There's a few guys I'd like. So I don't think Alec Lindstrom went yet. I like
Do we
him.
sound like the fantasy football GM where you try to get that one player that you really like, but you throw in all the players you're willing to cut
Yeah,
to try and
all
facilitate
of
the
them.
trade? Like, oh, I'll give you 5 guys. Yeah, all these 5 guys suck. We don't want any of them.
That's funny, right? It's like so transparent, dude. I got the deal for you.
Yeah, let me
I'll
show
give
you.
12 players for that guy.
John is still with us. 5:29 a.m. by him.
Nice, John. There you go.
Impressive.
Bo Melton's going to be a undrafted free agent. Rutgers guys, we always get some Rutgers guys in undrafted free agency. We'll bring him in. We'll bring
he's
him in,
someone
guys.
I'd like to see with like a, undrafted free agent kind of dude. There's I think we're going to see some of the Senior Bowl guys pop in at that point.
Ryan, I just stuck a link up there. Pretty cool. We let the scout who scouted Max Mitchell make the call to him, I think.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I just saw it. I'll put it up on the screen now. Let's.
I feel like I might have done the link wrong, but
Let's see. No, I think it's right.
Oh, is this Max?
Yes, sir.
Max, what's up? This is Chris Nolan from the New York Jets. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
So I don't know if you remember me, but I was the area scout who fall camp. I talked to you. I met you at the Senior Bowl, but
Absolutely.
We're taking you here with our pick.
Oh man, thank you so much.
You excited?
Oh my God, I'm so excited,
I'm
man.
excited
Thank
too.
y'all.
I've never done this before either, so it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting for both.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Let's go, Max.
Let's do it.
Hey, Max, Joe Douglas with the Jets. How you doing, man? We got a fired up draft room right now, bro. Oh, man. Welcome to the Jets, man. Max, what's going on, brother?
How you doing? I'm great.
Congratulations. Dreams come true, right?
Oh my goodness.
We're
I can't
excited.
believe it.
We're excited to make this pick. You could hear the room. There's a lot of guys really excited about your ability to come in here, compete, and make a difference out here, man. You ready to do that?
100%. 100%. I'm ready to go.
Hey, Max, you hear the yelling in the background?
Yeah.
You hear that? Max, that's all for you, man. We're so happy to have you.
Let's go.
So,
I'm happy y'all got me.
no, this is really, really big, and you're gonna love it here.
Oh, that's cool.
Good stuff.
I like that. Yeah. That's really cool for the area scout too, and like being able to have that conversation with the guy that he met. Whoop, sorry. Let me get Joe back over here. I hit the wrong little button. Bam. That's wrong too. And here we go. There's Joe.
There he is.
Yeah, I really like how that sort of stuff plays out. And like having that moment where it's like, hey, remember that conversation we had? I was the area scout at your pro day. We met at the Senior Bowl. Like I pushed for you. You are the guy that because you know when area scouts have those guys, they always have like one or two guys that they're going to be pushing real hard for, and Joe Douglas took it.
Yeah, that's such a great point. That's like such a big thing for the scout, right? They all bring their players, and like you said, they probably push for some guys over others, and Joe Douglas took it. He took his info, utilized it, and they made the pick. That has to feel awesome, and giving it to him is so cool. He said, I never done this before. That's so cool. I love it.
Joe, how'd you feel about that?
The one thing I always watch in those videos is Woody Johnson. He's so cringe with that. With like every time he's like, we're all clapping in the room, and like everybody hears it in the room, like, oh, we must clap. And, like this time he actually visually was like, come on, pick it up. Like I feel like he's like a dictator. Like if you don't clap for the draft picks, like you're shunned, like you're gonna get fired or something. It's so awkward every time he picks up the phone. Him and his brother are terrible with that. But
You're so right, man.
Yep.
You're so right. And like he doesn't think Max Mitchell's going to see the camera. There's a camera right there, bro. He's going to see it. Like it's cringy.
That one didn't make me feel as bad as the sauce one. The sauce one with like the what's in the bottle, like do you know what's in there, is like it was just super like odd and like, you know, he's trying to pal around with him, which is cool. And I can sympathize with like, you know, the boss trying to be one of the guys, and it is nice to see it. I think he's trying. He's just a little old.
How about just go away?
Just let us use your money, and that's it.
Yeah, just stay away.
I do like seeing the owner. It is a little weird seeing Chris Johnson, I think, when he pops up on screen, because I didn't realize he had, you know, much going on with the Jets so much anymore.
Yeah, Woody came back and said, no, this is my chair. You sit over there. And okay. Yeah. Well, that's why we saw what we saw from Chris Johnson. He he changed the uniforms. He fired this guy, hired that guy. He tried to do what Woody couldn't do, which is step in. I'll change everything. And he thought he could do it. And he made it worse than ever. But he tried. He had that 4-year period. He was going to try to make his mark and impress Big Bro. You know, I wonder what the dynamic is. You know, Woody's the alpha brother. You know what I mean? So he tried.
The alpha brother.
Oh, it was a valiant effort. Well, Chris was here when we got Douglas, right? Was that was him, or was Woody back?
Yeah,
Chris Johnson did that. Yeah,
well, so,
per Adam Gase. But Chris Johnson's he's also the one that took one phone call from Peyton Manning.
Yeah,
and hired Adam Gase. That's it.
The day after he was fired. Oh man, that just drove me bonkers. You go back and you look at any of the like reactions to the Adam Gase hire, and every Jet fan across the board was just like, what are you doing? Like, we have to put up with this for however long you have this guy hired now. Like, and then from the immediate press conference with the eyes going all over the place and the smelling salts on the sideline, like, this guy, I'm done. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, right. It's just, it's craziness.
We deserve a good team right now, because those years, like, and I know you guys started like content creating like relatively same time I did. Started to create content during the Adam Gase era was miserable, because like we all, numbers go up for the draft, for the offseason, all that stuff. Week 1, great. week 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we're looking at draft picks in October. Like, it's just so depressing. So for them to be as exciting as they are right now, like, I think all the content creators like legitimately deserve it, because I think we have a great community, but we have just been treated like absolute dog shit, man. It's been terrible.
Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
I mean, just from the losing perspective and going into the beginning of the season having so much excitement, you know, the Le'Veon Bell, the CJ Mosley, like all that good stuff. Sam Darnold's going to hit this stride, you know, after year 1, and then all of a sudden, like, the rails come off, or the wheels come off the track or whatever, and now we're making content, because the content doesn't really stop. You still kind of have to put out the recap videos, and you got to put out like the things, and you're looking at your view count and you're like, am I really going to put this out for 1,000 views? Like, I'm going to get 1,000 views and there's going to be like, you know, no one watching it. There's going to be no comments. It's literally just to be out there. It's towards the end of the last 2 years. That's kind of how it felt. And then after losing out on like Trevor Lawrence and like just feeling so depressed because you thought it was going to be like, oh, we're going to get the number 1 pick. It's going to change. And then, you know, you get slapped in the face. So seeing some winning would be nice. I think it's going to launch a lot of the Jet content creators, because right now the Giants have like some guys that are way high up there, but they've had some winning since these guys have been doing stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy how strong of a fan base and how engaged we are with this much losing. It's just incredible. Like I said, I lived in Miami, and their fans were around when they were winning. And about like 2-3 games, they were already disinterested. Like, they are fair weather fans to the max. Like, here's the thing. When the Miami Heat had LeBron and Dwayne Wade and all those guys, you couldn't get a ticket. They were $500 minimum for the last row in the arena. The next year, when LeBron James left, they were giving away 4-packs on Groupon. Like, that's it. They were fucking front runners. It was about the party. It was about the scene. There are no real fans. I mean, there are some, of course, but most of them are fair weather fans. Like this, look at us. We get more passionate when the losing happens. I think when we win, we might have less fans because they just love the bitch.
Yeah, we won't know how to handle it. There's like, you get the Joe Beningos of the world being like, I'm not sure how to handle this.
Yeah.
Broke my brain.
Imagine getting into an argument with another team's fan about how much better your team, like it used to be when I was a kid. No way, our running back's better. Like, we haven't done that in years. We haven't done that in years. Like, actual, real, my team's better than your team discussion. Hey, listen, I got an interesting stat for you guys. I saw on Twitter. It says Breece Hall holds the NCAA record for the most consecutive games with at least 1 touchdown with 24. Never happened before.
Mm-hmm. It's across 2 seasons. That's incredible.
Incredible, dude.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, our fans don't know how to
Sounds like a good running back.
Yeah, it sounds like we might.
I would hope.
Yeah.
Ryan,
23
touchdowns the last 2.
I'm sorry. No, you did. You played it already. I'm slap happy at this point.
Yeah, if you guys find anything good on Twitter or anything like that, send it over to Green Bean and we'll throw it up on the stream. We definitely enjoy seeing some of this stuff, some of the reactions to the picks and everything.
Did you guys watch the Elijah Moore highlight thing? I'm assuming you guys saw it at least. I don't know if you played it or not, but like,
we did,
dude.
Yeah,
ridiculous. I
am
so excited to see all of the like behind the scenes clips like they did last year at One Jets Drive, like with these players. Yep. I'm like, listen, I'm not a person who get too nostalgic about some of the interviews and stuff, but like all the interviews I've been seeing with these guys, like from JJ to Wilson, like they all seem really well spoken, really happy about the Jets, like the direction they're going. Like, how many signings have you made the last like year or two where players are like, I'm legitimately coming because the culture is changing and because of Saleh and because of Douglas, and it's not actual bullshit. Like, you could tell like people are actually excited to be here, which is something I haven't really experienced before. So
that would be fun if we did like a watch party for those like One Jets Drive things. Never thought to do that, but that would be. I could sit and watch a One Jets Drive episode. I think they're dropping them all at once, is what I saw. They said all episodes out in June or July, I think. Gets me amped up.
We'll binge it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Flight 2022 is going to be sick. See, in the back, the back end of all this stuff, I dig that shit, man. That's my favorite stuff to see. Their scouting conversations and all that. Oh, I want it in the war room so bad. I'd love to.
And when you see Mike LaFleur's computer, which is like 20 feet long.
Yeah.
He's
got the massive screen.
Yeah.
I really liked watching the Carl Lawson one last year. It really sucked
That was
not being
cool.
able to see him. But that was one of my favorite ones. The
And then he
Corey
gets
Davis one
injured
was-
like
I think
12
Corey
hours
Davis was
later.
first. I was gonna say it was really fast. It was like right in that stretch. But it's nice seeing those guys and seeing how they kind of interact off the field or when the camera's turned off. Or I guess the camera's on because we're catching it. But I really liked 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻N𝐞. I thought he was like a glue guy where the receivers just enjoyed playing with him. Like if they wanted to bring him back for some camp competition, I'd be totally cool with that. I like those types of players. Feeney was kind of the same way, more of a glue guy than like a necessary player guy.
Yeah. I want to chug a beer with him at the Islander game, but I don't want him blocking for my quarterback.
Yeah, well said. Joe, do you have a nickname that you like for Sauce? Is it Big Applesauce? Is that just the one that has to stick, you think? Or is it just applesauce? Is it just sauce?
Yeah, so I'm like trying to perfectly time it. So the delay is literally like two seconds. So I'm trying to like perfectly insert. I don't know what's going on with the delay right now, but yeah, I think sauce is already the nickname. So why are we gonna go to like an extra nickname? Like maybe applesauce every once in a while, or Big Applesauce or something like that. But I think sauce is cool enough. And I know there's some like cool background story to that that somebody put out in terms of like he wanted the coach to call him sauce. Okay, go ahead.
So what happened was when he was playing Pee Wee football, his youth football coach brought the team to Wendy's, and Sauce loves sriracha from Wendy's. That's the sauce, and then he got the nickname Sauce from that youth football coach, and it just kind of stuck the entire time. So I don't know if he's like now grown into all the different flavors of sauce, like we heard in the Woody Johnson interview. What kind of sauce is in your bottle? But yeah, the Wendy's sriracha is actually was his favorite sauce, and that's the reason why he got the nickname.
Cool. Yeah, and then there's something about like I think one of his coaches said they wouldn't call him Sauce, and then he like went out that game and like got a pick and like won them the game, and he's like, okay, I'll call you Sauce. So it's kind of cool that it's really stuck.
I like hearing that. John Rogers jumps in right here. He says, 5:43 a.m. Good night, guys. Thanks for a great weekend. Thanks for hanging out with us, John. Your devotion to staying up with us is not taken for granted.
Yeah, we love you, bro.
What pick are we on now? Pick 194. How many picks we got? 255? Is that's the number we got to hit? Or 245? I never remember.
It looks like, wait a minute, 220. Wait, let me see. Sorry, I had this.
I think it's 262.
262?
Is it different each year, or is it always?
Yeah, depends on comps.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't sure if there was only a certain amount of comps, and teams got those comps based on how other teams did versus like. I just never like understood. Like I know there's a formula to it, but I wasn't sure if there was like a set number that could be given out.
Yeah, there is a max on comps. Like 32 teams can get a max of 4. So it's possible.
Okay, so you could
it's
in
possible.
theory have that.
Yeah. Let me see. Yep. 262, Joe. Right on.
I literally only know that because somebody asked me like a similar question, and I looked it up. I went to like PFN and just scroll the way down to the bottom. So
yeah, it's it. It's what I just did. So wait, you're not just carrying that info around all day?
No, but some people will probably shame me for not knowing that right off the top of my head. But no, I did not
know, right?
But all right, I have a massive delay. Ryan and Greenbean and Matt, I'm gonna bounce, get out of here. I gotta start digging into some of these guys, so I'm gonna dig into them, and then hopefully we could. I'm sure I'll be back on to talk to at least you, Ryan, in terms of some of these guys filming all that fun stuff. So
yeah, hell yeah, brother! Thank you so much for coming on. It has been a lot of fun, and you have been ejected.
Hey, Joe.
See you, Joe. Love it. He's the best.
Always good. He just has a wealth of information.
He's so smart. I wish I was that smart in football.
Just gets it. Just gets it. I really like seeing that. I probably should have reached out to Asman and Sabo. I reached out to him the other day. Well, I didn't follow up with him. Asman told me to reach out to him yesterday, and I just forgot.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's me.
It happens. Well, he popped in. I mean, in the chat, so he was.
Yeah, we got to hear his
around.
thoughts day one.
It's pretty epic. We have almost 600 people still.
The fact that we have that many people this late in the process is genuinely.
That's yeah, that's cool.
I agree. You guys are the best out there. As a matter of fact, I'm inspired to pick one more winner here.
Attaboy.
Oh, we
O'Leary won twice. I won twice. Jets Forever won 3. You see that?
There's got to be some way for us to do these giveaways where it's like a little bit better than Nightbot just picking random confusion.
Yeah. Mr. Terrible's now in the mix. Mr. Terrible take.
Ooh, I like it. We got NFL Chaos with Jeremy. He's in here. Let me figure out.
Oh boy, here we go.
All right, you know what I'm gonna do real quick? I'm gonna play an ad. Then we're gonna get to NFL Chaos with Jeremy in just a second.
All right, yeah.
Did you know that New York's best off-site meeting venue is in New Jersey? Welcome to Crystal Springs Resort, the Northeast's largest golf spa and culinary resort, set amongst the picturesque Kinnitini Mountains in Hamburg, New Jersey. Located just 1 hour from New York City, with over 100,000 square feet of unique and flexible indoor and outdoor meeting and banquet space, Crystal Springs is ideal for hosting off-site meetings, conferences, team building functions, and executive retreats, all with a picture-perfect backdrop. The resort features 2 distinct hotels with stunning mountain and valley views and a vast selection of guest rooms and suites with in-room fireplaces and private patios. Guests have access to a wide array of amenities, including 2 day spas, 3 clubhouses, 3 pool complexes, 10 restaurants, and North America's most spectacular wine cellar. For those seeking recreation, Crystal Springs boasts 6 championship golf courses, a state-of-the-art sports and fitness club, and a mountaintop lake and nature center surrounded by thousands of acres of pristine forest. No matter the time of year, guests can choose from a myriad of individual and group activities that can be coordinated by our activities directors. In addition to offering this conveniently located world-class facility, Crystal Springs' experienced and dedicated in-house team provides superb catering, concierge, AV, and conference services to help plan and manage all aspects of your event. Whether you're planning an annual meeting or just looking for a quick retreat to recharge your team, Crystal Springs Resort will make your next event a success. Call today to schedule a tour or to find out more about New York City's closest 4-season resort.
All right, we got what looks like Joe Blewett, but isn't actually Joe Blewett because I got to fix the name and change it. What's up, Joe?
There he is.
This is the opportunity for me to imitate Joe Blewett. So maybe
yeah, there he is.
Just basically, looking at everybody's tape and finding something wrong. Oh, he didn't hit the guy's right shin on that play, so we have to watch out for him and be careful.
Yeah,
What's up, guys?
Doing good.
How's it going, man?
Good. I'm just fixing that name. There it is.
It's going well anytime, your team gets a guy nicknamed Sauce and you have a reputation for like eating crazy hot sauce. Because it opens up so many ideas and opportunities for me.
So many marketing opportunities.
Yeah, like every time he does something, I have to eat a teaspoon of crazy hot sauce,
I think what we should do here is for every interception, you have to teabag a spoonful of hot sauce.
Just like 3rd-degree burns on the nutsack. Oh,
yeah.
That's aggressive. It's aggressive. I like it. Maybe there's like some type of like fan thing. Like you got like Sauce gets an interception and it's going to be some viral like slew of videos of people doing shots of hot sauce.
I'm telling you, instead of because whenever Cooper Kupp caught a touchdown, Rams fans were eating Reese's peanut butter cups. So with us, it's going to be doing like some hot sauce.
I like it. I would do that. I'll do a shot of hot sauce every time Sauce gets an interception.
Hell yeah.
That'd be great.
Butt would hate me, but everyone would love that.
So every Sunday, Green Bean's going to be on Jets Nation going, okay, Cravat, Gardner, Sauce got an interception. Time to do your hot sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, Green Bean, we're talking about doing shots of hot sauce every time Sauce gets a interception.
Oh, I'm in. I'll do that.
Matt had a slightly different thought for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy said he would teabag a spoonful of sauce anytime he intercepts a pass.
Only available on
Direct
OnlyFans.
quote. Yeah.
That's funny. I like it. I'm totally on board for Jeremy's balls getting dipped in hot sauce.
Yeah.
We'll speak it into existence.
I'm fine with this.
Well, you guys talked me up from a quarter of a teaspoon of the last dab to a full teaspoon. So
No, we want a tablespoon. We're going all in.
I know. That's what I said. I'm like, what is this quarter of a teaspoon shit? I'm unimpressed.
Tyler Batty goes to the Ravens.
Yeah, look at that. Running back. Lots of people liked him. A lot. There was some noise around him.
Mm-hmm.
I know my wife just come in and goes, "Who's Tyler Batty?" I'm like, "Why?" That's on the screen. I'm like, "Oh."
All gas, no juice. I like all gas, no gravy. That's a pretty funny.
That is good. Yeah,
idea.
because the sauce. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
No tablespoon. We're going for a gallon, says Big Green. we want you to bathe in it, Jeremy. We want you to spend $300 on sauce just to dip your whole body into it.
Yeah,
in a bathtub.
Oh my God, people have no idea how painful it is. At least for me, it really hurts. It's no joke.
It should be something like, now when you do the hot sauce, do you have to try and say anything while you're doing it? Like, is it like, hey, I'll give you a review on this player after I take the shot of hot sauce? And it's like, oh.
Well, that's what me and my wife were actually doing. That we had a show on my brother's channel on Cravat Attack. We did a thing where my wife would sneak up on me, and she would ask some question that one of my friends asked, and I'd have to do the hot sauce, and my wife wouldn't let me get a 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐬𝐜 until she believed I was answering completely honest. So, and one of the times she asked me, what do you think about the Jets getting Trevor Lawrence? And under the influence of the hot sauce, I was screaming, it won't matter, because no matter who we get, they're going to be a bust.
Oh, no. Jeremy, no.
That's when he's put under pressure.
Well, I had to say something where she'd believe I was being honest, though. And usually
right.
I go into my negative spins where I'm so down sometimes after years of this that she doesn't believe I'm being honest unless I'm negative.
So, Jeremy, I want to get your thoughts. What do you think about the Jets draft overall? Go from pick 4 all the way through our final pick. How are you feeling when we made the pick, and how are you feeling now?
Okay, this is actually perfect because I have all this recorded, like each time. Like I recorded myself reacting, and this is exactly how it went for me. So at 4 with Sauce Gardner, it like made my stomach turn, right? Because to me it was like this realization that, don't get me wrong, like amazing players. Never been a doubt in my mind that he's one of the best players in the draft by far. But I was thinking, now we can't cover wide receiver and edge, and it was like so annoying to me. I was like, whatever we do at 10, what are we going to do in the other spot? So I was feeling like, I still said, I was being positive. I said, we're a better team than we were. We definitely got a very special player. I'm just really concerned about edge. Then it goes to 10, and we take Garrett Wilson, and he's my number 2 guy. Like I was a Jameson Williams guy, but my number 2 was Garrett Wilson. Dom C pumped it in my head. I believed him. He sold me on Garrett Wilson. So I was all about Garrett Wilson. I was happy. I was like, okay, that's great. But then I was getting nervous again about edge because I said, now we can't go to the middle of the next round. And I'm thinking, man. So I was kind of like happy, like we're a better team. Okay, I'm going to have a positive attitude about this. But are we going to get Boye Mafe? Will he slip? That was what I'm thinking. And then as I'm watching the draft and I see JJ start to slip, some people were saying it, maybe we'll trade up. And, there's a little part of me that said, I did it for AVT. When O'Leary jumped up last night watching this show and said, trades the Jets. Like you did something where you said Jets.
Yeah.
You said,
just, oh.
Yeah. I jumped onto my Zoom to hit record. and I was shaking. And I'll play this. I'm going to play it on my show. I'm editing. I'm going to make a whole promo of all my reactions. But I jumped up and screamed so loud that my dog ran away. Right, he just took off. And then,
amazing.
And then when they said JJ, when they announced it, I screamed. I was going crazy screaming, and everything made sense to me. Like in that moment, I said, "Oh my God, this could have just as easily been JJ at 4, Wilson at 10, and we swapped picks." 35 and 26, swapped our 69 for a 101 and 163, and for that price got Sauce Gardner. Like, that's how I saw it. And I said, in that moment, all my concerns switched to JD is the smartest GM we've ever had in our history. Like, he's a genius.
Yeah.
And I was going nuts. And the only reason, and then I had to get my dog with treats to come back and go near me. And I couldn't hide it from my wife because she watches all my stuff. So you could see in the video me reach out going, Ramsey, no, I'm sorry. So I was like, I had to be honest with her and tell her I scared the crap out of the dog. So,
oh, geez. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of us felt as far as like the excitement of getting Sauce, but like the, oh no, how are we going to handle this with wide receiver and edge? And then when you go wide receiver at 10, it's like, okay, now edge is going to be a big question mark because there's no way Karlaftis and Jermaine Johnson are making it to a point where we'd be able to trade up for him. Now, how did you feel about the trade up in the second round, getting Breece Hall, getting Jeremy Ruckert, and these final 2 picks today?
That shocked me. I didn't know about the Nakobe Dean injury, and I was like so confident we were taking Nakobe Dean in there. I was like, to me, it made so much sense. Oh, we traded up to make sure we get Nakobe Dean before something like maybe we thought somebody else was going to grab him. Now, I was a guy in my mocks. If you watch a lot of my mocks in the last month, and there's a lot of mocks. I did a lot. Everybody knows. There was a lot of me taking Breece Hall and people all over me for it. People would just beat the hell out of me for it. And I would tell them, I understand and I agree. It's very unrealistic that JD would take a running back. There's a lot of good ones. The value's not there. But it's very hard to watch his tape and not be super excited and think, yeah, but I think this guy could really be special to a different level. Like maybe he's like top 5 running back in the league, like really, really super special. And you put him with Michael Carter, man, it's going to make our offense just insane. So when they announced it, I was a little disappointed because I was screaming Nakobe Dean, to be honest, because I didn't know about the injury. And after a few seconds, I started to get excited about the offense going, this is ridiculous. Like we could have the potential to be so good and we could really help the defense. With Michael Carter and Breece Hall, we could really help Zach. We can, we could look like Tennessee as far as like what Tennessee did for Tannehill could be kind of how we help accelerate Zach's growth, because we're going to put him in a situation where if we're pounding the ball and bringing more men in the box, we're going to get a lot of one-on-ones. And then you look at the receivers we have. I almost feel sorry for the defense going against us, because how are they going to cover our guys? How are they going to bring guys in the box?
It's that iron sharpens iron, right?
Yeah. How are they going to bring guys in the box and like stop our run? And then we got Elijah Moore and Garrett Wilson and Corey Davis and tight ends who can make plays and running backs who can make plays out of the backfield. It's going to be ridiculous.
Carlos drops in, says, the Magnificent 7. Great picks, fantastic draft. It's going to be a great season. A big thanks to all of you. The best. Let's go Jets. Thank you, Carlos. Glad you hung out with us. Glad you're feeling good about the draft. This is the best I've felt about a draft in a very long time. I don't even know when I would have said I feel this confident. Is there one that would you guys?
If we stay healthy, on paper, I'm starting to think it's not so crazy to start. I don't want to scream out ridiculous numbers and records, but on paper and staying healthy and Zach being okay and taking the next step, it's hard to sit there and say I'd be happy with 7 wins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for me, it's hard to put a win total to what I would deem a successful season, but I think because of the influx of talent and the hopeful expectation of having your quarterback perform at a higher level, or at least going in the right direction, 7 is kind of the floor I'd like to see. But as long as we're in the conversation of potentially in the hunt. Like you see the Jets logo in December, like there's conversation with the Jets possibly, you know, if X, Y, and Z happens, they make the playoffs. Like I'm cool with that. That's a successful season. We've gotten a taste of winning then. I want to win some of the games that we lost because of mental errors or because Zach was still too young at that point. I want to see some things keep developing the way we saw sort of through that tail end of the season.
Yeah. Take over from there.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
not start over again like from week 1 last year. We can't have that.
Yeah, no, that was basically as soon as week 1, it sucked because we knew going into week 1 that was a chance for a win, and then we were going on a run of teams that looked like it was going to be
Hutchinson, veteran move.
Sorry,
and it was not fun to have to do that. Patriots look like they're going down to the wire. Is their pick actually in, or did they just miss the pick?
It's in.
Okay, I was going to say it went down to 0.
Yeah, it says it's in.
I just put a nice link of a very nice touchdown of Breece Hall into the chat there, Ryan.
Let's take a look at that. Yeah. All right.
Matt, do I got to bounce these guys over here? What is this?
I don't know. I got to Venmo these guys. They paid the hackers for the $500.
Veteran move.
It sounds like they fell for the scam of
they
Nigerian
definitely
prince. Just need your bank account and social security number. Survival of the fittest, my friends. We've been telling you it's been hacked.
Yeah, we've been telling you for a long time it's hacked. You know.
All right. Here's that Breece Hall touchdown. Let's take a look at it.
Avi, right there of Hutchinson, veteran move.
Pitch it out to Hall. Breece Hall, first down, running more. The race is on. He cuts the cross. Breece Hall angling to the pylon, and he is in for the Cyclones score. 47 yards for the All-American. Breece.
Yeah, he ran like 100 on that play.
Yeah, going all over the field. It's so crazy to think. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. I keep doing that. I keep hitting the 3-panel one instead of the 4-panel one. Yeah, it's one of those situations with. I definitely lost my train of thought. What did we say? We were just talking about Breece Hall's touchdown.
Matt thing, maybe? Or are we talking about touchdowns?
I don't know.
Running 100 yards, running 100 yards.
Oh, 100 yards. Yeah, it's weird to think that the width of a football field is 50 yards or 40 yards or whatever it is. It's like way bigger than I like envision it. Because I look at a football field, I'm like, oh, it's clearly a long rectangle. Like cutting it in half, there's no way that's the width of the field. I guess maybe because the end zones add that extra length that makes you kind of feel that way.
Yeah, totally. No, you're right. That's exactly what happens. You look at that's 20 more yards. You know, that's a fifth added.
Shivansu drops in, a.k.a. Lima Bean, says, my biggest concern now is injuries. Injuries can derail growth and a season. I always fear we are going to lose our playmakers to injuries and mono. Yeah, injuries are always the big question mark. But I'll say this.
Mono.
For the most part, we've added a really good amount of depth where I would say I'm a little less concerned. Like if guys have to miss 2 weeks, I have faith that the rest of the guys on the roster, assuming they're healthy, will be able to pick up the slack. And now that only goes so far. Like obviously if Wilson goes down, it's going to be really tough. If we get a season ender like a ACL or a torn Achilles again, that would really suck, and I don't want to see that happen. But from a dinged up perspective, I would very much I feel very much more comfortable now than I did the last few years for sure. Jeremy, how you feeling about our depth?
Well, and it's not in every room, but it's happening. Like tight ends, we have depth. Defensive line, if everyone stays like right now at this moment, it feels like we have depth. The secondary, my God, we went, Bryce Hall and Eccles now are depth pieces. Guidry at, slot receiver, and he can play corner. We don't know that Isaiah Dunn is not going to take the next step and be a guy that's real, like a legitimate guy that we can count on to come in case we ever needed him. The safety, I don't think we have 2 studs yet. We have 1 stud and a lot of guys. LaMarcus Joyner, if healthy, might be that guy. Ashton Davis, Elijah Riley. I mean, Pinnock, small sample, but played really well. So I feel like there's a lot of competition there, and there's a lot of guys that we can function with. I just don't think we have that very strong, reliable stud with Whitehead yet. But one of them might rise to that occasion. I mean, there's a bunch of youth, and there's a lot of youth there, and a lot of potential for one of them to step up and grow. So I think there's a lot of areas where there's depth now. The one area that I'm worried about the most is just offensive line. But with that pick today, if he pans out, we're starting to address that. Now we need to think about the interior.
Yeah, well said.
Chrome says, I'm really happy we finally got weapons to surround Mike White. We're going to start this again?
That's great. That's funny.
That was a brutal. It was a great 4 days that we had from like that happening on Sunday to the Thursday night game, and then poof, kind of disappeared.
Because even that first drive, he had that Elijah Moore touchdown pass, and he got hurt. It was like, holy shit, we might have found that secret, gem out of nowhere. We might have him. And then he gets hurt. But then Johnson comes in, throws for almost 400 yards or maybe 400 yards that game too. It was crazy. That was a crazy week. Crazy week.
Here's
Mike
a cool comment. Look at this. Peter Chestnut says, fun fact, I'm the one that introduced Sam Darnold to the girl newspaper said he was making out with after the Raiders game at Bounce Sporting Club. Wow. You jerk. You're the one
that was after the mono.
Oh, okay. All right. You're all right, Peter. We like you. You can hang around. Matthias says, this draft has put us over the top and should really help us close that gap. A great deal in the AFC East. Not closed, but a great deal. I would say it gives us a lot of hope. Hope is the big word, I think, for right now, because we need guys to make those next steps to really see the fruits of our draft picks and things of that nature. And, hey, it's not unreasonable to think teams can't take a big step backwards. We were talking about the Houston Texans. They were supposed to be a great team. They had won the division the year prior, and then they come back. Deshaun Watson gets a massive contract. They look to be trending up, and they get the 3rd pick in the draft, which was owned by Miami. So teams can fall off. They definitely can. I mean, it's certainly not good when you have a really good franchise quarterback in your division, but I don't buy that the Patriots are that much better than us or that the Dolphins are that much better than us. Like any given Sunday.
Yeah. And we almost and could have beaten the Dolphins in both games last year. And we were a train wreck. We were all over the place, and we could have beaten them. So we're not as far back as you think, everybody. We're just working on stuff. That's what we're doing. We're working on things. We're ready.
Can that be a T-shirt? We're just working on stuff.
We're just working. New York Jets.
Just a loading buffer. Just like a little progress bar, like going across. Almost there. I used to, when I was a kid, and it, I wasn't sure if the computer was stalled out. I used to put like a piece of paper up, like on the line that like the loading bar was going across. Like, is it moving? I can't tell. Is that another pixel that went? That's how I felt the Jets have been the last 10, 15 years. Did we get better? I feel like we did. But every year I seem to be proven wrong. If you bet the under 500 for the New York Jets, you'd be winning money most years.
Speaking of shirts, Matt, I hope you have those Boycott the Beat shirts ready because I'm getting really close. I got to give out 5 of them real soon.
We got them. They're ready. I'm in, man. I'm all in.
I got 35 more subs to go. 35 more subs to go. I'm giving that 5, baby.
Is that for your first 25 subscribers? That's good. It's exciting.
First 25.
Oh, green bean. Oh, I'm going to get you so bad.
I like it.
I'm just playing.
Anthony says, I don't think Joyner is good enough to start. I hope he is good enough to start. So he played phenomenally well as a safety prior to going to Oakland and playing the nickel position. So last year was supposed to be the year we get back the guy and like in the position that he knows. But now he has the injury from last year, and now he's coming back. So now he's his 4th season, or I guess 3 seasons removed from a really good safety season. So yeah, you can't really bank on LaMarcus Joyner, but for the swing and what you thought he might have been able to bring to your team last year for cheap this year, I think it's a good move. Hopefully we have enough competition at safety that, you know, it kind of brings the best out of these players. And look, if Ashton Davis doesn't have enough in him to beat LaMarcus Joyner out, like, I'm sorry, Ashton Davis just is not, you know, going to be here beyond this year, I think, if he can't win the starting job. Unless he finds like a nice, you know, home as a depth piece, I guess. Green Bean, how you feeling about Ashton Davis in the safety position with LaMarcus Joyner?
Well, I think look, we signed LaMarcus Joyner last year to be our starter, like without question. He was supposed to be our starter alongside Marcus May. Obviously, the injury week 1 means that he had all year to heal. So they clearly feel good enough to re-sign him. So who knows? They expected him to start last year, so maybe they feel the same way about him this year. So we will see if he can make it more than a quarter into the season, quarter of 1 game. Ashton Davis, I do like him. You know, he was able to find 2 picks last year. He had the injuries every year, though, too, man. He's been really unreliable and looks kind of lost. But again, you got to think, man, they were learning a new defense last year. There's lots of that stuff that is very real, you know. But I'd like to think that he can come around and be a consistent part of the rotation and everything. But I don't know. I don't have the most confidence in him. You know, I like to think he can. His athleticism's not in question. But I don't know, man. I'm really kind of disappointed. That's probably my biggest disappointment, right next to linebacker, that we didn't even take a swing on one of these safeties. We chose to double up at end. There were still some safeties and still some linebackers on the board that I thought would be excellent additions. So I'm disappointed. I don't feel that great about our safety room. You know, if they really like Pinnock, and again, maybe they are going to put DJ Reed or Bryce Hall or one of these guys back there at safety. And that would be fantastic. But, yeah, I don't know. I like Jordan Whitehead. That much I can say.
Shadow Maniac says, we could have beaten the Bucks. That's all you need to say. And now we've added all this talent. The future is looking bright. Absolutely. We had the opportunity to beat the reigning Super Bowl champions, and we were without a ton of players. I mean, you think even just this year, you bring in all this talent, plus you bring in Joyner, Lawson, Becton, Curry. Like, those are guys that were on this team last year we didn't really get to take advantage of. So, yeah, Shadow, look, we could be a way better team than I think a lot of people are giving us credit for. Guys, what we're going to do in the chat, if you guys have a question, put a capital Q and then a dash, and then I'll catch it in the chat, because I don't know if you guys are talking to one another or if you're, you know, want to ask us something. Be a nice way to differentiate it. Gator needs his get. Drops in, says, if we sign Honey Badger and Quan, odds we make the playoffs. That's the hope. Ooh. You know, when you bring in someone like Honey Badger, even though he's not what he was 5 years ago, I still think he's better than any safety we have on our team. Maybe not any better, but he's really good. I would, you know, depending on how you feel about Whitehead and his progression moving forward, but I would say he would be the most established safety in our back end. And Quan Alexander knows the defense. So
he's still got gas in the tank, though, Ryan. Honey Badger's been playing well. Now, is he the guy he once was? Probably not, but he would probably be the best safety on our roster. Next to Whitehead.
Sure.
You know.
Now, do you think he's? How old is he? Is he 31 now? He signed 2 big contracts, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. People were saying he was toast before his last contract. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the fear, because the Athletic. Oh, he's 29.
He turns 30 on May 13th, which is the future we learned last night. Thanks, Matt.
We did learn that. That was math is hard.
Thank you, Matt.
Whoa, he's 19 years old. Wait a second. Hold on. That sounds off. Yeah, Honey Badger, I guess if you could get him, it's probably just a 1-year deal. But I think he wants to cash in again. He wants that big money. He wants a $15 million contract. Last I heard. I don't think any team's going to give it to him at this point.
No.
Do you think he's trying to go to a contender, or do you think he would prefer the money over a contender?
He has his ring already.
So you think he's just looking for the money?
Yeah, get paid.
Do you think we should be the ones to pay him then?
No. I think he's cooked.
Yeah, I think you're banking on him being the player he was, not the player he's going to be, which is always kind of a scary thing to do. We did that with Tremaine Johnson, and it bit us in the butt pretty hard.
We've done that with most of our free agents over the years. That's the thing. We haven't seen that with Joe Douglas. I mean, if he needs to fill a hole, like, he's taken older players and stuff, but we haven't seen a big name free agent signed by Joe Douglas that could be, hoping that they can reproduce their former glory. We haven't seen that once. I love it. You could say Ryan Khalil, but that was a desperation swing. But I think that's such a great shift. I mean, look at our free agents outside of Lake and Tomlinson. They're all pretty young, So, hey, Ryan, I just stuck the Jeremy Ruckert call from Joe Douglas.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's the best.
I need to see it.
Matt O'Leary had a good question. Why can't I get into my Twitter?
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, man. Get back to me, Twitter support. Come on. I got to live tweet this draft.
All right, let me get this up here. I just got to mute it real quick.
Hey, Jeremy.
Joe Douglas. All right, let's switch to the screen share. Here we go.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, it's Joe Douglas with the Jets. What's up, brother? Yeah? Well, you ready to make a dream come true? Let's do this. Welcome to the Jets, brother. We're going to take you here in the 101. I'm going to give you over to Coach Solomon. We're fired up here.
JR. Congratulations, my man.
That's so cool.
Hey, Jeremy.
Dude,
I
know I said I wasn't gonna buy another jersey until the guys were signing their second contract and stuff, but this is the type of player that I would go out and buy. Like this, like I would love to support.
Same kind of thing.
It's just really cool.
The dad, I want to get the dad on a t-shirt, his face. Just put yeah.
Just like the scream was just it was so perfect. That's how every fan like wants to feel, and it's just you could tell the excitement. And I love the pause. I didn't notice the pause in the other videos that we saw of it. It was like right when he was about to look at the hat, he kind of stood there. He was off the phone. No one knew what he was going to pick, but I guess was that his agent that handed him the hat? I think it was.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm gonna pretend it was. Let's see. We got Stanley drops in, says 2 drafts full of starters or NFL level players. We are much improved. One more draft to finish the job. Thank you all. Thank all of you for missing friends for hours of enjoyment. Look, we have our friends. This is who I want to hang out with. If I was hanging out and watching the draft with people, this would be the collection of misfits that I would want to be watching the draft with. So, thank you for that. But I'm where I want to be.
Hey, you want to play the one earlier of on the well, we just kind of saw a clip of it. Wasn't there another Ruckert one that you had earlier?
There was
Remember?
one with him outside with the JETS. Let me see if I could find that one. Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, I think
or are you
so.
Talking about or are you talking about the one where he got the hat from like?
Yeah, like the longer version of that. Yeah, when they do. Yeah, the one inside. Right.
All right, I think I got that right here. Let me see if
So
this
I
is
want to tell everybody too. The guy who's been sending these all to me, the last 3 or 4, whatever they were, on Twitter. His name is on Twitter. We should get him some follows. He's out there working for us right now. It's at John Says, at JONSAYS. His name right now is hashtag Fire Tibbs, but his name is John Says on Twitter. Let's give him some loving out
Ooh,
there.
yeah,
He's working.
I'm gonna go follow him right now.
Yeah,
There you
at
go.
John Says, JON. Give him some love. He's sending us stuff.
JON or JOHN?
JONSAYS, all one word.
Got him. Good stuff. Much appreciated, dude. This is all the fun stuff that we don't have the mental bandwidth to try and do while we're juggling everything. So it's very much appreciated. All right, here's the video that Green Bean was talking about. Oh, God, I just love the dad. I really do. Man, that is so cool. One more time with the dad. Oh, man. Yeah, I can watch that all day.
I love it.
All day.
That's the best.
That just warms my heart. It really does. Let's see.
Amazing.
We got John Shem Reeves says, will Zach make the jump needed to win? If the end of last season is any indication on where he's headed, I certainly hope so. And I certainly believe it will happen. I've had Jet fans come up to me and they're like, so do you really believe in Zach? I was like, I do. I really do.
Yeah.
Now, look, I believed in Sam after that rookie year, but Zach has something that Sam never had, and it's the freakish athletic talent. Sam had that kind of backyard quarterback kind of play that you saw maybe from like Big Ben early in his career. We could kind of shrug off a bigger arm going to hit him. I don't feel that way with Zach. Like, I think when he gets hit with an arm, he's probably going to go over. But he's got the backyard play that someone like a Mahomes or a Rodgers like has. Like, this is the type of quarterback that you want to have in a stacked AFC right now, because if he hits, you're going to be fine. Matt, your thoughts on will Zach make the jump?
I think so. I really do. I buy into the arm strength. I buy into the strong second half last year. This is someone that I liked a lot watching as a prospect at BYU. I think his potential is sky high. And unlike with Sam Darnold's second and third year, the Jets actually did their quarterback some favors with what they did in free agency in the draft. So I cannot wait to watch Zach Wilson take the step forward in year 2.
Green Bean, Zach Wilson making the step forward?
100%. I don't even think it's a question. I think he's absolutely going to take the next step. We saw the settling down. We saw him absorbing the offense. We saw him almost completely remove the turnovers. He's calm, cool, collected those last 5-6 games of the year. And I think, man, this guy, we got him the weapons. We got him the protection. Dude, he was the most sacked, hurried, pressured quarterback in the league when he started. Those first 4 or 5 games, and he had the most drops and it was a crazy year for him. He was cool. He was collected. We saw the progress. I think he's absolutely going to take the step.
Jeremy, how about you? Think he's making the step?
I think he started to take the step. I agree. At the end last year, to me the step was the Eagles game. The one game, let's look at the first half of the Eagles game. That was the game where for the first time in his career, he got average to better than average pass protection, and his receivers weren't dropping the ball. And what happened in the first half? He orchestrated and managed 3 touchdown drives consecutively. That's not even him being let loose. So that is the Zach Wilson that I think we're getting. I think as we build this team around him, it wasn't amazing pass protection like a wall. It was just average. He wasn't running for his life. They gave him average to maybe a little better than average pass protection, and the receivers held on to the ball, and we had an effective run game. All the things we're excited about now, and we saw what he can do in that situation. So I'm super excited. I think he started to take that step when he came back from that injury, and as long as he starts from that point and continues to take more steps, we're going to be in great shape.
Yoshi says, why not buy Greg Van Roten jersey and support him? He was also once a Jets fan. That's different.
He sucks. I'll tell you right. Well said,
that's the thought. Like Ruckert was a 4th round pick. Ruckert was someone we can see the upside for. He's also a position player. If Greg Van Roten was a stud, on the offensive line, I would get a Greg Van Roten jersey. I was excited when we signed him. I thought that was a good, solid depth signing. I don't think it was anything crazy, but I thought he was going to be competition for whoever else we brought in at guard. And, I was happy with it. I always like seeing a Jet fan come here.
Hell yeah. We all wanted him to be, to end up being a long-term answer at guard. He's been here 2 years, man. He was a train wreck last year for the whole year.
Good. He got Becton hurt.
He did.
Yeah. Finn says, how do the cornerbacks rank now post-draft? Are cornerbacks ranked against other teams, or are cornerbacks ranked in our own house? I'll do both. So we'll say in-house, I think you say DJ Reed and Sauce are 1A, 1B. They're both going to be your starting outside corners, and I think they're going to, whether they play zone or man will be interesting to kind of see. Like, do they keep Sauce on one side of the field all the time? Or does he bounce back and forth from side to side playing the different zones? I'm curious to see how that plays out. And then you have Eccles and Hall. Man, now I can't even say that right. Been on stream for too long. And those two guys, perfect depth pieces. I like Michael Carter in the slot. I like Guidry in the slot. So, yeah, I'm happy with where we're sitting right now. As far as a cornerback rank, like team-wise, we went from dead last. If we could go up to like 20 this year, that's a sizable jump. So I'll take that. Green Bean, where do you think this cornerback room ranks?
Number 1 in the NFL.
Matt, what about you?
32.
What about you, Jeremy? Somewhere in between those?
Yeah, right.
16.
16, exactly. See,
Sky.
we didn't pre-plan this, guys. This is off the cuff.
That is all genuine. Sky says, do you believe in our kickers? It's super critical they are consistent this year along with our special teams. No, I don't. I'm very concerned. I have hope, but I'm definitely concerned. I would like... That still feels like I'm not sure if we have the answer there. But kicker's such a mental game, too, that it's tough to tell from one year to another. So, I don't know. Jeremy, where do you feel as far as our kickers go?
The one thing about Pinero, and not to steal Green Bean, but I mean, he's the one that I heard it from and got this thought process from. If you look back at his year with Chicago before he got hurt, he was a solid kicker. He gets hurt, he loses his job. We pick him up. With the exception of a block extra point, he did everything we asked him to do. I don't have full trust in him, but I feel okay about him right now. He did it, he made every kick. Then we bring in a veteran into camp. And to me, I'm not super panicked about kicker yet, although this rebuild happened faster than I anticipated. I thought we had another year before I really cared. But now, the way things look right now, I'm thinking, we might sneak into the playoffs, or missing some field goals might cost us being in that graphic in early December of being in the hunt, which means something to us. We want to see that. So I'm a little nervous about it. I'm not panicked about it. But short term, I'm nervous about it. Long term, I'm not. I know we'll be able to address this and get it done when it really matters in the future, when we build this franchise, when we're ready to really seriously contend for championships. But I hope one of them really shines in camp and delivers. Otherwise, it's something that we're going to have to take very seriously after this season, because we can't keep going on with uncertainty.
Matt, what's an undrafted free agent you hope JD looks at post-draft? Is there someone you might have in mind?
Not a clue. Couldn't give you one guy. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough to kind of get a gauge on who's going to be there. They still got what, 40 picks, 50 picks?
Yeah, we're still in round 6 over here.
Oh, geez, yeah, I'm all over the
It's
place.
just wrapping up here to I think round 6. Yeah, but I'm right. It's really hard right now. But a couple things I can say. I'm really hoping at this point that Lindstrom makes it. I'd love to see Donovan West make it. Justin Ross, maybe even Kevin Austin. I don't know if he got taken. He's an interesting wide receiver candidate. And other than that, I would say scan, if you guys are looking to see some names, scan the Senior Bowl roster for guys who haven't been taken yet. Look at the American squad in particular, but both. And I really do think that they are going to utilize their impact on those players over that week. And guys that have more than one team courting them, we're going to be able to have a leg up because of the time we spent Saleh, Middleton blowing their doors off out there. I think we're going to see some Senior Bowl guys rolling in. But yeah, Justin Ross, Donovan West, Lindstrom, those types of guys. I'd be real happy. Van Valkenburg.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I think the centers are where I'd like to see. If you could see Alec Lindstrom or Donovan West, those are the two guys I think we definitely bring in. I think we definitely want to see some more center competition. Kevin asks, do you see Alec Pierce have DK traits? Wish we'd picked him. DK was a freak at the combine and everything. I don't know where Alec Pierce graded out on all that sort of stuff. I don't sort of put him in that spot. I do like him a lot. Did he wind up going in the 3rd or 4th round?
No, 2nd. He was like mid second. Yeah, he's a good one. I don't know. DK, you were talking about DK Metcalf, right? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't compare the two, but I do think impact wise, it could be something similar. Like Alec Pierce is a very good wide receiver, very well rounded, fast as hell, good RAS score, super athletic. I think he's going to have an impact. He's exactly what I talk about. Him and Watson and those guys, when I talk about 2nd round wide receivers, like having just as much impact as many of the 1st round wide receivers, I think Alec Pierce is going to be one of those guys.
Matt, any thoughts on Alec Pierce? Shadow Maniac. Shadow Maniac. The Jets have yet to face their biggest obstacle preseason. In-season injuries. What do you think contributes to the Jets being so high in that department year after year? Bad luck, first off. Second off, I think some of the smaller injuries, like the ones that are like a hamstring pull or a strain, that I feel like might be a little bit of self-preservation. And I think you might see players fight a little harder to come back from certain injuries if we have a winning team. I think if you will see some of that start to go away, but yeah, dude, we can't have the injuries again. Jeremy, how you feeling about the injuries we've suffered the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, Frankie kind of got me sold. I don't know if it's only bad luck completely. He showed some stats. We play on the worst turf you can play on. And so I don't know. I mean, and it's not, doesn't mean the injuries don't happen on grass or anything else, but the numbers talk, and there's enough data over the last 20, 30 years that you can show like a significant correlation between this kind of turf and other turfs. And I don't know if it's just the injury at the moment on the turf. It might also wear down the players who play on it more often. So I don't understand, with all the money in the NFL and all the money that's generated, why our NFL owner and any of the NFL owners cheap out on just paying the money it takes to maintain natural grass and give us every advantage to keep our guys healthy.
Yeah, I wonder if the decision to go turf was a cost saving thing and a time saving thing and a look thing as well, because rubberized turf is really nice to look at, really nice. Like it's always green. You always have perfect lines. The players run faster, which is something the NFL is always going to want. But then you also go into, okay, with more speed comes more violent hits, which has been an issue for the NFL. Not being able to allow the turf to break free when you're kind of cutting. You want that turf to be able to let your foot go through it, because by not doing it, you're getting those knee injuries, I think. yeah, I don't know. It's very, very interesting to see what's happened over the last few years with the Jets and the injury situation. Aussie Jet Scribes said we got the best cornerback, wide receiver, running back, edge, and second best tight end, and a top 10 D end and O tackle. I'm so hard you couldn't turn my knob with a monkey wrench.
Amazing.
That is, I've never heard that. That's got to be an Australian thing.
Yeah, that's good. I like it. I like that one. That's fun.
Jeremy, you think we got everything that Marty says we got here?
It's possible. Garrett Wilson, like Sauce Gardner, I definitely believe it. Garrett Wilson was in the conversation. I'm hoping I'm wrong, and I'm not hoping I'm wrong. Like being the second best in the class is not horrible, but I'm hoping he's better than Jameson Williams when Jameson Williams is healthy. That'd be great. Running back, I believe we got the best running back. Edge, we got one of my top 3 that was on the board, and Jeremy Ruckert to me was very close to number 1. I had Trey McBride a little bit ahead of him, but I'm a huge Jeremy Ruckert guy. It was easily my number 2 on the board. To me, he was the best all around. That's because of the blocking. He's significantly better than any other guys that were on top of the board as far as blocking.
Yeah, Ruckert's awesome. It's a great pick. Like, again, I think the only problem that I had with it at all was a little early because of where we went in free agency. Like if we would have brought in like just Uzoma, I would have been cheering for that pick. And I'm very happy with the player and the story around it and all that stuff. I love Ruckert. But the only problem was okay, did we need a tight end like we needed Nakobe Dean or and any of these other players? That was the only question in my mind about Ruckert.
Kevin drops in and asks a really hard-hitting question: hamburgers or hot dogs? So Jeremy,
cheeseburger.
Yeah, it's gotta have cheese.
Come
Jeremy,
on, hamburger.
What would you pick?
You definitely have to have the cheese, but yeah, cheeseburger any day of the week.
Green bean, how about you? Cheeseburger or hot dog?
Well, how long is the hot dog?
That's
at least 8 inches.
Uncomfortable question. Yeah. Oh yeah. At least depends how big
I'm
Joe
a
Douglas's head
burger
is.
guy. I'm a burger guy, but I do love a good hot dog, like a nice big foot long with like
fixins.
I'm a toppings on hot dogs, but I straight up it's burger all day.
I'm a big chicken sandwich guy. Like, I mean, I like a good burger. Cheeseburger I would choose cheeseburger over hot dog, but given the choice, I really like a chicken sandwich. I'm a big fan. Make a poll, they say in the chat. We could do that. Why not? We're having fun here the last last bit of the draft. I haven't reset my computer since day one, so my computer has a lot of processes going on right now and it like hates me.
Yeah.
A lot's happening.
Here come the foot long jokes. Here they come. Just want to put this out there right now. Foot long's not big enough for me. Just want to put that out there.
Ooh.
Make of it what you will.
Hey now.
Hey now.
I'm gonna evolve this poll question to just be more than hot dog and hamburger. I'm gonna do hot dog, hamburger, cheeseburger, chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich, huh?
Yeah, I'm curious to see where people kind of are with all that. It's the hard-hitting questions you get here on Jets Talk 24/7.
That's right, man. Well, fucking 86 hours in, yeah, it starts to. This is where we
haven't
are.
Slept in 3 days.
I know. Remember how tired we were when we first got on here this morning? We were like,
oh, I can't believe it.
I was drinking a green drink shake. I was like,
I haven't had any beer today. I've had 2 amps, which probably I took a piss before. I was peeing highlighter like yellow from all the caffeine.
Oh
yeah.
no.
Let's see.
You guys, where's your favorite hot dog been? You guys know? You guys have a memorable hot dog you've had?
Nathan's Coney Island. Nothing will ever match it to me.
Yeah, it's good.
I think my favorite. I don't know. I like some toppings. I'm mainly just a ketchup guy. I don't like mustard, but I would do like jalapenos. I would do like, almost like a taco kind of like topping kind of thing with cheese and, maybe some ground beef or something like that. I don't know.
There you go.
Josh Serrano says only on OnlyFans.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. Alexander says Costco hot dogs are the best value. So that's important. You got to, especially in the draft, we got to consider that.
Green Bean told me that if you subscribe to his Patreon, he'll eat a foot long in one bite.
Ooh.
I will. I have amazing powers of inhalation.
He has no gag reflex.
I think the best hot dogs you can make at home are grilled slow head hot dogs. I think that's the best available. If you're going to make them at home, you got to get Boar's Head hot dogs and grill them at home. Those are the best that you can make at home, I think, in my experience.
Yeah. Well, there's some good ones coming in. Remember Gray's Papaya? I think there's still one location in Manhattan. I used to love that in the Village, man. We'd get all hammered and shit. I used to do comedy shows and in the Village all the time, and I'd walk over to Gray's Papayas and get the 2 dogs and a papaya juice for like $1. I loved it. That was so good. They're good, man. I see Rutt's Hut in Clifton. That's a good one. Rutt's Hut is all right, man. The charbroil, though. My best hot dog is there's a place in Hollywood, Florida called Jackson's, world famous. All the food networks have been there and everything. They have their own hot dog that they get made for themselves. It's the only place you can get it. And it's foot long, it's huge, and it's on toasted bread. It's a whole thing. And the toppings, it's just an I can't believe it how good it is every time I get it. Jackson's in Hollywood. There you go, everybody.
Nick says, how long until the 2023 mocks begin, fellas?
1
Hopefully
hour
not
tomorrow.
till after the season.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll start seeing the ones tomorrow from all the bigwigs. They'll be talking about how the Jets or whatever team, like, looking ahead to next year's draft and those players.
Hey, Noel Saez, Dickie D's, dude. What a great pull that is, Dickie D's. It's a little truck. That's good. That's in Newark, right? That's good. I'm sorry. I'm really hungry, it turns out.
Hey,
That's
dude,
all I want.
I'm all about talking about hot dogs and cheeseburgers. Where's the best chicken sandwich? Let's talk about that, because I'm a big Chick-fil-A guy. I've been getting, what was it, yesterday? Yesterday or 2 days ago, I had the Wendy's large number 12. It's like a chicken sandwich with, I don't know if it's jalapeno chips and like bacon and pretty good. Not too bad. I'm definitely liking the chicken sandwich.
I like Chick-fil-A. The Chick-fil-A sauce is unreal.
Chick-fil-A sauce is really good. I really like the Polynesian sauce. That's like a sweet, tangy, sweet, sour.
I have both in my house. You buy it at the store now. We have Chick-fil-A sauce and Polynesian sauce here. I put it on fucking salad.
Amazing.
I love it.
Are you guys curious what our poll's at?
Sure.
Yeah, cool.
It's not even close. 60% say cheeseburger.
Yeah, smart. Smart. Smart people.
There's 12 degenerates that say hamburger.
Yeah.
Animals.
Son. Took my son to a great burger place in Charlottesville a couple weeks ago. It's like it's a burger, like creative burgers, like really good eggs on them and all that kind of shit. And he goes, I'll have a hamburger, please. I'm like, no. That's what he wants. Hamburger. It's boring. It's crazy, right? I don't get it.
Wow.
Knifey Spoony says Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich. I've always heard great things. I don't know where Popeye's is by me. I mean, I have a Google device. I could fix this very easily. But like off the top of my head, I don't know where one would be.
Have you ever had the Raisin Cane's sauce?
What's that?
I haven't.
Raisin Cane's. I got it when I was in Houston, but there's one coming to Manhattan soon. The cane sauce it's not as good as Chick-fil-A sauce, but it is up there. It is really, really good.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, like, where there's one here, and the line is into the street, just like Chick-fil-A. It's like it's crazy, man. Like, and my son wants to try it so bad, but every time I go buy it, there's like 40 cars deep. I'm like, I'm not doing it, kid. He's like, oh, please, come on. I'm like, no, not doing this with my Sunday. You know what I mean?
I got it at like 1 o'clock in the morning in the outskirts of Houston, and it was just a tremendous experience for all.
Yeah, like, oh, that's the perfect time for it to be a tremendous experience.
I'm a big Chick-fil-A guy. Anytime there's a Chick-fil-A and I'm driving past it and it's not a Sunday, I am getting Chick-fil-A.
Wow.
Waffle fries, spicy chicken sandwich, nuggets, strips.
Hold on one second. My wife's going to leave me and go to storage. She's been waiting for me. She keeps coming in. How much longer is in the draft? I'm like, dude, hours. Dude, she's been literally waiting for a solid hour and a half, checking in. Like, where are you guys? I'm like,
not even close. I can't. 2:17.
I was thinking 4 hours.
Yeah.
This is fucking crazy.
Last time she came out, it was pick 184. She's like, oh, 184 picks. How many are left? I'm like, 80 fucking 2 or something. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, all good.
I warned my wife. I said this week is going to be crazy. So just until Sunday, you have to just leave me alone and live with it.
Oh yeah, that's Becca. Becca knows that. She's just like, oh, it's draft weekend. She has it in her calendar. She's like, okay, I know we can't plan anything this weekend, and
nope.
You know, she understands. There's certain weekends you don't plan things for. Draft weekend, Super Bowl weekend, every Sunday during football season.
I know Jeremy's all the way out in California, but Ryan, have you been to Long Island?
I have a few times. I don't know what the question is necessary.
Where'd you go, Jeremy?
I went to Stony Brook.
Oh, no way. Okay. I was going to ask if either of you have been to All American in Massapequa. That is an elite level burger joint.
I haven't been there. I got married in Massapequa though.
Oh, no way. See? Stone's throw away from me. 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Wow. But
the chat will know. All the Long Island guys in the chat will know about All American.
Mr. Downtown says the Chick King at Burger King is highly underrated. You know, I was disappointed. Wendy's got rid of their old number 12 chicken sandwich that I really like. Like that was the best sandwich that I've had in like a long time. From like a fast food joint, and the new one they have has like some kind of like, I don't know if it's like a syrup or like some type of like sticky kind of sauce, but it like sucks when you bite it and you get it in like the little crevices of your beard and shit like that. So I might have to try the Chick King from Burger King.
It's okay. That's better than, I mean, I actually though, I'm very nostalgic. I still like the original chicken sandwich.
Yeah,
just because it's like it's from my childhood, you know. It's like, but the Chick King is much better. It's improved, but there's something about like, you know, sometimes the thing you loved as a kid that was my favorite thing at Burger King was the original chicken sandwich. So I'm still kind of stuck on it.
Let's see. Josh says my little girl left for Kansas City to hang out with her college roommate because of draft weekend. I send her updates for who the Saints pick up. That's good. I like it. It was funny seeing a lot of the comments come in about like, oh, I kicked my wife out of the house for 3 days, or I took 3 days off of work. You know, I can do whatever I want. NY Bully says Chick King is really good. All right, I guess that's where I'm going to have to, that'll be my next stop. I'm working tomorrow, so I'll be able to grab my lunch from there.
Jets mess said, he said, Jeremy, I'm waiting for you to eat the microphone.
Nah.
He knows me really well.
Ooh, McNally doesn't like it. Burger King chicken sandwich tastes of nothing. Oof. Have you ever watched the videos of like how to make like a Whopper or how to make like a Big Mac on YouTube, and they like reverse engineer the sauces and like how you do it, or the Chick-fil-A sandwich, you got to like pickle the chicken or put it in a what's that called? Not a bath, a brine. Got to put it in a brine.
I love the movie. I really love the movie about Ray Kroc. what's his face was in it.
Baby.
That movie Franchise or something. Michael Keaton was in it, and it was like it's the story of Ray Kroc who started McDonald's, and it's really cool because it shows you what the original restaurant was like and what their concept was and everything. It's pretty cool.
That's kind of neat.
Ready for this, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also about how they got fucked, Jeremy. How
Ooh.
that guy completely
Jersey
ruined.
Mike's.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he screwed those guys over.
Me and my sister ordered some for dinner, and it just arrived. So, fuck all y'all. I'm going in.
What kind of sandwich you got there, Matt? Walk us through the meats and the
So
cheeses and the
yeah,
whatever's on there.
no, absolutely. So you guys know that I'm gluten free, not by choice, but by medical condition. So we got the gluten free bread, and we went original Italian Mike's way. So we got all the Italian meats with the olive oil and the vinegar. Perfection.
Nice. My wife is celiac, so
yeah,
we
me too.
We have a lot of gluten free in this house.
I empathize.
It's gotten a lot better in the last 10 years. It used to really suck. But there's some things that I really don't mind at all. And I've kind of just grown with me. I can't give up bagels though. That's the thing. Like I will always eat a bagel. There's no way. Like Becca will get the gluten-free bagels and they're just not they're definitely
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
You can trick yourself into the pasta. You really don't taste anything different on that now.
No.
Oh no, the Trader Joe's brown rice pasta is fine. I use that. We're
great.
fine.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
we do too.
but I seriously recommend. Yeah, if you haven't had it, I seriously recommend Against the Grain. They make amazing big gluten-free baguettes. They have the best gluten-free pizza. You can find it places like Whole Food. It's called Against the Grain. It's it's the only gluten-free bread that I voluntarily eat with my wife. I'm like, if we're just have bread and olive oil and things like that, we just use Against the Grain baguettes.
There you go.
Very cool.
Good to know.
There have been major advancements in the world of gluten-free and grain-free because my wife doesn't eat flour or sugar. So then and we're eating pasta and rice and shit all the time. Like Jeremy said, the brown rice pasta at Trader Joe's is really good. Do you guys do Ezekiel bread and any of that stuff?
I've never heard of it.
No.
Oh, it's fucking awesome, dude. It's all sprouted grain. It's in the freezer section. Ezekiel, and they have a whole line. I love their gluten-free English muffins, but if you ever do get it, it has to be toasted. You have to toast, or else it's like eating, just the driest. I can't think of anything dry all of a sudden, but it's just something. But once you toast it, it's amazing. Such good bread, hearty and crunchy and good. But yeah.
Oh, look. I got another PS5 for sale.
Oh.
Do not click. Do not click. This is the warning.
Do not click. Matt does not offer refunds for items he's not selling.
Jonathan says, "Oh shit, I'm gluten-free too."
Yeah, it sucks, but we're powering through. Since 2012, I was diagnosed, I think.
Ooh, so Nick has some great notes. Great gluten-free tip, Fruity Pebbles. So when we do, we'll do Rice Krispie treats, and we'll throw in the, some Fruity Pebble flavoring as well. It's actually really good.
Well, the General Mills guy, I think his daughter-in-law or something is gluten-free. So all the so many of the General Mills cereals are gluten-free.
Yep. That's another good ad.
Matthew says, people leaving 5:80 to 4:30, people just talking about food. No, everyone's going out to get food. That's what it is.
Yeah. My wife just said, your son, she went to storage. She goes, your son has been asking for McDonald's for 3 days. I'm going to get it for him. Do you want anything? I'm like,
McDonald's, please?
Yeah, I said, I don't know. Well, first question is the McRib here still? Because I want 4 McRib. That's what's going on.
I could seriously, if Becca was downstairs and she was listening to this and she saw the frozen chicken fingers and wanted to put them in the air fryer and toss them in some General Tso sauce, I wouldn't hate it.
You know what's funny, Ryan?
What's funny? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
The perfect freeze bean.
He did it again.
That was the second time he opened up the same tab. Oh, wait. We got him back. All right, sorry, Green Bean. You said you know what's funny. Oh, he started moving. That's all right. We love our freeze bean. Oh, there he goes.
He gone.
He probably went over to the McDonald's app or the McDonald's website to place an order.
On the same tab.
And then accidentally booted himself.
He said, "Am I glitching?" He's asking, "Am I glitching?"
Yeah. Yep. I would
Well,
say pretty big glitch. Finn says boneless or bone in your wings. It depends where I am and what I'm doing, because I like a good chicken wing, like a regular chicken wing that you can bite into with one hand. You gotta eat it with one hand, because if you eat it with two hands, then you got gloppy fingers. You gotta be able to eat it with one hand. Even with the bone, you gotta twist it and pull it out. But I really like a boneless wing. I definitely do. Toss it in some sauce.
It's just a chicken nugget.
That's all right. I've got nothing against chicken nuggets.
Be an adult. Have it with the bone in.
Nah, no way. Chicken fingers, baby.
I like it with the bone in, but I don't like the drumsticks. I like the tails. You know, like the
tails,
like
the wings.
You know,
What?
you know they give you two different kinds, right? One's like a little drumstick, and the other is like out here in California they call it the flat. All right, flats. I like the flats. To me, those
You
are the
called
real
it the
wings.
tail?
Yeah.
They call out here. We call it the tails.
He's a barbarian.
Never heard that. Tail.
How you
Never
feel? Are you a chicken wing with the bone or without the bone?
I don't even think that's that question's not technically allowed. What they
I'm
really
gonna have a lot of people mad at me, I guess, with my response, because I said there's a spot for boneless wings. I mean, I like a good.
Of course
chicken
there.
wing
Of
with
course
the bone.
there's a. Well, who doesn't like chicken finger nuggets? I mean, those are chicken nuggets. That's what they
It's
are.
called a 6-piece from McDonald's. That's what it's called.
Exactly.
No. That's like chicken
right.
paste. That's not even. There's different tiers of boneless chicken wing. You can have a slice of chicken and have that as your chicken finger or whatever.
Well, fair enough, but that's what boneless wings are. They're not wings. They're literally chicken breasts and chicken strips cut up. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. That's a marketing ploy. I can't subscribe to it. There is no comparison. I love chicken fingers. I love chicken fingers with hot sauce on them. But there's only one wing, and they're utilized to make a bird fly and flap and all. That's what wings are.
So are you only like a so let's do this. Are you just like the 2-piece wing, or are you the chicken leg wing kind of thing? Whatever that thing is.
I love them both. I'm impartial. I understand what Jeremy's saying, but I don't know why he would call it a tail in the wing, but legs and tails. I don't know what that is, but it cultural. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, I like them both, but I will say I do enjoy the flat part more than I feel like I'm eating a wing more, and there are techniques, and I have a great wing technique. It's almost like I just kind of suck it off almost. I like that. Like that, and then I like to have that with a foot long.
Yeah.
Suck it right off.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Flip that.
Here's a good question. Zachary asks, favorite condiment? Ribbed. Oh, sorry.
Trojan.
Sorry. Oh, favorite condiment.
Ooh.
Let's see. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a sauce, right? Like, is a condiment just a topping, or is a condiment like just a sauce? Like, are we talking like only a liquid condiment? I guess that's what
pickles,
it is.
right? Pickles,
Well,
relish.
is that, are those condiments? Would everything seasoning be like a type of condiment, or is that not that? Would that just be a seasoning? I guess, right? I guess not a condiment.
What's your answer? What do you want to say?
Well, I was just gonna say I really like everything seasoning. It's really good, like everything but the bagels.
Hell
It's
yeah!
really good. I put that
That's
in my mac
great.
and cheese. I put
I
that
put
on like a
everything,
bunch of
dude.
stuff. But that may not be like a condiment. So like if I had to go a different route, I'm probably saying I really like tossing my wings in General Tso's sauce. It's really friggin' good. Sweet and tangy. It's not the one that I like use all. Like I like a ranch too. Like all that stuff's really good.
Yeah, I don't think here's the big question for me with wings, and I know this is regional, But I don't understand why people would prefer ranch over blue cheese. I mean, you don't like blue cheese, but like
I'm a
ranch,
ranch guy
it
through
doesn't.
and through.
Ranch,
Yeah, it doesn't
baby.
make sense. I can do it, of course, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like blue cheese, like that's the wing to me. It's just to me. You know what I mean? I don't see it. I'm like ranch.
So as a kid,
There are
growing up,
places that, yeah.
I was always a blue cheese dressing kid growing up, and I like blue cheese. It's not bad, but I definitely like ranch. Like ranch is way good. I'm a
Agree.
big fan of ranch. Jeremy, where you stand on the topic?
For red
Oh, this guy
meat,
just proposed
like,
on the draft, or was that last
What?
year? Oh, he got married.
That's nice.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. For hamburgers, red meat, steak, there's a brand of hot sauce called Hoff, Hoff, Hoff hot sauce, and that's my favorite for that. For chicken, like chicken wings and things like that, there's a company called Karma, and Karma makes everything from mild all the way to like the hottest peppers in the world, crazy, 2 million Scoville units. And in the middle of that, like right in their center sauces that are very hot but not ridiculous, they have one called Cherry Bomb, another one called Carnival. Those are my favorites for like chicken wings and things like that. But I'm a hot sauce guy.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Jeremy's
that's
deep.
hot sauce is okay. Yeah, no, hot sauce. I put that on everything, but I don't know if it's like my favorite. It's like my most used. It's weird. I have a tough time saying like my favorite taste and my most consistent taste because I don't know if those are the same things.
Yeah. Once you get past like the first wave of hot sauces, like the Tabascos, Frank's Red Hots, and all that, they're all very similar, right? Like they're in the same category. And once you go past that, there's a lot of different like types of hot sauce. It's not just the heat level. You know what I mean? There's like mango stuff and sweeters and different, hints
More
and
like
all
a
that
vinegar,
shit.
like a soury spice kind
all,
of to it.
All kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Iowan Jets fan says the spot for boneless wings is on the kids menu. I'll take my Happy Meal with
Agree.
me. That's fine. I would like the little toy. Finn goes, this is the best part of the draft stream. That's usually what winds up happening this late in the draft. It's usually a little bit more interesting because we generally have picks at the back end. But, when you finish your picks just an hour into the stream, maybe into a 6.5 hour stream, things start getting sideways.
Yeah, right. This is right. This is where we get to know each other a little bit. You know what I mean?
It is. This is a tough.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Creamy Italian greater than ranch, says Hawk.
Well, a salad maybe. Not
That's an
for
awful
wings.
take. Awful.
Jets Forever says ranch and blue cheese is trash.
I mean,
he
have you
saying
seen his takes in the
bear?
comments?
That's what he's saying. He's saying bear is greater than ranch and blue cheese.
Yeah. Right.
He likes a condiment called wide receiver in the second round. That's his favorite condiment.
Nah. Hey, I'm a big wide receiver in the second
LOL.
round. I got no problem. Or did he not want receiver in the second round? Was that his thing?
Oh no, a wide receiver with the 10th pick.
Ooh, dinosaur barbecue sauce is amazing. That's a popular one.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're all wrong. My favorite condiment is Sauce Gardner. It's really spicy.
Good answer.
Whoa, right.
Great
How
answer.
did we not?
Great.
It's early.
We're
That's
6.5
right,
hours into the stream.
Oh my god.
Well, it's a new relationship. We'll get used to this. You know what I mean? It's not in our.
Figure it out.
It's not in our heads yet.
Ooh. So Jets Forever, it's not a condiment, but he's saying tacos are greater. I guess maybe than the hot dog, the hamburger, the cheeseburger, and the chicken sandwich. I love a taco. I'll go Tex-Mex for days.
I like Tex-Mex.
He's incorrect though. Putting a good burger next to a good taco, the burger fucking stomps on its face.
Oh yeah.
Green Bean's right though. Yep.
Yeah. You can't compare those. I feel like it's an entirely different genre of food. It doesn't fall under the sandwich category, even though it's got the slices of
got two
cornbread
sides.
tortilla. Yeah, it's got two sides to it.
Yeah, technically bent. Think about it. It's actually closer to a hot dog. I mean, it's just bent. It's it's not a sandwich.
So you're on the side of hot dog is not a sandwich, correct, Green Bean?
No, I guess it's not. I haven't really put much thought into that. But I mean, no, I wouldn't consider it a sandwich. If I'm going out for sandwiches, I'm not thinking hot dogs. You know what I mean? Hot dog is a hot dog. Hot dogs and hamburgers. The burger technically
It's its own thing.
Yeah, it is its own thing. Listen, getting a meat tube stuffed in a bun, it's unique. It's in and of itself.
It's one of my favorite pastimes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Country style ribs and bone-in. Okay. Matthias says Hackettstown in New Jersey, Gotham Grill, 250 different flavors of wings. That's got to be brutal as like someone that has to stock stuff in the back. Like, okay, are we out of the grandma's feet flavored sauce? Like, okay, let's go. Let's whip some up.
I'll have the grandma's feet wings.
I'll do that
Yeah,
one.
you know what? That's what you got to ask them. What's your top 15 sauces? Anything beyond that is old in the fridge. It's
Yeah.
like you don't want it.
Yeah, it would like separate. I feel like you'd get just the
Yeah,
different
they just mix it up
levels.
and put it on your wings. Yeah. Hackettstown.
Hawk agrees
Nice
with us.
place.
He says I only need 2 flavors. 250 is a bit obtuse.
Yeah, it's a gimmick. You know.
Ooh, Chris Bradigan agrees with Jets Forever. Says tacos are better.
Boo.
I don't. I would take tacos over a hamburger, but
what? Oh,
Bradigan. Chris
Cheeseburger,
Bradigan. Have
chicken
you
sandwich,
not?
hot dog win?
Look, Chris Bradigan knows Jets Forever's takes. You're going to align yourself with Jets Forever, dude? For real? I'm principal, Bradigan. Tell you what, though, Jets Forever got a bunch of his guys in our draft, so you got to give him that.
Yeah, that's true.
Got to give it to him.
Good dude. Richard from Jersey says beef ribs in Wyoming are the best I've had. I'm not a huge ribs guy. Like I don't.
Oh.
I mean, I like ribs, and I like. I don't know. I don't know.
I like to
Not-
suck
not
the
a
meat
huge-
off the bone. So good.
You
Sucking
know, it
the
gets
meat off
delirious
the
when
bone.
everything is a sexual innuendo at this point in the draft. This is where the Cox jokes came in last year.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
we've been on the air for what? 24
6
hours and
hours.
3 days?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
something,
what
right?
the other
Yeah.
ones are. It's probably pretty close. 24 hours over the course of 3 days.
Yeah, it's about 18, 19 hours. At least. It's crazy.
Michael Rodriguez says a good Jamaican jerk chicken. Ooh, so then we can talk about like sauce or like a dry rub.
What? I'm sorry.
Like
what'd you
sauce
say?
or a dry rub. Dry rub's an entirely different way of flavoring your
It
meat.
is. Yeah, Texas is lots of dry rub, man. They like the other states too. But yeah, I prefer. I'm a sloppy sauce guy. I like that. You know what I mean? It's what I grew up on. It's what I associate with barbecue. But I have had some exceptional dry rub. I'll tell you what. There's a place in New York City called Blue Smoke that I had their beef ribs. They had something called salt and pepper ribs. That's all it is. It's so good. It was probably the best beef ribs I've ever had. And it was all dry, no sauce on it whatsoever. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
My neighbor from Texas used to say that, like, he was from Texas and Blue Smoke, it was all he'd eat. He said that's the closest to Texas.
Oh yeah, yeah. Blue Smoke is no. I couldn't believe it. How good it was. I went and saw. That was when my buddy was playing. The Gibbs. They were playing Jones Beach, and I flew up there and I hung out with them at Jones Beach, and that's where we went for dinner in Manhattan before another show. We went to see Keneally. But yeah, we were hanging out in Blue Smoke, and it blew our doors off, man.
Roman says Jets Forever will call a burger a bust in a few minutes.
That's right.
Yoshi
Burger's
comes
a
in. He
bust.
says tacos are definitely a third rounder.
Yeah, yeah. There you
Full
go,
milk and
guys.
done.
Oh yeah, to the Seahawks. They did that on purpose. They're still holding a grudge. Oh,
What was
well,
it?
Rutgers.
Who just went?
Bo Melton.
Oh,
Ah,
the Rutgers wide receiver everybody loves. I'll tell you what, though. Let me ask you this: where did cheesesteaks come into this one?
ooh, cheesesteaks are good. Now, are you just a Philly cheesesteak, or do you like dabble in the other types of cheesesteaks?
There
Which is
are
kinda weird, 'cause
other
I don't know. If,
types.
I don't. Well, I was gonna say I don't know if you can call them cheesesteaks at that point because there's like other sandwiches that cheesesteak places will serve that are just sandwiches that have like melted cheese or like could be chicken.
Yeah,
I hate
We can
that.
if. What about okay? So how about this? Do you prefer a cheesesteak or a gyro or a euro?
Oh my God, it's not even a conversation for me.
You're a
Not
cheesesteak
even
guy.
close.
Cheesesteaks.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys seen there's a place in South Jersey that's trying, or at least they were, I haven't followed up with it or kept up with it, but they were trying to create the Jersey cheesesteak, which is different than Philly. Did you guys
Mhm.
ever see it?
I did not. What would be on it?
It's round and it's on a Kaiser roll. Like, so it's on like a poppy seed Kaiser roll. It's round and overflowing with, onions, peppers, cheese. I think it has layers of cheese too. It was a whole thing. I mean, it looked awesome. I don't know if it caught on.
See, the nice
its
thing about
own
the Philly
thing.
cheesesteak is generally, well, actually, so Philly cheesesteak, hot dog bun style, where it's like more of like that cradle or cut all the way through where it could go out on each end.
Yeah, I think one's a sandwich, one's a cheesesteak. You know what I mean? That's how I see it.
I was gonna say I like the cradle that it has.
Yes,
It's
the
nice not to
cradle's
drop
important.
any of your.
But cheesesteaks are interesting because, like, technically speaking, I think most of us would prefer a nice, thicker piece of beef, but it can be too thick on a cheesesteak. Like, I've had cheesesteaks where they try to, like, give you this thick piece, and it's like, what are you doing?
No,
You're
I want
ruining
thin
it.
sliced. You know what's really
Thin,
good?
right.
They make shredded. So we'll cook some dinner here sometimes. That's shredded beef. It's like you can get it from the store. It's just in like one of those regular plastic kind of containers that you would get like ground beef in and stuff like that. But shredded, I don't know if it's called shredded steak. It might be shredded steak. Really good. You throw that in with some teriyaki sauce, some coconut rice, and you got yourself a nice little meal. We do beef and broccoli like that. It's really good.
Yeah, hell yeah, it sounds great. I want to make a huge cheese. You know what I'm trying to develop? I've been talking to my kids about this for a while. I want to figure out, and I've messed around, but they were all failures. I want to figure out how to get like a nice, sturdy bun that's big enough and to bore out the middle and cut the top off. So it's just pour ingredients in, like you mix it all up beforehand and pour it in and then plug it. You know what I mean? And then it's like a self-contained, awesome surprise
Sandwich?
inside.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's like stuffed crust, but with other stuff in it.
Yeah, right. Like the stuffed sandwich. I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, they do that with soup out in San Francisco. You know, the sour bowl doughs.
The sour bowls.
Yeah, the sour bowls.
Yeah, a friend of mine was working on. She wanted to have a drive-through soup place, but like people think, what the hell? Why would you drive through soup? But she was actually developing a soup straw, like a straw that is big enough, that's just big enough for the toppings, not the toppings, the ingredients like the potatoes and shit. Wouldn't that be interesting? I was like, I think you're onto something. I don't know. In theory, the soup straw, drive-through soup.
That could be the name of the store. That could be the name of the
straw?
store, right?
The soup straw.
What a straw.
Yeah, imagine trying to suck soup through a paper straw. Even
Oh,
worse.
yeah.
Yeah.
It just falls
You need a
apart.
workaround there.
Yeah.
Well, you guys see, we don't use straws here. We have like we use them, but they're reusable. Do you see what I had this morning?
Like the
It was
metal
big and
ones?
purple. Did you guys see
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
It's like
How are they to
silica. It's
clean?
like
Easy
they're
to
not
clean?
easy.
Okay. Do you have a pipe
Just
cleaner?
like we do, but we don't. We just rinse it. We drink. Rinse out the fluids and shit. The trick is to wash it right away. That's the trick.
Yeah, so you don't get it dried in there. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, that's the trick. We have metal
Wally
ones.
drops in. He says there's a place in Richmond, Virginia called Zam Korean Grill, and they have the best damn wings you'll ever have. They should be a Schedule 1 narcotic. I love Korean barbecue. Really good. I don't know if that's necessarily what he's looking at, but...
Well, out in California, I don't know if it's like this in New York. I know they have one place in Florida, but Korean barbecue out in California, the table has the grill on it. Is that what you're talking about? Right? I know in LA it's huge.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to the restaurant, you sit around, you order the ingredients, and they bring it to your table. They turn the table on, and you grill it yourself on the table. Have you guys had that?
I don't like that. I want them to do the work if I'm going out and paying.
You do?
Yeah. I don't want to do it myself.
Right. What the hell is that? I'm with you.
What a scam.
I am. This is.
It's like apple picking up here. When we have people that come up apple picking, we get all the people from the city like, oh, yeah, I'll totally pay that much for apples, and I'll go pick them myself.
Yeah.
Blows my mind. Blows my mind.
Tell you what, apple picking is a little different because you get out, you get out into the, environment, into the hills, and you're out and you're like lifting kids up to pick the apple they want. I want that apple. You know what I mean? There is a charm to it. There's a mountain here, Carter Mountain, that we go to every year and do that. But I have had that thought, like, this is bullshit. I mean, or this is a racket. You know what I mean? They're charging me twice as much.
Green Bean, when you lived in Jersey, did you used to go to Delicious Orchards to get like apple pies and stuff?
No, I don't even know where that is.
It's like
Where
a
is that?
famous apple picking place, like near like where people went apple picking. It was a famous place, like giant, like they just were famous for like the best pies and like apple butter and like you just bought all those different things.
Right.
There.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I never went apple picking in New Jersey. We used to do the cider, like apple cider and stuff at farms, but I don't think I've ever picked apples in New Jersey. It wasn't on I was too Jersey for that, But when I got to Virginia, they have like peach picking here and apple picking and all that shit. We go there all the time. It's great.
Chrome drops
I've
in,
never been there.
says Echo Arena Empires first result on YouTube, stream safe and play it. This game is like 10 years ahead of its time, a sport but in VR. I'm not going to pull it up just in case, but I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
369 Mafia. Ooh, go on.
No, I'm just saying, Stephen Engel said, I think he's saying that place Jeremy mentioned is in Colts Neck, New Jersey. That's where I played football down there, and I got ejected from the Garden State games. I was the only player to ever get banned from the Garden State games. Yeah.
That's impressive.
I choked a referee. I choked him.
What a life you've lived.
I grabbed him right by his throat. He hit me in the head with the fucking flag. They have the golf ball and the flag. He threw it right at my face, and he was giving me shit all day. And I fucking had it. I said, now this isn't a sport anymore. Now you're just being an asshole, and this is two men, and this is what's going to happen to you.
369 Mafia says Rich Eisen just went on a rant about the Jets saying we finally have people who know what they are doing. I really like Rich Eisen, and I really like that he aligns his thought process with sort of like how I feel, or my thought process aligns with how he feels, and It feels good because I feel like he's a knowledgeable dude, and that's probably 100% self-biased towards myself, but like I really like Rich Eisen. I think he's my favorite Jets fan personality.
New York Bully, which place you talking about? Richmond. For what wings? What wings? I don't see the place.
Is it the place you went to with Y2K for the?
No, well, that's way in. That's in Norfolk. That's like another 2.5 hours southeast. He's talking about a place in Richmond. I'm not far from Richmond. I'm between Richmond and Charlottesville. I'm only like 40 minutes from Richmond, so I go to Richmond all the time.
I think
I'd
that's
love
where
to
we're
know
going
the
to meet
place.
up. That's where we're going to meet up in Richmond.
When? What are we doing?
In June.
Oh, that's it? Oh, Zam? New York Bully. I didn't like Zam. That's the only Korean I've ever had here, and I thought it was garbage, bro. I hated it. I'll retry it for you, New York Bully. I gotta say, I don't know. I was like this, never again in this place. Zam. Interesting that he likes that.
Will any of you guys buy a jersey from this year's draft class? If there's one, I do like Sauce. The other one would be Ruckert. Those would probably be the only two I would really consider right now. Mainly because my wife's family's maiden name, or one side of the family is Gardner, so that'll probably be a purchase, I would think. Let's see. Fun fact, Peyton Manning is a Jets fan. I don't buy that for a second. The way he's handled us over the years, not a chance.
Yoitz wants to take me to some Korean barbecue in Northern. I'll be real honest, Yoitz. I don't go to Nova too often, Northern Virginia, unless I'm driving through to get to Baltimore or to Jersey. I stay away from there, man. It's a tough spot you live in, buddy. But if I'm ever up there, I'll definitely take you up on that. What's that?
Is it?
What, Nova?
Yeah.
It's fucking horrible, man. It's the worst traffic in the country, and you guys know that I know. I'm everywhere.
You've been everywhere.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
I would trust you.
Yeah, it's the worst traffic in the country. I mean, Miami's really bad. LA's really bad. There are some other places, but I've actually lived in some of the highest traffic areas in the world, or in the country, I mean. But Northern VA is tough. Northern Virginia. It's tough.
Worse than the Belt Parkway?
Yes. Even like the Major Deegan, you know how bad the fucking Major Deegan gets in the LIE? Northern Virginia, when you're going through like Alexandria, like into DC, like you can drive up there at 1 a.m. and you're in traffic.
That's
so
nuts.
bad.
Guys, I heard Rich Eisen was going off on about the Jets draft class. If you guys find like a Twitter link to the actual video, I'll throw it up on the screen. I have to hit the little boys' room. I'll be right back.
I've had to get off the video of Rich Eisen going on a Jets rant today.
Yeah, we got to get that. If anybody has
I can't even
that,
go on
send
Twitter
that-
anymore.
Yeah, I know.
I was going to look for it. I can't even do it.
Oh, wow. I know. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. If anybody has it, Rich Eisen rant about the Jets, send it to my Twitter, and I'll put it up there. I'll give you credit, and I'll even stroke your ego for you. Tell everybody how great you are.
So the plan is being in the first week of June. Me and my wife are going to head up to DC, but we're going to stop in Richmond to meet up with Watsuke and you.
Yeah. Well, why are you coming here again? What did you say? Why are you coming here?
Well, I'm visiting my family in North Carolina for 2 weeks, but we're going to go up and do a DC trip because my wife's aunt and uncle live in Georgetown. So she hasn't seen them in a long time. So we're going to go visit them for a couple of days. And I was like, perfect, because we could stop right in Richmond off the 95. And I have to try one of those sandwiches. I forgot what you call them. You had some name for it. Something I have to try. Remember you were talking about it? I don't even know what it is. Like some fried sandwich with cheese or something.
Wait, say that all again.
There's some sandwich that you told me I have to try when we meet up. Hopefully they have them in Richmond. Like some fried thing with cheese.
I don't remember. I gotta recheck my brain. What's going on?
Some food.
I said it was in Virginia, a fried sandwich.
Somewhere where you live that I never tried. Something, I don't know if it's fried, some kind of something with cheese, melted cheese or something. You were describing some kind of food that I've never tried that you said you got to have one of these when you come in.
Okay, yeah.
Adam will remember, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll check.
A fried sandwich with cheese. They're making fun of me. I'm forgetting the name of it. You were talking about it. It's some famous thing. somewhere down there.
Yeah, I'll hopefully I'll remember. I can't for the life of me figure out what that is. Fried sandwich, cheese.
Maybe it's not a fried sandwich. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
Jeremy's
not.
just talking nonsense right now.
I'm just talking nonsense now. I'm tired too. It's been a long
Grilled
week.
cheese. Yeah.
I don't know, Western something or
Oh, the cheesy Western. Yeah, no, we're not dry. That's not that good. It's more novelty. It's good. It's good, but that's in Roanoke. That's like another hour and 45 minutes southwest from me.
Okay.
Like it's really far from Y2K.
Okay.
It's the other side of the state. You know, Virginia's like a triangle. He's at Y2K is at one corner on the east, and that's like almost on the other corner. It's far. But yeah, if we were around, I would love to take you there. It's just a little shithole. It's been there forever. It's like your Grease food, man. You know, one of those. You'd love it.
Oh yeah,
cheesy
that's my
Western.
language.
That's right. The cheesy
The
Western.
greasier, the better.
Yeah, totally.
How many picks? We still got like 40 picks.
I know. It's insanity. Dude, this is a marathon. This is a testament to like perseverance now. Now we're just, I got to finish. You know what I mean? We got to do it. All right.
This is like
Ashton
a mental test.
Langley. Exactly. Can you do it? Ashton Langley is sending me something in, let me see the DMs in my Twitter.
What do we got?
Oh, that's the Rich Eisen rant. Okay, awesome. Let me get it. I'll send it to Ryan. We got to wait for Ryan to play it though. There it is. Okay, it's in there. I see a couple guys. I see John Zabrowski sending me something. Let me see if it might all be the same stuff. Oh, there's two here. Okay. Let me see what's going on.
White Manna in Hackensack.
Armand Wyatt.
Gotta look that
In
up.
Hackensack, New Jersey. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's probably
right,
not
yeah.
too many Hackensacks.
I'm gonna look that up now.
Hackensack, Arkansas.
Yeah, exactly. Hackensack.
What we got here? Oh, it's hamburgers.
No hamburgers, cheeseburgers. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, crinkle cut fried. Oh, I like it. They look like sliders. Yeah, I'm a fan already. White man. Instead of white cow.
Yeah,
White cow.
New York Bullies saying it looks like the Jets aren't going to trade back up. It is starting to look like that, isn't it?
Hold out hope. You never know.
Never know. All right. Thank you, Armand and Ashton. I see you guys actually sent me two different videos, if you can believe that. So we'll get them both up there when Ryan comes back from apologizing to his wife for why it's been this 18, 19 hours of her alone in the house.
Yeah. Okay. I could hear you guys. I got the wireless on. I do have.
Oh yeah. Yes, Smoke.
I heard bits and pieces of it. I didn't catch everything.
Guys, yes, Smoke Monday's still out there, dude. Smoke Monday, JoJo Doman, Alexander saying Lindstrom is still out there. Mike Rose. I don't know who Mike Rose is, though. I'm not sure who that is.
We're just making up names at this point.
I know.
Just throwing
Bill.
cool sounding first names with like days of the week and things like that.
Bill Bubbles is out there.
JoJo Doman is the best player available on the board. Hey, Verone McKinney, Kellen Deesh, Donovan West.
Lots of guys, dude.
Yeah.
Dylan Parham's
Wow.
still there. Wow. Oh, no, I was going to say, no way. Round 3.
No.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys
okay.
read this. Shivanshu dropped in, says Bart Scott on SportsCenter said Danny Dimes is the next Allen, yet trashes Zach constantly on his radio show. Claims Dimes has had bad circumstances. WTF?
Yeah, I know. Bart Scott has a personal issue with Zach. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's very clear to me. There's a can do no right there. So Ryan, I put a couple links in the chat for us.
Okay, cool. Let me throw Jake's up real quick. He says, we doing undrafted free agency here or starting up a new 6-hour stream? Lots of studs still out there. Yeah, as soon as this draft is over, this stream is over.
Yeah.
I've been on here way too long with you guys. All right, so Green Bean, what? Let's see, what's the first one? Which is the first one that you put up?
I don't know which one's which.
The URL. Well, no, I'm looking at our private chat. I'm just trying to see which ones.
Yeah, just click on. I'm just like grabbing the video and giving you the URL to it.
All right.
Did I do it wrong?
No.
Something tell me.
No. The URL is fine. I just don't know which ones I've actually seen yet and which ones not, because I came back to a bunch of links. Let's see. All right, so that one's the Chris Nolan call, which means we got to be. How many links did you send, Green Bean?
2, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Thayer Mumford off the board. Damn it.
Oh, to the Raiders.
So Green Bean, you sent me a link to your messages for one of those.
Oh, did I? Okay, all right. So look at the next one. I'll send you.
Okay, I'll
Sorry.
send this one now. Let's see. Oh, Rich Eisen said it. Oh, I can't wait.
Let me know when you're playing it, because I'm over here trying to fish it out.
Yeah, I'll give you the heads up. I'm just getting it so
picks that were made in this draft, we feel.
All right.
I got to see which one you're playing. So
I'll show. This is a shorter one. It's only 23 seconds. All right. Here's the video, guys.
Let's see.
Super Bowl championship. Picks that were made in this draft, we feel very good about, and for good reason, because it looks like it was done by people who know what they're doing. I don't know how to feel. I honestly don't know how to feel. It's unbelievable. We'll see how it plays, but it's just amazing to see picks and the.
Oh, I love that.
That's great.
Super Bowl championship.
I really like that he's happy. Like, because that's kind of how all Jet fans are feeling right now. You have that little bit of, cautiously optimistic, but like it feels like we have the right guys. They're making the right decisions. Like, these are I don't want to say common sense picks, but based on like, look, any one of us would have taken Jermaine Johnson possibly at 4 or 10, and Joe Douglas had enough knowledge and faith in his scouting department to know, hey, I can get him at least a little bit later.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
So I think the videos were actually the same. They were both this. I thought they just looked different to me, but they're the same. So
I got you. Okay. All good.
That was good though. He's giddy.
Yeah, dude. It's just it feels good to be a Jet fan right now. Like we've had a lot of like rough things over the course of the last like bunch of years. So to finally have something that we can kind of all be pretty happy about, it's nice. It's been some time.
Guys, remember when Joe Douglas traded up to pick another his third first rounder? That was fun.
Oh,
that's right.
Yeah, that was what 2 years ago now.
It feels like it.
That was a good day. Yeah, that was a long time ago, man. And we're still sitting right here. I think we're going to have a very strong undrafted free agent class too, man. Joe Douglas has found some strong candidates there in the past, and this is a Senior Bowl is going to have an impact.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to win.
Yeah, I think the Senior Bowl is a massive advantage for the two teams that have it, and thank God the Texans are as incompetent as they are, because otherwise, if they didn't fire, we got the bid, so they must have known that they were going to fire their head coach, and that's why it went to the Jets. Or unless they are able to pick one because of turmoil, but the Texans should have been the other team to coach the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, the Jags and Texans. That's what it should have been, right?
Yeah, they're too
because
dumb.
Of their incompetence. Yeah, one and done coaches. I do feel bad for the Texans guy, Cully, because he knew he was walking into a clusterfuck, and he knew he wasn't the long-term coach. That's why I think he got 2 or 3 years guaranteed on his contract. I'm sure he understood what was going on, but he basically took the job no one else was willing to take.
Right. And it's crazy too that, per Jake Assman, they were absolutely 100% intending to hire McCown.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't. You couldn't fire a minority coach and hire a white coach with no experience on the heels of the Brian Flores stuff. It was just that time. But they were going to literally talk about an organization that is lost. They were going to hire a guy who's never even coached outside of 1 year as an assistant on a high school team, like helping out.
That's what's wild. Like, I really like McCown, and I think he was a great player coach during his time with us. And I think he might make a really good coach sometimes. But you can't – I don't understand the idea of hiring someone that just has no experience. Like, that's what teams with no clue do, and that's the Texans.
Crazy. Like, again, they had a division champion team with a budding, potentially Hall of Fame level quarterback and arguably the best receiver in football at the time. Definitely top 3. They blew it, and J.J. Watt and Clowney and all the guys. They consciously blew it up for no reason.
It's wild how far that team has fallen. It's like a year and a half implosion, really.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Lima Bean says, Green Bean, what is Bart's issue with Zach? I'm unaware. I know he wanted Fields, but you're right. He criticizes Zach a lot on his shows, and it feels personal. It definitely seems personal. It absolutely does. Like, it just, for whatever reason, he has a vendetta against Zach.
He does.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've been told, and I don't know how real it is, that there's something political there. There's some sort of rub on that end.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, Cimini shares that with him. That's what I was told.
Shocking.
Yeah, I could believe it, I guess. That just sucks. Because you want your beat reporters, especially Bart Scott, with all the passion he's got. Like, there's a lot of people that value his opinion. He's can't wait. And it just, to not see guys buying in or, whatever, it just, at least give the kid a fair shake. I don't know. Be critical when it's called for, not like absolute bullshit. Yoshi says, out of all the teams that drafted a quarterback last year at a premium pick, who surrounded their quarterback the best? To me, no question, it's us. Yeah, right? Like, so let's go through it. I don't think Mac Jones, I think he was drafted to the best situation. I wouldn't say that they have surrounded him with talent given the draft picks they've made. It seems very questionable. They traded away the 4th best guard in the league for a 4th round pick and took a stretch on Cole Strange to replace him in the 1st round. That seems illogical. Yeah. I would say Debo possibly leaving the 49ers would hurt their case as well.
Yep.
Fields, I don't know what the Bears have done. I must be just totally unplugged with the Bears, but it feels like they haven't helped him at all.
No,
they went
and their first two picks, while they were good picks in my opinion, are defense too.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to Trevor Lawrence and the Jets, and they've drafted what? They signed a linebacker. They drafted 2. They took Walker over Hutch. I mean, they did give him – they re-signed Cam Robinson, and they brought in Brandon Scherf. You get ETN back. I think it's the Jets. I mean, you look at it. We got the 2 tight ends. You get the running back. You get the receiver. You get the offensive lineman. I don't think it's even close.
Yeah, and you made a good point. Like, definitely Mac Jones landed in the best situation, but as far as the conscious effort to build around him, it's been us, and that includes last year too.
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Moore, Michael Carter, AVT.
Mm-hmm.
You know, then the Patriots went Tyquan Thornton. I mean, yeah, he's fast. Who knows? He could be great, but it doesn't look like it's
in the second.
a reach. In the second. Yeah.
I'll never understand those picks.
Cole Strange.
Yeah, that was a good belly laugh. I enjoyed that one.
It's funny. I mean, I think you have to do it, but Belichick's he's going for the humor. You got to make Cole Strange a strange pick.
He's trolling.
Yeah, he's trolling. Exactly.
Like Jets forever in the
comments. Go
comments.
on to be like the best offensive lineman of all time, and we're just gonna eat crow. And like, I want to get away from the narrative of like oh, this guy's cut. He's gonna go to the Patriots and be awesome. Like, I want that to just die. I want them to like go back to where they were at the early '90s.
I don't see it, Matt. Matt said he sent me something on Twitter about a Cole Strange thing. Let me see. I don't see it, buddy.
He told me he has a PS5 for sale.
Yeah, did he?
Fresh says, are the Jets better than the Giants? I would say we're in a more advantageous situation right now as far as are we better? I think we are. I think we got better than the Giants got better. I think they both had good drafts. I don't know enough about the Giants' later round picks to comment intelligently on that. But if I had to pick one or the other team right now, it's definitely the Jets. I don't trust Danny Dimes.
Yeah, I think just the quarterback situation. I mean, who wouldn't pick us right now if you said which situation would you want to be in as a fan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like if you had rewound it and you said, Daniel Jones is going into his second year and there's still hope, then maybe you probably have a little bit better conversation. But they are in what the Panthers were in last year with Sam Darnold, and I don't envy that position at all.
No. How many total picks? 262?
Yeah, where are we? 243?
20 away. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I'm not up to date. Ooh, that's great. I love when that happens, when the live button was clicked off so I can jump. Oh, that was a nice little surprise. Jumped 3 picks for me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Des Bryant tweeted, say what you want about the Jets. something brewing over in the Big Apple.
Ooh, I like that. Dude, it's nice to hear outside sources talking about how well the Jets are doing right now.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody tweeted, Jets just said, fuck it. Let's just grab a Jets Twitter mock and do that this year. That's what it looks like.
Right?
Amazing.
Yeah, it's all the players that we would have wanted. It's like, what do you mean you got all them? I don't know how it happened, but it happened.
You want to
So
hear
I guess
Ian
Josh is a
Rappaport?
Giants fan. Yeah, I want to hear that in just a second. I just pulled this up real quick. Josh, I think he's a Giants fan. Says the Giants, we good in the first round. Other than that, kind of meh. All right.
Yeah, I agree. First round was good, though.
Yeah, I like their first round picks. I know I was
Well,
talking
wait,
to Bad Dog a little bit, and
Who did they get in the second, though? Wasn't a second round pick good, too? No? Oh, it was
Wan'Dale
Wan'Dale
Robinson.
yeah,
Yeah, well, I actually like him. I like him a lot.
I like him. I'm lukewarm on the decision. Like,
Yeah.
they had got jumped by, was it Minnesota to get Andrew Booth? Like, I think they should have, rather than trading down twice, I think it would have made more sense to grab your corner there.
Yeah, agree.
I think that was a miscalculation on their part, but I don't know. And I don't like what's going on with Tony and like having to take Wan'Dale Robinson. Like that whole situation just kind of sucks for them. And I'm here for it. All right, Green Bean, you sent the Connie Scouts. Last one, report talking about. Let's see.
Yeah, that's Rappaport. Made a
Oh,
little
I like
piece
this.
of it.
Okay. Let's see. Just loading it up right now. Ah, damn it. Start playing without me. Come on. My computer definitely needs to be rebooted.
The area scout who's
My RAM is screaming at me right now. All right. Here we go.
when the draft room calls and tells a player he has been picked. The Jets did a really, really cool thing. They had Chris Nolan, the area scout, who scouted Mitchell. They had him personally deliver the call in really one of the more heartwarming moments of the draft.
Max?
Do I not follow the
What's up?
Jets?
This is Chris Nolan from the New York Jets. How you doing? I'm good. How you doing? So I don't know if you remember me, but I was an area scout who
Interesting.
fall camp. I talked to you. I met you at the Senior Bowl, but we're taking it here with our pick.
Oh man, thank you so much.
You excited?
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
I've never done this before yet, so it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. Let's go, Max.
Let's do it. Hey man, Joe Douglas with the Jets. How you doing, man? We got fired up draft room right now.
You know, these area scouts get so invested in the players they scout. They grind on the tape. They get attached. To see your team pick one is a special moment. And, man, I love seeing the Jets do that.
That's really cool.
When the draft room calls.
I like that they acknowledged it too, because we thought it was cool at the time.
Yep.
And it's nice
Yep.
to see other people recognize it.
Yeah, right. It's not just cool to us because it's the Jets. That's cool. Period.
Mumtaz drops in, says, undrafted
Mummy.
free agent favorites, says J.J. Doman, Rasheed Walker, Donovan West, Deach, Justin Ross, Leon O'Neal, Verone McKinley, Haskell Garrett, Mike Rose. Yeah, there's a few good names in there. The center position is the one I find the most intriguing, I think. But I could see us bringing in Garrett.
Yeah.
That wouldn't shock me. He's a high upside guy. I think I had him as my last pick in my last mock. I think I had him somewhere in the fifth round, I guess.
I can't believe Verone McKinley's still there. It's
I was
unbelievable.
just thinking the same thing.
I know. Yep. There's a lot of good players. Dude, this is the way the draft goes. It's like last year with Yeboah. It was like, what? At least for me. I don't fucking know if you guys felt the same way. But every year there's players that make it. You're like, remember when Vontaze Burfict was an undrafted free agent? It was like, what the fuck? It was crazy.
Yeah, his whole thing was just the penalties, I think. That's the only reason he went undrafted. Teams were like, this guy's a head case. Like, the talent was good. I think, at least. Shivanshu says Samini is still mad he believed in Sam. I believed in Sam. Just gotta let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Ooh, Yoshi. This is a nice comment. I like this one. He says, somebody mentioned it before, but this is how you build morale in a team and make it feel like a family. Make it like a brotherhood. Yeah, there used to be a... Tony Richardson still talks about it to this day. The family atmosphere that the Jets had back in 2009, 2010, with all the players. They go out to the different events and they celebrate things like a family, and it's really cool.
That's all Woody. That's Woody Johnson, buddy. That's our owner. Developing he tells everybody, you're going to love it here. It's his gig.
I'm a fan of it. Hawk says Matt is literally on battery level 2%. I'm running.
No comment.
Yeah, Matt's fading. Well, it's the sandwich.
It's a
Only
sandwich,
blockbuster.
and you know what? Like, I just want my Twitter account back. Like this, the stress level is eating me alive.
Yeah.
That sucks balls. Because you're a good tweeter, dude. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to have fun on the Twitter app. That's all.
Yeah, you do it well. You're everything I want to be on Twitter, Matt.
Well, you're what I want to be when I grow up, Green Bean. So
there you go.
Hunter,
Yeah,
says,
Matt,
can you
Matt's the
guys-
only one who didn't eat or who ate, so we're all tired. But if I had a
I'm
sandwich,
starting to
I'd
get
be-
cranky. Becca's
I
going
need
to
to be
order Thai
tucked in.
food now.
Right.
And hopefully by the time the draft is over, it's here.
Right.
That DoorDash came in clutch.
Yeah, I'm jealous. Hunter Smith says, "Can you guys get me more hyped up about Garrett Wilson pick? About the Garrett Wilson pick? I tried watching his highlights, and I don't know. I don't know if I feel that good about him."
What?
That's it. That's an interesting take because I watch his highlights. And I'm like, wow, this guy's really freaking fast. Like he looks like Odell. He really does. The quick
Without like
cuts.
the over the top personality.
Yeah, like this, like when I look at Garrett Wilson, and I guess you can't really tell. I don't remember how Odell looked on draft night, but it just felt like the responses they were giving back and forth through some of the interviews I watched with Garrett Wilson. It just seems like he's a little more grounded. But I expect all my wide receivers to have, a bit of a personality, especially guys taken in the top half of the first round.
He's fast and always open. How's that for a sell?
Yeah, he's like, I think they said something like 80% of the time he gets himself open. It was like a wild stat, which could be, maybe a little. Oh my God, I just saw a really funny comment that I'm going to get to in just a second. He gets open all the time, but I guess you want to be careful that it's not just the bad defenses that he's going against. But I heard him compared to CeeDee Lamb. And if you guys have been watching the channel for a while, I loved CeeDee Lamb coming out. So if that's his player comp,
Really?
I'm all about it.
I thought you were down on CD.
Yeah, right. I remember you not liking him.
Yeah, that's a lie. Check the tape.
Hawk says, get Elon Musk vials to unhack you, Matt.
Yeah. Can Muff Viles send in a couple super chats to get us over the hump here?
Roz says, who's going to be better, KT or JJ? I don't want to hear ish forever. I don't want to hear shit forever. The nice thing is we don't necessarily need JJ to be better than KT to justify the Sauce pick. Like, if Sauce is a great player and JJ is a good player, I'm okay with that. That's fine by me. I don't need him to be... Like, there's a reason why JJ fell further than KT did.
Yeah.
So, look, will KT be better? I think they both have great upsides. I think if KT is not good, there's going to be a shitstorm on the Giants team. I think if JJ struggles, I don't think you'll see that with us. So it's, it's a little different. Jeremy, you feeling any sort of way on this?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's hard to compare because the value of what we gave up to get one versus what they gave up to get theirs, right? I mean, it's about what you give up. It's not like we picked JJ right after they picked Thibodeau and when we passed on Thibodeau. I mean, we're talking about all the way up to pick 26. So he doesn't have to be as good as Thibodeau. He just has to be a very solid edge rusher, and we're good and we're happy. So if Thibodeau's a star for them and JJ gets us 10 to 14 sacks a year, and with us, it's more about rotational and everyone contributing. Lawson comes back, gets 10 plus sacks. JJ gets 10 plus sacks. You get, Q Williams gets his 8 to 10 sacks from the inside. JFM gets his sacks. Huff gets something. Curry gets something. If all that's happening, we don't care. Because that's the way our team is designed, right? It's designed as a rotation and to just dominate as a team.
Green Bean, what about you? How you feeling about KT versus JJ? What does JJ have to do versus KT?
I know what Jeremy was saying, and I think that's real. One was the 5th overall pick. One was in pick 26. But don't forget, Jermaine Johnson, for us, was the guy that we passed on Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, so he has to be better. He has to make that move smart, in my opinion. Now, if he just ends up being a double-digit sack guy for us most of his years, it's going to be good enough. And he has to be that, though, man. Because we could have gotten Kayvon Thibodeau. We could have gotten George Karlaftis. We could have gone with any of the other guys, Drake Jackson, Nick Benito, all these guys. So that was the guy that we chose out of the edge rushers in this class. All but 2 were still there. He's got to be better than all those guys, or Joe Douglas made a mistake. And I think he can be. I mean, that's the thing. We need a guy to be a double-digit sack guy for us every single year. If he's 10 to 14, like Jeremy said, every year, ultimately it will be good enough. But I think he's got to be better than 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐫𝐞𝐞 to make this move smart.
I don't know. I mean, even with so you don't think Sauce plus whatever JJ does?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Sauce has to be better, right? Like that. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep.
Yes.
It's Sauce that has to be a step.
Matt,
correct.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think Sauce is the one who has to really show out. He has to be a bona fide stud, which is high expectations. But guess what? When you didn't allow a touchdown in your collegiate career and when the 4th overall pick, well, I'm sorry, but that's going to be the expectation. For JJ, honestly, double digits would be phenomenal. But if he could just be like, I don't know, hover in that 8 to 12 range, like that's it. Like I could live with that. That's good enough for me with Carl Lawson on the other side.
Yeah, that's just
8,
it.
I don't want 8.
No, I would. Well, I would love to see like deep double digits, like deep into like 16, 17, like something like that. But like like Matt's saying, if you get that 8 to 12 consistently, I'm cool with that. If Carl Lawson's getting another 8 to 12, like, and you kind of the culmination of a bunch of sacks together, I'm okay with that sort of formula.
Think of what the impact of 8 sacks in a 17-game season really is. What is that?
That's a lot better than what the hell we've been dealing with for the last decade.
Yeah, it is. You got that. Well, Jordan Jenkins got 8, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but those were cleanup sacks. So it depends on what the sack quality is too.
Right,
like,
and he's
Quinn
also
Williams
very
good against big time moments. That's
correct.
Big time.
Correct. And in addition to that, he's supposed to be really good with the run, on the run, and if he's like impacting the game, like he's ruining their play, chasing the quarterback, if he doesn't end up getting the sacks, even though we like to have sack numbers, but if he's just ruining their game plan a lot, batting down passes, all that kind of stuff, that'll be just as good. But it would be nice just for our ego purposes, man. Get a guy who's one of the sack leaders. We're the Jets. We're the sack exchange. We're supposed to have that continuation. We have not done it. It would be nice to revisit having one of the sack leaders in the league again.
20 sacks or he's a bust.
Yes. 22.
Yeah.
Mr. Downtown says, who do we want for undrafted free agents? Bean, any tight ends? Just kidding.
What do you say? Nah, yeah, you never know. But yeah, I'm thinking, I just saw Rasheed Walker was a guy I was looking at in the undrafted free agent. But Donovan West is still there. Alec Lindstrom is still there. I think Justin Ross is still there for wide receivers. There is who was the other? I was just thinking of another guy. But yeah, there's lots of players, man. Oh yeah, Smoke Monday is still around. So that Leon O'Neal's still there. There's lots of players I'd be really interested in them grabbing, man. Lots. But we still got
FBJT says, love the Jets Talk crew. Been following for a while. This is by far the most amped I've been as a Jets fan. Much love, Jets Talk crew. Thank you, brother. It is a lot of fun hanging out with these guys and being able to talk Jets with all the different content creators across the platform. It really is a nice little treat to get the chat in here going and how you guys react to the picks and our interaction back and forth. It really is a lot of fun. I mean, heck, the fact that we're still streaming this late into a draft where the Jets haven't had any picks for the last 3.5 rounds, says it all.
It's crazy. I gotta be honest. Now that we're with 11 picks left, I really was hoping that we traded back in, that we got rid of some of our players, and I really thought it was possible.
Yeah, so did I. It definitely felt like you had the option to move on from some players you otherwise would have cut, and maybe that teams are just kind of calling that bluff and they just value the cheaper contract more. I don't know.
Yep. Well, it looks like my McDonald's is here, so that's fun.
There you go, attaboy.
Ooh, what'd you get?
I think I got a quarter pounder meal and 2 cheeseburgers.
Ooh, a Royale with cheese. Nice.
You're getting like me.
Dude, I know how to eat. I know
Maybe
how to
got
eat
filet of
McDonald's.
fish.
Yeah. Yeah. There's I don't know, man. My McDonald's, like every now and then I'll get a Big Mac, or like I said, I do the McRib when it's around. But number one, I don't do McDonald's very often at all. But when I do, I'm just like, I like multiple items. I don't like because I eat something and it's gone. I don't like that. I like
That's the
eating something and
worst.
having something to eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like having like the cheeseburger or whatever your main meal is. You got your large fry, but then you also have like maybe a 4 or 6 count nugget, just as like that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. I just realized I was eating, and I finished my burger, and I looked down and it's gone, and I'm like, I didn't enjoy that last bite. And
That's
I like
right,
forgot about
exactly.
it. It's like
the way
eating
I
the
like to
last
say it
M&M in
is-
the bag without knowing it's the last M&M in the bag.
Oh, it's the worst when you feel it and it's
yeah.
empty. Yeah, like the way I like to say it is, I like to have something to eat when I'm done eating. You know?
That's fair.
I'm a Big Mac meal, add an extra Big Mac and 2 apple pies.
Ooh.
Like
I
I don't like McDonald's.
if I do a Big Mac or something like that, I'll get like whatever the dollar menu kind of value menu cheeseburger is. I'll get that as like my little one. Yoshi says, "What's better, Big Mac or Whopper?" Ooh.
Fuck is this? Look at this.
Oh my someone ate your fries on the way.
You?
We had a few.
Team Bean.
Team Bean's about to get a.
What the?
They housed these on the way home.
No, that wasn't. No, I ate my own.
Oh, that is disappointing.
That's a sin.
Oh.
You better say
sin.
three Hail Marys right now. They
I
got,
can't take my son.
Are you so Green Bean? Talk to us. Are you a Big Mac or a Whopper kind of guy? If you had the choice.
Whopper. Every day of the week.
Burger King, I would rather eat out of the dumpster than go to Burger King.
You're silly. You're silly.
So, Burger King's fries are so much better than McDonald's fries right now. It
No,
used to be the
I
other
will
way
not
around.
stand for that. That is fucking
Dude,
bullshit. That is the
dude,
worst
no
take that's
way.
been said in
No.
the last 3 days.
No way. No way. Given the choice between McDonald's and Burger King, I
Matt
used to
said I
love
won't
McDonald's
stand for that.
fries. The thick cut fries from Burger King. It sucks that you don't get as many in it, but I think they're a way better fry than the shitty little like wet noodles you get from McDonald's.
I'm offended. That is horrendous. That is.
I consider myself a fry connoisseur. Chick-fil-A is up there at the top with the waffle
yeah.
fries and the peanut oil. I like Wendy's fries more than I like McDonald's or Burger.
Oh my! You are not. I'm gonna break something to you. You are not a fry connoisseur.
Yeah. No.
Maybe I like the
Dude,
rest
there
of the
might
Wendy's
be-
meal because
there
I
might
like
be
the Wendy's chicken
nothing.
sandwich a lot.
Dude, it may be possible that nothing is better than McDonald's fries. Like that's how high.
What?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Friggin'
Green
way!
Bean.
Get
Yes.
out of here! I like me.
You're
I
just
like me some
un-American.
McDonald's fries, but they're totally. They lost. You have to have a crisp, like fry. When I'm biting into it, it's just a wet kind of like. I don't want to say a wet fry, but it's like not a crisp fry.
Yeah,
The
well, that's
majority of
when
my-
you get McDonald's fries. That's exactly right. They're crispy and erect.
They are crispy.
I guess I just
Yeah,
got
look
shit
at
McDonald's.
Yeah, Green Bean, hold one of those guys up. That thing's got to be fucking hard as a rock.
Dude, I got the bottom of the bag. This is not a good example.
There you go. That looks like our
Yeah, see,
jersey
that's
number
a fry.
one.
But see, that's a fry that's like that. That's barely a fry. It's like a potato stick.
Go Mim's number.
It's 2 sticks of butter.
Yeah.
Who says
Yeah, but
waffle
look,
fries?
I want to
sucks?
tell you though. But I
What?
want to tell you, I think McDonald's is better than Burger King. But a Big Mac versus a Whopper. Whopper is one of the best burgers out there. Period.
I used to get
I am
double
a
Whopper.
burger.
Yeah, the double Whopper is good.
I used to get double Whoppers, but like I don't know if you guys know Brooklyn, but there's a Rollin' Roaster has like these chip fries, these round chip fries that are crispy and like crinkled. And with cheese, they cover everything with cheese. And anybody in Brooklyn knows Rollin' Roaster fries with cheese are pretty amazing, pretty special.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
It's important that you do a fry poll right now.
Ooh.
I got to
It
hear what
seems-
the chat thinks.
It seems like there's a very aggressive anti-Ryan thing going on right now. It's clear the McDonald's one is going to kind of trump me here, but that's all right.
Burger.
All right.
Yeah, Ryan said.
Okay, so am I just putting Burger King and McDonald's? Just those two? Like I'm not giving anyone else an option?
No, you can add Wendy's and
No. Well,
Chick-fil-A.
Well, okay. I think it's going to be. I feel like Chick-fil-A. What do you think wins in a 4-way poll then? I feel like the conversation was Wendy or Burger King and McDonald's.
It was.
All right, go ahead.
I would rather die of starvation than have to eat Burger King.
Yeah. Wendy's has some of the worst fries out there.
So put it this way, Burger King for me, there was a Burger King growing up in my town that was absolutely awful. It's been disgusting, and I felt that way for a really long time. But then I moved, and I've had other Burger King. I'm like, this isn't that bad. I still prefer Wendy's over the other two.
Ryan, let me just say this to you. Burger King has changed their fries like 4 times. That tells you all you need to know. McDonald's is the same fry.
Thank you.
They nailed it
Good
out of the gate.
So I don't know when Burger King changed their fries, but I've had them once or twice in the last 3 or 4 years. And the last ones I had were a nice wide cut fry. Like you felt like you were eating something, like there was some substance there. I like tasting the potato, not just the shell of a potato. Polls going up.
Here's my prediction. It's like 90% McDonald's. That's what I think.
If it's not, there's something seriously wrong.
Yeah.
Let's see. White Castle. Man, my computer's so slow. The poll still has not posted yet. And
It's 80-20 McDonald's right now. We're trending in the right direction.
So my computer's so slow that I have 0 votes right now on my poll. Wow. It's literally just it's because I have all this bandwidth getting sucked up, and I really should hit reset on the computer after this stream. Whopper bread is dry. White Castle is diarrhea central. Nathan's fries are the best, says Cyril.
That's like gourmet fries, though. That doesn't even really count.
Nothing touches rally fries. Chicken fries are good. Chicken fries are not really fries, though. They're kind of like just chicken.
Kyle Ornsby says.
Where's Kyle? What did he say?
What did he get?
What
I know,
Kyle?
McDonald's is no longer cheap. I'm getting pissed at McDonald's.
He said you're effing high.
Okay, now that's a great comment from Zachary. Checkers fries, I would take 99 times out of 100 over Burger King.
So I've actually never even heard of it, to be honest.
Checkers is Rallies. It's the same, exactly the same food.
I don't have any.
I don't think I can do this show anymore. This is just ridiculous.
Is this like a Long Island thing?
No.
Checkers?
No.
Really?
It's all over
I've
New
never heard of
Jersey.
Checkers.
They're the drive-through. They have 2 drive-through lanes, and just you can't sit down in the place. It's just a drive-through.
I've clearly never seen one. That's interesting.
When I used to buy crack in Patterson, there was a Checkers right there. I would get crack and then get some Checkers.
Oh, geez. Matt says Five Guys fries.
Yeah,
they're good.
They're not bad. They're really greasy. We used to have buddies that would work at Five Guys, and then at the end of their shift, they'd bring home a jumbo bag of peanuts and a jumbo bag of like the fries that were still left over. And the bag, you'd have to double or triple bag it, and there would just be grease sopping through the sides of the bag.
Yeah.
It was great for drunk food, but they were not very good at that point.
Yeah, they're just not draining them right. That's all.
Yeah.
Grease.
Well, it's the end of the night. Dump it in.
In-N-Out Burger's fries are so bad that me and my wife were once online at an In-N-Out in the drive-thru during the pandemic when the lines were long, and we literally saw a car in front of us and thought it was the smartest thing. They sent someone out in the same parking lot to run into the McDonald's and get fries and run back to the car. And I was thinking of doing the same thing. I was thinking of doing the same thing.
In-N-Out prides themselves on their fresh cut fries.
They're fresh, but man, they're soggy. They're not crispy. You can ask for them well done. That's what we do. We ask them for like extra well done, but then they're like crunchy potato chips, almost like they get crunchy like those potato sticks. They have a fresh taste, and they cut them fresh, but they're not twice cooked, so they don't get crisp.
So Paul says the Warwick Burger King is solid now, Ryan. It used to be awful. They've redone it, so I'll have to give it a try ski, but I like the chicken sandwich from Wendy's, so I just find myself not going to Burger King. And McDonald's isn't really like super, it's close to me, but it's kind of a weird turn out of the parking lot that I work at, so I just tend not to go to it. Chick-fil-A. If I had a Chick-fil-A around the corner, I'd be 300 pounds. I could eat Chick-fil-A every single day. I love every item on that menu.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think Chick-fil-A is good, but I think they're way overrated. I mean, I don't understand the madness.
I can't get behind that.
Yeah, I'm a big chicken. I'll literally one of the better chicken sandwiches. I like the pickle brine that they soak the bread in. I think that's I didn't realize that was the reason they get their flavor, but they brine their chicken in like
they soak the bread.
No. They soak the chicken. They brine it in like a pickle juice.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier. I was watching a YouTube video on how to reverse engineer a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and make it at home, and that's the important part. That's how it gets part of the taste. It's not the entire taste, but you marinate it like overnight. I'd like to try the Popeyes chicken sandwich. I've heard that's really good. I've never had Popeyes just because I've never been close to one.
I mean, look, when I say overrated, like people are yelling at me, I think it's good. I don't have anything negative to say, but the idea that I'm willing to wait 25 minutes in a drive-through line for Chick-fil-A, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand.
See, I'd rather wait the 25 minutes. Like, if you gave me the option, what's the other option that I have? Like, is it Chick-fil-A and like Subway, or is it like Chick-fil-A and like?
No, well, usually
McDonald's
there are
or
1,000
Chick-fil-A?
options. You know, it's McDonald's, Taco Bell. I'd rather Taco Bell every day of the week over Chick-fil-A. And again, I don't have
No
I'm not
way.
saying like drugs. Taco Bell slam dunk, man.
I like me some Taco Bell, but I would no way in hell take that. And I like Tex-Mex too. I do like their when we make our own tacos, I always do the soft shell with the cheese and then like the hard shell inside to have the structure of my tacos. The Crunchwrap Supreme really changed my life.
Yeah, I started to settle on the chalupas with steak or chicken. And chalupas are, I can't believe how good they are. Every time I eat it, I'm like, wow. Oh, excuse me. I like everything at Taco Bell. There's nothing there I don't like.
Matt says, I love Arby's.
Yeah, I love Arby's too, Matt. I love Arby's.
Man,
Arby's? That's got to be like some kind of drug front or something. There's no way that people actually go to Arby's.
I love that. That
like
stance on
Mattress Firm.
Arby's is that stance on Arby's is one of my favorite ones that I've come across in recent years. Got to be a money laundering operation.
Yeah.
And if you guys ever get the chance,
them in Mattress
go to Arby's and get the brisket sandwich. The brisket sandwich.
A good brisket is really good.
You're gonna say, "Holy shit!" Now Arby's is expensive. I don't go there a lot, but I like the beef and cheddar, the straight up old Arby's. Like they've rebranded themselves years ago. It was just beef and cheddar. I love beef and cheddar. No, I don't do Baja Blast Iowan Jets fan. My son and wife like that shit. I don't like it. I'm not into like weird fancy sodas and all that. I just like Diet Coke.
Ooh, I was gonna say, what's your soda of choice when going to a fast food place?
Diet Coke. And sometimes if they have, like Taco Bell has Diet Dr. Pepper, I dig that too.
The nice thing about Diet Dr. Pepper is it tastes pretty close to regular Dr. Pepper. That's probably the only soda that has a diet that doesn't taste drastically different.
Yeah. I do like Diet Mountain Dew too, though. Taco Bell
That's
has
the other
one.
I was gonna say those would be the two. Jeremy, what's your soda of choice?
It's a mood thing, but I definitely go between just Coke and Mountain Dew.
Ooh. What about you, Matt?
And I don't do the flavors of Mountain Dew, just regular standard.
Yeah, I'm a pretty plain Jane guy. I don't like diet though, so I'll go either like regular Coke, regular Pepsi, or I'll go Dr. Pepper occasionally, but pretty much just Coke or Pepsi.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper is my go-to soda, I would say. It's a nice taste. I like Coke more than I like Pepsi. Like if I was given the option between the two, for some reason Pepsi just feels a lot sweeter to me. I like Mountain Dew a lot. I could always drink a Mountain Dew. Like Mountain Dew almost like in the morning, like because I like Amp. So like it's basically the same thing. So I would do that. But I would say if I'm getting fast food, if Becca's with me, I'll get a Coke. If not, I'll get Dr. Pepper because she doesn't like Dr. Pepper.
Sterling Weatherford has not been picked. Holy
Dude,
mackerel,
neither
that's
has
good.
dude Verone McKinley, Josh Jobe, lots of guys. So Jesse Luketa just got picked, and now Donovan West is the number one on. I think this is Kuiper on his board. So I mean, we have 5 picks left in the draft.
Come on,
There's going to
baby.
be a lot of guys, but I'd hope Donovan West and I don't know if I haven't been paying attention. Did Lindstrom get picked? Anybody know?
No, he's not. Well, I spoke too soon, maybe.
Did he just get picked right now?
Oh no, he's here. He's here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jesse Luketa just went though.
Yeah. I just saw him. Oh, Jeffrey Gunter's gone. I liked him too. Yeah, there's Rasheed Walker. I saw him get taken.
I don't have cream soda often, but it's not bad. Logan said that in the chat. Yeah, it's more of like a I don't know if I would eat food with cream soda. It's like that's kind of a standalone taste.
My wife and kids love like cream soda and root beer. I can't get with it. Oh my
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm not-
Julia.
Yeah, root beer and birch beer are definitely an interesting flavor. I don't hate them, but it's not where I go.
So Marquise Hayes just got taken too, another guard that I like. It looks like there. I mean, unless there's a run here on linemen, it's looking pretty good for some of these guys that we like to make it to undrafted free agency. This is kind of exciting. There are significantly more players this year than usual, it seems to me, that I like anyway. I always have a few, but there seems like there's a lot. I can't wait to see who Joe Douglas gets, man. This is going to be great.
Okay, I got a new poll question that we could throw up at the end here because clearly McDonald's fries just obliterated me.
What was
And
the
I'm clearly
percentage?
81-19.
There you go.
It's not even
as
close.
as it fucking should. As it should.
Yeah, I think
All
that's actually a little low for me. I'm like,
I can't believe
all
they
right.
got 19% even.
So,
Exactly.
what I want to ask you guys, and so DA says Papa John's is the best pizza chain, and it's not even close. I will fight someone on this. So I'm curious where you guys go. I'll tell you mine first at the risk of sounding like a crazy person, because I don't know what you guys are going to tell me, but I love Pizza Hut, and I wish there was more Huts around. Dude,
No.
stuffed crust
Okay.
is where it's at, dude.
Listen.
Pizza Hut stuffed crust all
No.
damn day.
Ryan,
There's a
you
reason
live
they're
in New
there's a
York
reason they're
or
closed.
New
Hold on,
Jersey?
hold on. Whoa.
No.
Pizza
No.
chain. We're not talking. Okay, I want to. Let's see where you're going with this. Because if you're talking like a legit pizza joint, that's totally different conversation
No.
than Pizza Hut, Domino's,
You
Papa
can't-
John's.
Domino's, Pizza Hut, whatever, Papa John's, Little Caesars, none of that shit should even cross your brain if you live in New York or New Jersey.
I understand that, but the question is, what pizza joint, pizza chain
None.
would you get? I go down to Florida and I'm like, okay, I'm craving some pepperoni pizza. What am I getting? Am I getting the cardboard shit they serve out of the back of the restaurant, or am I getting something that might be a little Old Faithful, like a little stuffed crust from Pizza Hut? Make me think like I'm back in elementary school.
You're a barbarian. I can't take you.
I
today.
can't believe it.
All right, but to Ryan's point, okay, there are pizza chains, and sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes you got to do that. I don't think Papa John's or Pizza Hut holds Domino's jock as far as shitty pizza chains go. Domino's is I mean, far and away. And I love Papa John. It's fine. Pizza Hut is ghetto of all of them. Ryan. I don't know why I can't even eat Pizza Hut. It's so bad.
Oh, dude, their cheese is so good. Like, I like their cheese so much more than the Domino's cheese. I mean, I like Domino's. I'll order Domino's and get delivery, and like, I love their cheesy bread. Cheesy bread's fantastic. I usually get a buffalo. See, I'll get buffalo chicken pizza from Domino's, and the one by me always fucks it up, and they always forget the hot sauce. So I always call them like, "Hey, forgot the hot sauce." They're like, "Oh, we could either make a new pie for you, or we'll give you a code for a free pie." So I'll say, "Oh, I'll take the code for the free pie, and I'll go throw some hot sauce on from downstairs." But yeah, dude, if I had a Pizza Hut closer, I would go to the Hut more than I would Domino's.
So we have a chain out here. I don't know if it's in New York, but there's a chain out here. It's kind of set up like a Subway where it's a quick express line and they make it in front of you and you pick out the ingredients to put it on. It's called Mod Pizza. MOD, Mod Pizza. And I'm the only one of you that have an excuse to eat fast food pizza. I mean, the biggest excuse, because I'm in California, but in Sacramento. But it's the closest to being anything authentic as far as tasting like real pizza. And it's so it's called Mod Pizza. But those other ones, man, I have trouble with. Like if I get Domino's, I get that thin cracker crust kind, and that's the most tolerable to me.
That's good, but it doesn't fill me. I could eat 4 of those whole pies.
Yeah, exactly. I get a full 16-inch one and finish the whole thing.
It's a snack. Yeah. Domino's, the thing I get from them, because I'm going chain, I'll get either a sausage and peppers pan, like thick crust, or I'll get the what the hell is it called? It's like that white sauce that they make. It's like for sandwiches. So like it's all crazy. But I hear Matt, man, like as far as my kids are Domino's, they prefer Domino's, but they're from Virginia. They don't know.
They don't know. That's it.
A good slice of pizza is it's so good. I like. Yeah. There's a local pizza place that does the like $8 pies on Wednesday, and I look forward to it every Wednesday because I get out of work for that hour of time and I stuff my face with good pizza for, it's fantastic. Absolutely.
It's no Pizza Hut though.
Oh, Shivanshi says, I bet Ryan likes Little Caesars. Ugh.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
So
that shit's gross. We had a Little Caesars up by Binghamton it was actually, they had the hot and ready pizzas. It was even worse than a Little Caesars. It was Little Caesars like gas station hot and ready pizza. But they were like, it was less than $5. I think it was $4 for like a pizza. And we tried it once. We're like, oh yeah, we'll try this. College kids, drunk pizza. We're like, oh, this is horrible. Never doing this again. My one roommate used to do it like all the time. It was like budget pizza. And I was like, dude, you're going to have the shits and you're going to hate your life. It is so gross. I can't do Little Caesars at all.
Little Caesars over Pizza Hut. Yeah, he said he'd take Little Caesars over Pizza Hut.
What?
It's not bad.
Have you guys ever had Hungry Howie's?
Oh, that place sucks.
I've never
had that. Big in the
That's
Midwest.
made up. There's no way that's real.
Their whole thing is flavored crusts. So you pick, like on the end of their crust, they like sprinkle some seasoning or something on it.
Huh.
The worst pizza I've had was at Hungry Howie's.
The funniest thing is we ate Hungry Howie's, and 2 days later I got like a full body rash, which was hilarious.
That sounds horrific.
That sounds horrible. I don't want to eat pizza and get a rash.
So, yeah.
Shivanshi says Gino's in Lake Ronkonkoma makes great pizza on Long Island.
Yeah, I never had that one. Is that a chain or is that just a spot?
There's a ton of Gino's on Long Island. I don't know if it's like a connected thing, but there's one in Rockville Center pretty close to me. That's the Gino's I know.
Ooh, he hate me says he has his own outside pizza oven.
Ooh,
I'm going to his house.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. My
Good brick oven
brother-in-law
pizza is nice.
Yeah. My brother-in-law in Staten Island, he just retired from the Yonkers Fire Department as a lieutenant. But he knows his people. He cooks. He's like famous for pizza in our family, and he has a tile, like a floor tile, that he has in the oven. Like instead of like a pizza, pizza stone.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Xander Horvath. No.
Oh, Rusty's guy.
At 260. Oh,
That's Rusty's boy.
Yeah, Braden from New Zealand loves him. Loves him. He's gonna be something. You'll see. But anyway, it's like, dude, the pizza is so slamming. It's unbelievable how good it is with that tile in the oven. It's crazy.
All right, let's go around. We got 2 picks left, or 3 picks left, I guess. 2 picks left. Let's go around and let's just kind of give our thoughts about the draft and how everything went, where we feel the Jets could have gone better, or are we just happy with how everything went down. Shivanshu says, it's Ma and Pa Local Pizzeria won Long Island Pizza Award.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, that's the good stuff, right?
And Scuttlebuttle says, Danino's Tavern in Staten Island is best in New York.
I don't know, buddy.
Well, pick 261 is in. We got one more left.
Oh,
Let's see who Mr. Irrelevant is. You want any predictions? Ryan, you got a prediction?
Dude, I don't even know who's left at this point. I'm so lost.
Let me see.
It's gonna be Donovan West, Mr. Irrelevant.
I know, it sucks.
Yeah.
It is.
How is Verone McKinley gonna go undrafted?
Unbelievable. I can't believe that. I watch him almost every week here in California. The he's great. He's a stud.
We're going to bring in 2 safeties in undrafted free agency and 2 linebackers.
Yeah, Sterling Weatherford could be a linebacker hybrid. He's got the size for it. I thought,
Right up Salah's alley, man.
Yep.
Shivanshu says, does Ryan put Burger King fries on Pizza Hut pizza?
I bet he does.
Ooh,
yeah,
I bet he does.
I shouldn't say it's gross. Look, I could eat French fries. Oh God, I love French fries. I love waffle fries. I love waffle wedges. I love gnocchi. I love literally anything potato skins, mashed potatoes, baked potatoes. Wow. I'm Irish through and through.
Twice cooked baked potatoes.
Twice great. Yeah, twice baked. They're great.
Oh my God, those are so good.
I can't wait to have my Thai food. I'm very excited about this.
Oh, AJ Arcuri is pick 261.
Okay.
Wow.
So
got
San
one more to
Francisco
go.
Gets Mr. Irrelevant.
One more.
One more. Niners on the clock.
I feel like Greenbin's been talking about Sterling Weatherford for about 5 rounds now.
Yeah, right. Last year it was Kenny Yeboah.
Yeah. But they signed him. Maybe Weatherford's our guy.
That's where
I would have been happy with him at 111. I was hoping for Sterling.
Amazing.
OBJ just tweeted Debo to the Pats ?
I haven't been in Twitter in 5 hours. I can't tell you shit.
Way. That would suck.
No way.
Is that actually what happened?
Oh, 49ers pick is in.
Yeah. We're just waiting for it. The final pick.
I don't see anything about Debo popping up. I see Kyle Shanahan hasn't talked to Debo Samuel in a couple of weeks. That's the most recent thing that I've seen.
Did Jack Sanborn get drafted?
I don't believe so. Nope, he's still available. So is Mike Rose.
Wow.
There we go. Final pick coming out. Who's this old bag?
Let's see here. I'll put it up on the screen for our last
Special teams
one.
contributor Ryan Suckup, kicker, won a Super Bowl ring. So been plenty of guys been Mr. Irrelevant who
That's
had
true.
impact in the league.
All right, so we're going to send things inside the draft hall in just a few seconds for the ceremony to announce the final pick of the 2022 NFL draft, and it comes from the San Francisco 49ers, pick 262 for those.
All right, I don't really care.
No.
What? No.
Oh,
you don't
I'll
want
tell
to
you who it is. She's been reading for 25 minutes, this lady.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is Brock Purdy, quarterback, Iowa State.
Wow.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, a quarterback is the last pick. That's interesting.
All we got to do is
There
bring
he
in
goes.
bring in JoJo, bring in McKinley, bring in Weatherford,
Right.
and I'm thrilled.
I'd be thrilled. I'd be thrilled. Let's go, Joe Douglas. They're allowed to call right now. The pick is in. They're on the phones.
Come on.
All right. Now that we know it's Brock Purdy, I want to hear your thoughts. Give me everything that you want to get off your chest about the Jets draft right now. How you feeling, Jeremy? Give us your thoughts.
Honestly, I feel amazing. I was shocked by the Breece Hall pick, but I trust. I mean, because I love Breece Hall, and what I'm thinking that pick meant and symbolized is that Joe Douglas believes he's going to be extremely special, like very special, and I trust our GM on that. Jeremy Ruckert was one of my favorite picks of the draft. Honestly, he was the only one I had right up there with McBride, and I kind of liked the run blocking ability even better with him. The first day was one of the greatest draft days of my Jets life, maybe the best. I mean, you'll see it in my videos. I'm gonna like edit it down, but I have never felt that kind of joy on a draft day. It was like, to me, one of the most amazing moments ever when we made that trade. And overall, I'm just super happy. Very, very just excited. I really feel that we have the GM now more than ever. I'm just even more. And I already love Joe, but even more, I feel like this guy is building us a real sustainable or like franchise, like that's going to be winning and having a chance every year. I'm just so excited.
Matt, I want to get your thoughts. How you feel about the Jets draft?
They got a ton of quality at the top. I am absolutely thrilled with the 3 first-rounders. I like the aggressive play on day 2. Day 3 was a little surprising, but you know what? Overall, I think Joe Douglas did a really good job of improving this team, and let's win some football games.
Green Bean, let's hear your thoughts.
I can't give you an opinion until I know who the undrafted free agents are. But what a good draft this was. Again, it's different than what we're used to. We haven't seen this style of drafting since Tannenbaum. You know, like trading away stuff to move up and get the guys you want. I think the guys that we traded up to get were the right guys to trade up and get. Again, just like Jeremy said, Breece Hall, maybe I was surprised, but I do not dislike that pick, man. I love that pick. He's going to be such an impact for us. And Ruckert, feel good. It's great, man. Getting Max Mitchell today, I think it's one of the best drafts I've seen from the Jets in a long time, and let's hope we have the similar outcome as 2021. I'm in a good mood because of this draft.
Yeah, this was an A+ draft for me. You know, even if you want to, nitpick some things here or there, if you had told me we're coming away with these players, at the end of the day, I would have signed up for it 100 times over. I thought the first round was masterfully executed. Gave me a little bit of a panic after Sauce and Garrett Wilson went. I didn't think we were going to get our edge rusher. Trading back in, like you guys said, might have been the most exciting thing that I've seen happen to the Jets in quite some time. Probably the best draft I've ever seen. It's been nice to turn on the radio for a change and hear the Jets know what they're doing. They have the right guys in place. To hear that, I know we don't take a super ton of stock in the media, but when other people are saying it outside of our little microcosm of the NFL, it does mean a lot, and it is nice to see. But chat, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. The 347 of you sick bastards that are still here right now.
Oh my God.
We really appreciate it. You guys are the diehards. It's been a lot of fun. Guys, this is Ryan signing off. J-E-T. Oh, wait. We almost did it without the shirt, the jersey again. Wow.
Oh.
Dude, I was so
no.
jacked up. See, so now there's a few people that we'll see who's the diehard that sticks around that gets the jersey. See, that's what that will.
I got to weird sounds again.
All right, here we go. Let's do the odds or evens real quick. 3, 2, 1. You too, Jeremy.
Oh.
We got 4. Green Bean, you had 5. That was an odd.
Yeah, it's a 9.
You ready, Green Bean? 3, 2, 1. 2, 4, 6, 9.
The first one was odd, you said?
Yeah, both were odd.
Hold on, it takes a second to do this. Dustin Keller, you're out. Anthony's out. Mr. Terrible, Yoshi, Jets Forever, you're all still in it. Slaugo. All right, the next one, Jets Forever, you're out. Slaugo's out. Ant Jets is out. And Yoshi, you're out.
All right, 3, 2, 1. We got 7.
Odds again.
All right, this is going to give us our winner. It's Mr. Terrible Takes. That's who wins. Mr. Terrible, you win tonight. Congrats, bro.
I love it. Boys, this is Jets Talk signing off. J-E-T-A.